All right, all right, all right. Good morning and welcome to Defense Diaries. I'm your host, Bob Mata, and this is our continuing coverage of Karen Reed 2.0. Day 16. Let's go. Let's go. So happy to see you all again today. Let you guys file in one by one, all the beautiful humans. I'm excited about day 16. Still got Barnett on the stand, getting crossed by Alessi. We'll see who's going to come up next. I mean, what surprises will today bring? You can only find out one way. That's by watching it. So let's go. Let's watch it. So I hope everybody had a good evening. Got good sleeps. I got pretty good sleeps. A little uneven. Fell asleep early. Woke up a few times for various reasons. Woke up at like just before 5. Had a hard time falling back asleep. Put an audio book on. That knocked me out. You know. So that helped. That helped. And then I popped up. Scout missed the bus again. Yeah, you can tell it's getting it's towards the end of the school year. You know, if you got younger kids who enjoy school, Scout loves school. She loves the social part of it at least. You know, early part of the year, up and at 'em, ready by summer. She's like, enough, enough. So yeah, she's ready. They're in the stretch run there. So she's excited about summer. So we will have Scout in about 10 days, just creeping around. You know, she'll be creeping around while we're trying to work. And you know, I can't help but give her give her the attention she deserves, you know. So like wouldn't be surprised if she's co-hosting completely inappropriately a murder trial. But you know, she's the daughter of two lawyers. So she knows what's going on in the world. All right, let's bring up OnlyFans pumping. Got the pumping of the OnlyFan. All right, let's bring her up. Pop her in. All right. There she blows. There she blows. Yes, indeed. Hopefully, my beautiful and brilliant co-host is jumping on at some point in the next couple minutes. We'll see. Uh Scar, that is such a terrifying question. I mean, it 12, she hasn't really put it out there. She's turning 13 in June. Eh, I don't know. You know, like as weird as it is to say, I think that I think that essentially we've tried to talk all of our kids out of being lawyers just because, you know, it's like I don't want to say I've been jaded by the profession, but it is a it is a tough profession to do day in, day out. Unless you get into like contract law, you know, like something in the corporate world. I mean, maybe if you're a civil litigator, but like criminal defense is just so hard. So hard. Like it's emotionally taxing, it's mentally taxing. It's a really tough gig. Just it's not for everybody. And you know, it's like you go into it with the best intentions, like Allison's always saying, you know, giving voice to the voiceless, power to the powerless, and you know, hoping to affect some kind of change from within. And you quickly realize that the powerful churning of the machine is one of those things that just kind of chews you up and spits you out. I, oddly enough, think that I've made more more headway out here in these YouTube streets and in the podcast streets in terms of trying to educate people as to the importance of defense lawyers in this country than I ever did one by one case at a time in the courthouses. So, you know, I think we all find our paths in life. And I think I discovered mine a little bit later than I probably would have liked. I wish I would have been doing this for 15 years, but had to be a lawyer in order to do what I do. This thing doesn't work without that piece of the puzzle. So, and there were certain, there's highs and lows always, always. So I think we had some seniors graduating. What? What? Brenda, are you a chipper morning person? I like that. I never used to be a morning person when I was young, but that was during my drinking days. During the drinking days, mornings were not all that attractive. When I quit drinking, oh, those many years ago, it really helped make mornings a lot more tolerable. Plus, the older you get, you're just kind of thrilled to open your eyes again for another day. So there's that. Ashley. Oh, Ashley is graduating law school Saturday. Congratulations. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Don't let my little speech about crushing your soul, don't let that affect you at all. Go in full head of steam, study for the bar all summer, go in, knock that thing out, and get it on in here. Get into the ring with us. What are you gonna do? Like what area? Tell us in chat, Ashley. What area of the law do you anticipate you're going to try to navigate? I'm interested to know. It's so exciting. What a major accomplishment. It's a major accomplishment. Law school is really tough. My hero. Oh. All right. Well, when you pass the bar, Ashley Crum, you, my friend, are gonna get a guest spot. You're coming on a live, 15-minute live. Like you're probably gonna find out if you're taking that bar end of summer. I think I found out mid-October is when we got the results. So, you mark it in your calendar. You're coming on a live, whether you like it or not. And you're gonna tell us about all your dreams and aspirations and how you're gonna go in and start kicking ass and taking names. Mm. Mark it down. Congrats. Proud of you over here. I feel like a proud papa. So, and hopefully we help a little bit with law school, brought a little clarity to some things. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Like I don't just say shit. Uh, I fully intend on following through with that. So here's my tip for in have you signed up for a bar review course? I did Barbary, and Barbary is probably the biggest one. I happen to one of my professors in law school. I went to Chicago Kent, which is a great law school. It's not doesn't have that name recognition because it's a city school. It's in Chicago. It's where my father went. It's where Allie went. It's where I met her. We met in law school. And my professor, Professor Convisor, is actually who invented. That's the right word. Yeah, Convisor. Like he was our professor. He teaches at Kent. So I'm like, and it was so funny for all you lawyers out there and soon to be newly minted lawyers. When you get into law school and you start making some friends, you'll run into outlines, right? So outlines that you'll get for people that had taken from either like 2 L's or 3 L's And I actually had a friend who had gone to Kent like 3, 4 years earlier. So I got convisor's outline because you have to take prodigious notes in law school. And I was like old school yellow legal pad writing all the shit down, not like clacking away at my computer, because I just don't type that fast. So I was writing everything down. So outlines for me were critical. And then basically what it would do, it would outline the class, so that you weren't missing anything. So I get Convisor's outline and it was typewritten. It was beautiful. And I get there and I open it up first day, verbatim. Like everything from the jokes to the education aspect, everything he said was verbatim. It was like scripted. It was like everything, like the whole year. Like every joke that he would say it was like the jokes. This person had even put the jokes in the little stories that he would tell. Those were all in the outline. So, like at that point, because I always wonder, I'm like, man, Convisor made a fortune with the Barbary thing. Like, is he just killing time? Like, why is he still teaching? Um, yes, exactly, exactly. Gen X girl lawyer knows. She knows. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Yeah, I think I had him twice. I had him for business law. I don't think I had him for contracts. I forget what the other one was, but great professor. I had a lot of great professors over at Kent. It's really, really great school. Highly recommended if you're but it's a different experience because you're not on a campus per se. They have a beautiful law library. It's a beautiful building. It really is. Can't speak highly enough of good old Chicago Kent. Got a great legal education there. I had a bunch of friends that went to John Marshall. John Marshall's another city school, and it's lower ranked in terms of, kind of prestige, but in terms of churning out litigators, almost all my litigator buddies went to Marshall, you know, and so it's a good school too. Yeah, Chicago's got its fair share of good law schools. DePaul, Loyola, obviously Chicago, University of Chicago, Northwestern. Those are the cream of the crop. Let's see. I am engaging everybody else. I'm talking about me. Wow, Allie's over here like giving me some off-screen editorial tips to engage everybody else. She thought I was still engaging Ashley. Ashley's good news just like kind of put me on a tangent. I mean, you guys know me. Tangent guy. I'll go on a tangent. I do not fear tangents. 2001 took the bar. Took the Illinois bar in uh in the summer of 2001 and then got the results in October. Allie had moved back to Pennsylvania because her parents, at the time that she started law school, were living in Illinois, which is how she ended up going to Kent. And um, my father-in-law ended up he had a business out here, and he ended up doing very well with that. And then they decided to move back to Pennsylvania. Allie's parents are horse people. They have they're big Kentucky mountain horse people. They ride, they breed them, and they wanted to get back to Pennsylvania, out there to horse country. So Allie ended up moving back, and Allie had our two oldest at that point, and so she's studying for the bar out there. I'm studying for the bar out here. We're in the relationship at that point, and we're like, what are we going to do? And so I pass the bar in Illinois, and then she passes the Pennsylvania and Jersey bars, and then I'm like, I get a call from Allie, and she's like, "Okay, well, my dad's offered to give us seed money to start a law firm in Pennsylvania." Now, I had never been to Philly. I'd never been to Pennsylvania, and I'm like, "Oh my god, really?" Because like the first thing I'm thinking, I'm like, I have to take the Pennsylvania bar because they have this thing called reciprocity, but you typically have to be practicing for 5 years in order to be able to just wave into another state. Just have to pass the character and fitness, and then once you do that, you get in without having to take the bar again. Oh, I love that. I love that. Betty, my grandfather was a construction contractor guy. My grandfather died when I was 1 year old. He was an Oak Park legend. He had taken, like, him and a guy named Vince Dirks had built up the Oak Park Little League, and they had taken the Oak Park team. And this is before they televised the Little League World Series, but he had taken his Oak Park Little League teams to the World Series, Little League World Series 5 times. So he was the man. Like, he was like, that's why I love coaching. I mean, really, the reason is because I just want to be around my kids. But I love being able to do that with Scout. It's such a amazing experience to be able to share that with her. And but at any rate, my grandfather was a foreman on the Sears Tower when they were building it. And on a Saturday, and again, I'm 1 year old, so I have no memory of this at all. So on a Saturday, he gets a call that one of his guys had called out. So he goes down to the site, and he ends up getting killed. A top loader, some horrible accident. A top loader came down and crushed him, hit him on the top of the head, and died instantly. So that was, as you can imagine, pretty rough and that was my mom's father. So, but I always tell that story every time I look at the Sears Tower. I think of that, obviously. So yeah, that pretty tragic. I never got to know him, which is sad. But so sorry to tell you that bummer of a story. It's been a long time at this point, but I always feel like I missed out on having him coach me when I was coming up, but his son, my uncle Bruce, who sadly passed away suddenly last spring, had an aneurysm, had picked up the mantle and was coaching. He was actually a girls softball coach, a hitting instructor, kind of a renowned, I wouldn't even say kind of, he put a lot of girls into college on Division I scholarships. Guy, he just found his niche with teaching young women how to hit the ball really hard. Bruce, it's my guy. I still wear this. It's been a year.
We can't see it. Your hand. There you go.
Oh yeah, it's got this. He had some catchphrases. He would always say. He'd always say, "Hi, how you? Hi, how you?" And then he always said, "You're awesome. You're awesome." He's just like a very positive guy. I loved him.
Yes, he was.
Still love him. So, all right, enough sadness. Let's get back to my beautiful and brilliant co-host has joined me. Good morning, babe.
Good morning, babe.
How are you?
Good. I was listening in the background in your story about your grandfather.
Yeah. Sad.
Yeah.
Sad. I got to know my my dad's parents very well. Yeah, I'm grandparentless. We both are at this point, which is super sad, Super sad. Allie's grandparents were amazing. They were both both sets. I didn't get to know your granddad as much as your pup and your mum over on your mom's side were just the sweetest people ever. Your pop was like my favorite guy of all time. The guy was just salt of the earth. All right, let's go. Let's see what
she has to say for herself.
Not much.
You are unmuted.
I was told council wanted to see me.
Okay. Yeah, we gotta address this whole asshole thing.
So,
Who
Judge,
said it, and what did
I
they
heard
say?
I heard a hot mic and you called me asshole. It seems out on the streets, there's a lot of people think it was McLaughlin.
I still think it was, like, ask him or ask
No way.
I think they needed something I don't know.
She hadn't even gotten to the sidebar yet. She was walking by the mic. Unless
Well,
she did go
why was McLaughlin well, maybe she was calling Brennan an asshole.
sure.
It just seems like there's not so much for her to be all worked up and
Well,
riled up about.
that's my thing. Like, I mean, the only person that in that moment in time that would be super irritated would be Canoni. Like, there had been a whole
And
objection
Brennan.
back and forth about a delicate topic, which was Colin Albert. Like, I don't see like I could see a world in which you'd think it was. Plus, typically on those mics, there's like a button that you have to press to make it live.
No. No, I can assure you that's not the case.
Yeah, it is. I
I
mean,
wish it
you're acting
were.
like
There is a
all
button you have to press to silence it, to mute it.
oh, that's in federal court though.
It's been my experience in all courtrooms. I've paid
Not
very close
Kendall.
attention.
Not Kendall. Kendall,
Yes.
I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't think
Trust me, I'm way more attuned to it.
well, there's
Hot mic moments.
there's some truth to that, girl. There's some truth to that. I can't argue that
I don't
point.
even think it was a hot mic. I still think the judge read my lips and that was it. They couldn't
Wow.
produce any sound.
Yeah. If only you would have lost that case. None of that ever would have happened. She would have said, good riddance. Yeah.
Well, Judge, I mean, we need to address this because somebody in this fucking courtroom
Called me an
called me
asshole.
an asshole.
And I may be a lot of things, but I'm no asshole.
God save
Take
the
your shirt
Commonwealth.
deck. I love you. God save the Commonwealth. Yep, got to take the Zers. Otherwise, you get I get itchy throat. It's funny. I never
What
thought
in
I
the
had
hell?
any.
You get itchy throat too?
Yeah, it's weird.
I
I
mean, if
never
you
had
told your
allergies.
allergies improve, take it from somebody who needed, like, shots when she was younger to get through a season.
Yeah,
So,
I didn't have them like that when I was a kid. It's like I think I developed them later in life.
that's bizarre.
It's weird.
I don't even know if that's
I don't
real.
even know if it is bizarre.
I don't know if that's real. I'm
Oh, I
gonna have
think
to do some research.
yeah, I think you could
Late
Google it.
onset of
Allergy.
environmental allergies,
Yeah,
okay?
I think that's totally a thing. I think you can Google it in 10 seconds and it'll
I'll just
say
wait
yes.
until all these smart people over here either do or know and
Yeah,
tell me
somebody
about
in here.
it. They'll be like, "Nah, bah, 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 bah." Jen says it's normal. There you go. As you age, you can get allergies.
Yeah. Oh, somebody saw
Look
the
at
date
that.
lineup.
Somebody
We tell the Dateline episode, Dave, all the time. We always talk about how like is it the thing where they have Allie saying shut the fuck up and they try to make it seem like she was angry.
I mean, there was a bunch
Uh,
of other shit they did that was
Yeah, I
the
can't
most
even remember
outrageous.
it. I can't even remember it. Like
But that was a excited shut the fuck up. Just
yeah,
so you know, just so you know.
yeah, yeah. Context is everything.
All rise for the court, please.
Context is everything. All right. Is the jury coming in or is she taking a break?
It said all rise for the jury, I think.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I hope so. All right,
so people they
unredacted.
got
That's what
allergies
happens,
late
Bob.
when they were in their 40s and ba, 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 ba.
There you go. There you go. Unredacted coming through in the clutch.
There's a bunch of people saying that. Like just above that too.
I love it. Oh, Holly Berry. What's up, girl? Love when you pop in. I love when you pop in. So what do you think today? Do you how much more you think
I think we're getting the pieces of after this, it's gotta be the puzzle woman. Puzzle girl.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's probably right. I mean, are they gonna put I mean, they're going to have to put a DNA expert on, right?
Yeah, probably after. Well, that could be next before Puzzle Girl, but it would make the most sense to do Puzzle Girl next, except maybe people are waiting for DNA because it's been mentioned. So maybe it's DNA, then Puzzle Girl.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a big chalk for the puzzle for the light. Like it sounded like that was one of the chalks that Hank put together. The
Yeah.
puzzle, so he could make.
What we really want is a chalk of all the fucking shit that was still left.
Yeah.
Show me that chalk.
The missing puzzle pieces.
Yeah, and the stuff that wasn't, all of the stuff that wasn't, so that we can talk about how that shit ended up on the lawn as well. If that shit ended up on the lawn and didn't start there, then how'd the other shit end up on the lawn?
Oh, y'all see Vinny in court? Did he make the field trip? Yeah, Vinny he was telling me, he's like, Bob, he's like, you have to go. He's like, it's like the ultimate for content creation. Like telling me to go out to Mass. I was seriously contemplating it.
You should go. You need to do your man on the street segment.
I might pop out for a little of the defense's case in chief. Maybe for a few days.
They do this, like.
I'm just afraid I won't be able to get in.
Right.
Like if I don't get because I didn't do the media pass early enough. So I don't know because I'd hate to be. Well, I mean, I guess
I do the man on the street segments.
Well, I could do the lives with you and then bounce out on breaks.
I think man on the street segments would be much more exciting.
Yeah, y'all hit that like. I'm terrible about reminding you guys to hit the like button, please and thank you. Please and thank you. Hit the like button, share, subscribe, all the YouTube things.
What was her name again? Lisa Kelly, I forget. Did she leave a voicemail?
You mean Kate? It's Kate.
Kate, there you go.
You better remember dear old Oak Parkers, girl. Don't you be forgetting about dear old Oak Park. She's a fellow Husky.
I'm about to get some tea and water. Do you need tea?
I would definitely take tea. Super. Man, let me see. I gotta log back out, log in.
Oh, I didn't even check my calendar today.
Just do that.
Jeez.
Yeah, I got to figure out what the grift is for today. I'm making a wheel. I
think it needs to be the co-host thing, but the number's got to be really high. So, and then if they don't hit the number, we turn it into a wheel of shirt.
A wheel of shirt. I mean, we could have a puppet show that the people didn't realize that they needed.
I don't know. Would I have a puppet too?
You should have a puppet.
I mean, when you do that thing where you duck down and try to not be seen, it's ridiculous because it's like I don't understand why you don't just move your camera a little bit, but your arm is right. Like
I know that.
We see you down there.
I know that. You don't think I can see my head poking out? It's hilarious. That's part of the charm of it.
Oh, see, that went over my head.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I guess we're doing something else here, not just waiting for the jury. It's like so I don't know if a lot of you do connections out there, but it's like the New York Times thing. So they've got different levels, easy up to hard. Somehow I always get the hard one first, but then I struggle over the most obvious.
Oh, I saw Meg Vaccaro in chat yesterday. Welcome back, Meg, if you're listening.
Hi, Meg. Oh, yeah. I hope you're feeling better.
Yeah.
Hope all our good energy
again,
helped you.
Council. Good morning again,
Sent it out there. Sent you the vibes.
Good morning, jurors. We thank you for your patience. Once again, we worked out something here this morning rather than having you watch us.
Okay, just cut the shit, lady, and start the trial.
I have to ask you those questions.
Jay Coop, thank you. He says, you guys are the best. Thank you for explaining the law to us. All right, I'm going to do that whole T.
Oh, is that what it is, Sleuth? Yeah, I didn't even look at it.
independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively.
I'm doing
Anyone
whatever I
want
need to
to
do
see,
for
hear,
Koberger
or read
so
anything
that if I
about the
decide to
case?
go out for it, I'm good to go.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. May we have Ms. Hartnett, please?
I kind of want to go cover Hewerman. Like that case just is like,
Actually, I can't get a drink just yet because whew.
Hewerman's
out
just like not getting the light shown on it that it needs to. Like that guy is a monster, I think. Pending trial.
Good morning. Good morning.
That one, they got the right dude. For sure.
But of course,
All his hairs, his wife's hair in burlap bags, all those poor victims.
all right, let's
Go right
hear it.
ahead, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good
Let's
morning,
go.
Ms. Hartnett, and welcome
Bring it,
back
buddy.
this morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, if I could please have Exhibit 145 that is in evidence
Okay.
Published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolk?
I've decided the guy's name is Mr. Wolk.
Ms. Hartnett, you will recall discussion about the taillight from the Lexus that was discussed on both direct and cross-examination yesterday.
Yes.
And you recall the discussion with regard to the weather that was in existence on or about January 29th. I'm not going to go into it at all. I just want to sort of refresh and reorient to where we were on that topic. You recall that?
Yes.
And I am now going to reference specifically what you referred to yesterday, I believe, as the inner part of the taillight, sometimes the inside of the taillight. Do I have that parlance correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. So my question is, did you find any sand or salt or any other debris in the inside portion of that taillight?
No, I did not.
Alessi's reading the Twitters.
Now, and you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. You recall discussion about shards of taillight? Do you recall that discussion at all in your testimony?
No, I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. I wasn't certain whether we had that parlance. So my question is, to your knowledge, was there any testing of any taillight alleged to have been found at 34 Fairview for biological material?
No, there was not.
And could you just please state what your definition is, inclusion, when you refer to biological material?
Those items were not processed in the criminalistics unit for any type of biological, meaning they would not tested for blood, semen, saliva, or a skin cell collection.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part that you.
Or a skin cell collection.
Now turning and changing topics. There was a T-shirt and a hoodie of the decedent. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And are you okay with my parlance of T-shirt, the yellow or orange T-shirt on the one hand, and then the gray hoodie sweatshirt? Is that an acceptable parlance for you?
Yes.
I couldn't wait. I had to come back. No tea yet.
So with regard to those two items, if I could, Your Honor, have published what is already in evidence, Exhibit 151 and 150. And Mr. Wolk, if we could please put those side by side.
The time, like from the live to what people are hearing, is like delayed. So when you heard that, I don't know if anyone heard it. I was like, oh, when she said there was no salt, sand, debris. in the taillight. In the
Already, so is it correct that what's on the left is the right sleeve of what we refer to as the hoodie, and on the right is what color would you like to call that t-shirt?
Orange, please.
All right, so the orange t-shirt. Is that
salmon.
what we're looking at up on the screen?
Yes, so it's the right sleeve of the gray hoodie and the back of the orange t-shirt.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Am I
No,
correct that you
get on that.
included a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from each of these two items, or from these two items collectively?
I don't handwrite notes on my report, so I'm just confused about where you're asking that.
Okay, I'll ask a different question. Hopefully it will be clear. Did
New
you
buffer zone.
find debris on
It's true.
on either of those two items of clothing?
Yes, I performed a debris collection on each of those items and combined them.
I'm sorry, it's not your fault, it's mine. There's a HVAC noise I can't hear. If you
So
could
can we
speak up
turn
just
the
a
air
little.
conditioning off, please?
I'm okay
I
with
can
it.
speak
It's
up.
just
I'm
if you could
sorry.
speak up a little. I don't want to
Of course.
discomfort people. Can
Yeah,
you move
we
the mic?
don't
Yes,
want
I
to
can
start
speak up. My
sweating.
If you could
apologies.
speak a
Yeah, I
little
don't want
louder,
to
that'd
start
be great.
sweating.
Yes.
Can you repeat your answer, please?
Can you repeat the question? I apologize.
Sure. Did you find debris on these articles of clothing?
I love
Yes, I
that,
took
Alicia.
scrapings from each of these
Love that.
items of clothing and combined the debris. Yes.
With regard to scrapings, can you describe how the term scrapings relates to these two items these two items that are on the screen?
Yes.
She
Scraping
did.
is the mechanism I use to remove any
Combined.
debris that was remaining on both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt. I held each up over my lab bench. I took a long metal spatula and scraped any debris that was on these items into a small glassine packet.
Is it correct that you do not know where the debris came from specifically, other than
Pause
it
it, babe,
came
or
from
answer it.
one or both items of
Oh, hold on.
both of these two items?
Yes, that's correct.
I don't know why she decided to combine them from the shirts. She kept the pants separate, but I guess she assumed that since there are holes in the outer shirt that she would probably in retrospect, maybe she's thinking, you know what, I maybe should have done that differently. But I think that's why she was probably doing it that way. Anything else on that, Bay?
No, what I'm trying to remember, did Brennan bring up the microscopic fragments on direct?
He just because she didn't analyze them.
Oh,
So it's just debris.
so the debris she's talking about scraping out are not the microscopic
I don't.
light fragments.
It sure shit should be because no one else scraped anything.
Yeah.
So either there aren't any or she scraped them out. But she
I mean-
said she saw none with the naked eye. So,
Hence the term microscopic.
oh yeah, sorry, microscopic.
So the debris could be from just the
Is the core audio
Woody,
boosted? I was going to ask the
it
same.
could be
Oh,
just
no,
from
thank
the
you.
t-shirt, or it could be a combination of the both.
Wow.
Yes, the items were packaged together, so they were
control.
already commingled. So there was no way for me to determine which debris came from which item, and it would be misleading to label them as such. So I combined them.
There's your answer.
Exactly where my next point was going to go to. Thank you. And my next questions. So what, if anything, were these two items contained in when you got them?
They were contained in a brown paper bag, and they may have been contained in a larger box, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
So when you got them and you saw them for the first time, using your term, they were commingled together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And was there any debris in the bottom of the bag?
There may have been. When I examine something on my bench, I also shake out the bag to ensure that nothing is left behind and that everything is examined and accounted for.
Now, Am I also correct that there is no description
That's an important point.
of the actual debris that you found? For example, you didn't specify whether it was little fibers, little hair, little pieces of this or that. Do I have that correct?
Correct. I did not do any examination on it. I just packaged it.
And therefore, you didn't note whether any of the debris was a plastic or a plasticine nature, correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there
Wait a
was
minute,
no
wait a minute.
marker put
Pause
on
it.
any part of the debris that was recovered.
I'll boop it back.
She's calling shit a parent this and a parent that before. Now she's telling me if she sees red plastic, I don't know if there was red plastic, but she sees something that looks like glass or plastic, she wouldn't be writing a parent glass or plastic all of a sudden. That's not part of me.
Seems pretty convenient
Mhm.
for the Commonwealth's case.
But as we noted, like, it's important that she dumped the bottom of the bag as well, because we'll have to see if she clears up whether she knows where it came from. But as it stands right now, it seems like it could have come from the bottom of the bag or embedded.
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're talking about, microscopic type shit. You know what I mean? Because I mean, what do you
Exactly,
think?
Ariel.
What do you think would be in the bottom of the bag
The leftover crumbs, like Ariel said.
of like the cookie she just ate before she started doing her examination?
No, of whoever broke that taillight case up and wanted to drop some shards in.
Yeah, big shard dropper.
Correct?
Correct. That would not be part of my analysis.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered. Is that also correct?
I labeled the debris with an item number. I'm not sure what you mean by marker, if that's what you mean.
Parts of debris, in other words, there wasn't separate identification or markers for separate pieces of debris.
No, I did not separate out the debris.
There was no photograph taken of the debris.
Not by me, no.
Is that because there was
Do you
basically
have
nothing
knowledge
there?
of whether there was a photograph taken of the debris by anybody?
I do not.
So you have, as you sit here today, you have no knowledge that there's a photograph of the debris.
That's correct. I do not.
When you received the hoodie and the T-shirt that's depicted as 150 and 151, they came in together, commingled with some debris at the bottom in an evidence bag. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if there was debris at the bottom of the bag. What I can say is that there was debris on the items and I did shake out the bag. I don't have a memory of anything coming out of the bag. I don't know.
So there could have been debris at the bottom of the bag when you shook it out. You just don't recall.
Yes, correct.
If we could, Your Honor, please have Exhibit 154 already in evidence published. And let's keep it there for a moment, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Wolk for you to zoom in. Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this generally, and then I'm going to have it zoom in so you can read it, as an evidence bag?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Wolk, could you please zoom in starting from the top so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read this? And if you could, Ms. Hartnett, just take a moment to read it, and then I'm going to ask you some questions, but I want you to have a fair opportunity to read it. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
And if we can then scroll down, Mr. Wolk, so that Ms. Hartnett can fairly read the rest of what's on there.
Good Samaritan Hospital.
Okay.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Wolk, if you could just leave it where it is now. With Your Honor's permission, I don't see a need to keep the lights off, can have that on, but if
That's
Ms.
great.
Hartnett
Lights
needs
on,
it,
please.
you'll just let us know. So is this the evidence bag that the T-shirt and the hoodie were in when you received those items?
To the best of my recollection, yes.
You see the name of collected by someone there. Can you read who that states it was collected by.
Yes.
And state what that is.
It says TPR Proctor.
And are you able to conclude what the TPR stands for?
Generally, we use that to abbreviate trooper.
Right. So that is former Trooper Proctor that it says collected by, correct?
That is what's written on the bag, yes.
And the date of the collection, if we can just, Mr. Wolf, just focus in on that. Thank you. The date of the collection is January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it a fair conclusion from this evidence bag and your experience on the matter to conclude that former Trooper Proctor was the person who collected the evidence and put it in the bag?
I have no knowledge of who actually collected it and put it in the bag. I can only read what I see on the monitor.
That's not what she's
In
asking.
terms of,
He leaves it go.
and if we could, Mr. Wolf, please take that down and put back up the side-to-side images and depictions of the T-shirt and the hoodie. Do you know the journey, if you will, of those two items before you received them?
No, I do not.
The debris that you ultimately saw on the hoodie and the T-shirt, and that which may or may not have also been additionally in the bag, do you know where that debris would have been picked up from?
No, I don't know the source of the debris.
And you were not provided with information as to the potential source of that debris, correct?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not the debris, or excuse me, whether those items had been on the floor of an ambulance or a floor of a hospital?
No, I did not have any information like that.
Is it important to maintain the sanitary condition of evidence generally to avoid contamination?
Nah.
We do our best to avoid contamination once we receive items into evidence, yes.
And what are some of the protocols that are used to avoid contamination of evidence generally?
Generally, wearing gloves, putting items in packaging, bleaching any materials or utensils that we're going to use, or using disposable materials, sterile materials when possible or necessary. We also wear lab coats when processing evidence.
Is another protocol or technique to separate out pieces of evidence to prevent cross-contamination?
Sometimes we will separate pieces of evidence. If the items are already mixed in with each other, then the items are kept together.
Look, she didn't
can be
use
kept together.
commingled again. She wanted to switch it. She realized that was problematic. I'll use mixed in this time.
Do you know the chain of custody of either the hoodie or the T-shirt?
I only have record of the chain of custody from when it was delivered to the lab.
Yeah.
So before any delivery to the lab, you do not have knowledge of the chain of custody of either of those two items?
No, I just know which detective unit dropped the items off.
And which detective unit was that?
Norfolk Detective Unit.
What I would like to now do is to, we can now take that down. Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I want to sort of speciate, if you will, separate out the evidence that you have talked about so far so that it's clear what you submitted and what may have been submitted by others to the lab. Do you understand that concept generally?
Yes.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is to give categories, and if you would be kind enough to say, I submitted it by some other person, that would be helpful. Any items that were collected from the vehicle, who submitted those to the lab or brought them to the lab?
I did.
The swabs from the red Solo cups,
I submitted the swabs.
the drinking glass that you were presented with at Canton PD,
I submitted that item.
the two clothing items that we just saw on the screen, the hoodie and
About to be an aha moment.
Those were submitted by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
Long
Were
dramatic
there
pause.
also any fingernails that were part of the investigation and that you had knowledge of?
Yes.
Describe what those were, please.
Fingernails may be collected at the medical examiner's office, and they're clippings from the top of the fingernails of the victim.
And were those submitted to the lab?
Yes,
And by whom?
by the Norfolk Detective Unit.
And the phrase known blood standards, are you familiar with that phrase?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, please, what that means?
A known blood standard is a sample of blood that is collected from an identified person.
And which person were those known blood standards related to your knowledge in this matter?
We received a tube of blood that was identified as belonging to John O'Keefe.
And with regard to the fingernails and the known blood standards, who submitted those to the lab?
The Norfolk County Detective Unit.
So am I correct to conclude that for those items that you submitted to the lab, you knew sort of their journey, if you will, but that those items that were submitted by you, I think you referred to as Norfolk County, was your parlance?
Yes, correct.
You don't have knowledge about those other than that they were submitted by them?
Prior to them arriving at the lab, correct. I have no knowledge of where they were stored or anything like that before that.
Problem. It's a problem.
And no knowledge of those items not submitted by you would include no knowledge of the chain of custody of those items, correct?
No knowledge prior to them being received into the lab. That is correct.
Your Honor, if I may have a moment, please, it'll
Okay.
probably be 30 to 45 seconds. Thank you. Bear with me, please.
She loves when you really tell her exactly.
Is he rapping?
He's like, all right, should I move into my hair not touching the surface thing? I know you got to come back to that. It seems like he's rapping. Or maybe he's rapping from this area first. Maybe he needed the page of that testimony.
So the questions I have from Ms. Hartnett at this time, thank you for answering my questions, Ms. Hartnett.
Lord,
Thank you.
no. No.
Mr. Brennan, any redirect?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Maybe he's decided to save it for redirect, for recross. I mean, Alan Jackson asked her specifically about those hairs not even touching the fully touching the surface.
You mentioned that you had an opportunity to observe a paper bag that had red Solo cups in it,
All right, now I will be
Yes,
back.
that's correct.
and the red Solo cups had a coloring of red in the cups.
Yes.
You'd never seen blood preserved in cups like that before?
Objection, Your Honor.
To the form, sustained.
Had you ever seen blood stored in cups like that before?
No.
Do you know the circumstances of storing that blood?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
When the blood was stored in the cups, do you know the circumstances?
Sorry, Mr. President. Your Honor, objection. Can we have a sidebar, please?
Sidebar.
Okay.
Y'all know what that means. Y'all know what that means. It's never too early. It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Little party time while they sidebar. So Allie dipped. I think that I think he picked apart what he needed to pick apart. Like as much as the hair thing, I don't know that it was a home run. It was probably like a single in terms of like I don't know that he scored the points with the like kind of the camera angle thing, but I think the bigger takeaway from that is that possibility that the hair moved while it was in the Sally port, which evidencing how unlikely it would be that that thing survived the
The
drive.
coloring in those cups, do you know firsthand what that comprised of, what the item was?
Are you asking me if I knew what the contents specifically of the cup
Yes.
were? No, I do not.
And so the red cups with the red spots stored in them, do you know the circumstances surrounding the effort made to try to preserve that evidence?
Can you just be more specific in what you mean by circumstances?
Sure. Do you know where those red cups came from?
I was told they were collected from the scene. I don't have firsthand knowledge of the collection.
And you weren't at the scene that morning, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know that what the circumstances or the challenges were that morning?
No, I'm not aware.
You said that you respond to active scenes and sometimes, like in this case, after the event happens?
Yes, that's correct.
Is there a difference when you're at an active scene as opposed to when you arrive at a scene that is past the event?
I would say multiple units are working at the same time, attempting to document, preserve, and collect evidence.
You were asked a few questions about the top back of the Lexus SUV.
Yes, that's correct.
When you were first asked the question, you were asked if you had studied that area, and you said you didn't recall if you looked at that area.
I did look at the area. I looked over the entire vehicle, but I didn't know anything specific in that area, no.
When you say you looked over the entire vehicle, did you look over the back of the vehicle as well?
Yes, the only part I did not look at was the roof of the vehicle.
Did you study all sides equally? Did you spend time with the entire vehicle?
I believe I made an effort, yes, to look at the entire vehicle.
When you studied the back of the vehicle, not the right side or left side, the back, middle, did you find any hair?
I did not note any hair, no.
Did you find any scratches?
The only scratches I noted were ones that I had spoken of previously on the right.
When you looked at the left side of that Lexus, did you find any dents or scratches?
Nothing that I noted, no.
Did you find any hair on that side of the car?
Not that I noted, no.
Did you find any dents, scratches, or hair anywhere but on other than the right side quarter of that Lexus?
I did not note any. I also did not examine the interior of the vehicle.
You said that you removed the hair. What do you do after you remove the hair?
The hair is placed into a small glassine envelope, then placed into a larger manila envelope, and then I signed and sealed it, gave it the appropriate case number and item number, and then secured it in our storage room.
Can that hair be further tested?
Yes.
Is that something you would do or a different person?
I don't perform testing on the hair. I performed a microscopic examination of it, and then additional testing can be performed by a different unit.
Let me ask you some questions about where you found the hair. You saw the two different angle pictures yesterday that you described.
Yes, I saw 2 pictures of that hair yesterday.
You were also shown some video where the car had snow and ice on it. Is water a conduit? Does water ever act as an adhesive?
Objection, Your Honor.
Watch the form of the question.
Okay. Why don't I show you a similar video that you were showing yesterday, but we've clarified it so it's more clear. I'm going to ask you to take a look at video 125. Can we stop that, please? And can you see that's 5:51:54 p.m. on 1/29/22?
Yes.
When you first saw this vehicle, it didn't have that snow on the right back near that taillight, did it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently, Mr. Brown.
When you saw this vehicle for the first time, did it have that snow packed into the back right of the car?
No, to the best of my recollection, there was no snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
And the hair where you found it, you see the red back taillight, the piece of red that's showing?
I do see that, yes.
In reference or relative to that red, was the hair to the right, left, below?
I don't recall at this time.
Okay. Do you see the ice or snow on the right side quarter panel of that Lexus?
I don't see it on the quarter panel. I'm not sure what you're speaking of.
If we could move that video forward, please, to 702. And then to 749, please. Stop. Go forward just a little bit, please. Stop. Okay. There's still remnants of snow. Did it look like that when you first saw it?
No, I believe I did not see any snow on the vehicle when I saw it.
You could fast forward, please. Thank you. You can take that down. Thank you. You were asked if you had any information about when damage occurred,
Yes, that's correct.
and you offered us you don't have no idea, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No, I do not know when the damage occurred.
You were asked whether or not damage existed on that car prior to that day, prior to January 29th, 2022. You remember that question?
Yes.
Did you know there are ring videos of that car from January 28th, 2022?
No.
I want to show you some photos and ask you a few questions. If we could have 147C, please. If you could close up. Do you remember what that's a picture of or a photograph of?
Yes.
What is it?
That is a tear that was on the right sleeve of the gray sweatshirt.
The threads coming from the side of that hole?
Yes.
Those threads, could you pull those threads and pull them out by hand if you wanted to?
Can you repeat that question?
If you pulled on those threads, could you pull thread from that hole if you wanted to?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I don't know. I didn't attempt to pull at them at all.
Did you examine them to see if they were woven or loose, those threads?
Yes.
Okay, and what were they?
They were loose. The fibers had started to separate up from the shirt. Separate and weave. I don't want to say they were separated from the shirt completely. The weave was starting to separate.
If we could have photograph 57. Are those the red cups that you saw?
Yes.
And what color is the fluid inside?
I noted there was red-brown stains inside.
Okay. And do you see that white object, the rag or the paper towel?
Objection, Your Honor. Go.
Yes, sustained.
Well,
I couldn't tell you.
you were asked
Haley.
about, you can take that down. You were
I have
asked
no
about
idea.
who had custody of items. You only have custody of items once you receive them, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If somebody had access to that rag and dipped it in those cups and then smeared it on the taillight, and you went and tested, would you potentially be able to find that red liquid on the taillight?
Objection, Your Honor.
It's sustained.
If strands of cloth were pulled from those clothing and placed in the taillight area, would you know when they were placed?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you get to a scene and you examine an area, if you don't see it firsthand, is there any way you can date when items are placed on an object?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Sure.
Yeah, your
When
question.
you look at an area like a
Yeah.
taillight, if you found blood or cloth or another item in that area, would you know when it was placed in that area?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
I think there are really just too many variables to say either way.
And if an item like blood or cloth was placed in that area, is that something you would be looking for in your examination?
What? I mean,
In which area?
the questions
Say the
are
taillight, for
so
example.
fucking stupid.
If there was an object placed in the taillight, would I be looking for that? I'd be looking for any item evidence. I'm not specifically looking for anything. I'm just looking for anything that would potentially be evidence.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Yeah. Oh, thank God.
Anything further, Mr.
'Cause those
Alessi?
questions sucked, Hank. You know what he was trying to ask. Trying to be all cutesy with this stupid ass
If
question.
we could, Your Honor, have 147 C republished.
Maybe Alessi had some idea what he was asking about with the threads being loose. Like what? Like, I don't even know
Would it
where
be
he was
acceptable
trying
to
to
move
go
it along
with
if
that.
Ms. Gill, oh, you have it?
It's a stupid question.
If we could have Ms. Gilman, I have just one question, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Ms. Gilman. 147C, I believe it.
Okay, I think you already had it up there.
No, it's this one. Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Your Honor.
Elastitizer.
Do you recall Mr. Brennan asking you just moments ago a question about this depiction?
Yes,
And to be clear, this is the right sleeve of the gray hoodie, correct?
yes, that's correct.
You didn't perform any analysis of this area of the right hoodie, did you?
I performed damage analysis on each of those tears on the sleeve.
Right, but you didn't perform an analysis as to the source of that item, what it could be, correct?
Can you rephrase that question, please?
Sure. You didn't do any analysis of what could have caused that hole in the sweatshirt, did you?
No, I did not.
No further questions. Again, thank you for answering my question.
Your
All right,
Honor,
Ms. Hartnett, you are all set.
I wanted to correct something from the record
Tough
yesterday. I wasn't
shit.
sure when
Which-
was appropriate to do that.
Okay, do you recall which lawyer asked you the question?
Yes, Mr. Alessi asked me the question.
Your Honor, are we going to proceed along with that?
So why don't I see you outside?
Thank you.
Wow.
Wow.
I was just
Yeah.
going to tell you, all right? I was just going to tell you that I think, in my opinion, the defense is missing some opportunities here with her. I don't know exactly what they are, like how to do it, but I think she would have given them more. I think she's not sure that that hair, wasn't just placed there. Like that she doesn't think the conditions would have, considering the conditions she saw that hair, that it would have survived those conditions.
Well, first of all, one thing we're not going to miss. Sorry. Had to have a sidebar party. Yeah, maybe I mean, look,
Well, we'll see
in
what they
terms
do
of
here with this.
candor in comparison to Buchanan, I mean, the majority of the time was pretty honest with her answers in terms of kind of readily apparent answers that aren't
She might want to fix
necessarily
that hair thing. That might be it.
that aren't necessarily helpful to the Commonwealth. She answered them, whereas with Buchanan, you just couldn't get him to do it. So in that sense, but I mean, is she going to flamethrow the Commonwealth's case?
I think she might right now.
I don't think so.
Maybe
Well, I
what
mean,
she wants.
he didn't even
All right,
ask that.
so Ms. Harnett, I am going to let you step down because questions from both sides are completed.
Okay,
So
thank
thank
you.
you, though.
The record's the record.
It's too bad. I was going to tell you that there's no way that hair would have stayed on their asshole.
They didn't ask her what she was going to say.
Okay, Mr.
That's
Brennan,
fucking
who's your next
outrageous.
witness?
What if she was going to say something super helpful to Alessi?
That's why I just said that's what I was saying. She was whispering to him when she was leaving. Who
was whispering? Was that a joke?
I just said that when she walked by, she's going to whisper to. Yeah, I was just going to tell you that the hair never would have survived that drive, asshole. Like when he was walking out.
They needed to let the jury go. Both sides need to make sure what she's testifying to is correct. I'm very shocked.
I don't
by
like.
that.
Why are you so stunned? Have you ever had a witness
Never.
in our entire career at
Never.
the end of an right? So what do you think is so weird about it? Like, I wouldn't
What?
want them. They're trying.
No,
Like,
have you ever? The question, I'm sorry, I thought was, have I ever in the history of the world seen a witness say after they have testified that they need to correct something?
that's what
that
that is what I was asking.
Right. So I'm saying that's shocking. And I don't know. It could
I'm
have
going to
been.
go ahead and guess it was not helpful for the defense. That would be my guess. I'm going to err on the side of caution and just say that.
Man.
That's awfully optimistic of you, thinking that a Commonwealth witness is trying to really help the defense there. I mean, she wants to keep her job.
I don't know, babe. I really felt like.
Well, she can take to the Twitter machine. I'll read it.
I mean, yes, it's risky. It's this, it's that, I mean, maybe what the defense decides to do is have their investigator go ask her later, what were you going to correct? Just in case. It was to be like, hell fucking yeah, that was not just the angle. The damn thing was flipped. The C faced a different way. There's no angle with that. I just don't understand it. I don't know.
No, I'm pulling the tea bag out now.
Oh, you can let your
All right,
shit
close your
hit her.
eyes. We're about to have some tea bag action here.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow. Pretty juvenile.
Yeah.
Why don't I see counsel at sidebar?
Jesus, you just had a sidebar, woman.
I don't know. That's odd. If a witness says they need to correct their testimony, yes, it's risky, it's this, it's that, but mm, mm, mm. Well, I don't know. I don't know what's the rest of the free world saying. I mean, it's definitely risky, and maybe they, like I said, hopefully they go find out, after the fact, and then they recall her.
I think in your mind, you're making it into like a much bigger deal than it probably is.
Probably
one of those situations where
I mean, typically, it wouldn't be out of character, but I'm telling you, it's a very unusual circumstance that they feel like they've got to correct something. Yes, generally,
true. I've never seen it before.
If it's a Commonwealth witness, you sure as fuck don't want them correcting whatever they were going to say. That generally that is absolutely true. It's just something about her and how she said last trial. I honestly think we got to watch. Lunch is her cross Alan Jackson last trial. That's what I decide.
Was Hartnett Was she up there last time?
Yeah, absolutely. She told Alan Jackson that it did not look like that hair was fully touching the surface.
Yeah, Vinny doesn't have that Court TV lighting. That's real life, Vinny, right there.
Where?
Right there in the
Oh,
white.
still a perfectly attractive man. Come
Very
on.
handsome man.
Don't be a hater.
I fucking love Vinny.
I know you do. I'm kidding. But you and Vinny had your fashion challenge. That was Vinny, right?
I don't know if there was much of a challenge.
But was that Vinny?
Vinny just flat out said I was the best truck podcaster.
Who was it? You had some sort of fashion.
Vinny.
Okay.
Wasn't a challenge though.
No, but I mean, there was like something like
Vinny just gave me the title, best truck podcaster. He loved my
well, then I'm
dude.
thinking of somebody else who was like, we're having a contest, like which Bob or I or.
Tell us that the evidence gives the court and jury in the case now and here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Oh yeah, I think this is the DNA gal.
All right.
Or it might
Not the puzzle girl.
wait. That kind of looks like Scorty Bello. Am I crazy?
Sure does.
All right,
It
Mr.
sure
Brennan, whenever you're
does.
ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good
He's
morning. Could you
bouncing all over the
please
place.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
Woo!
Good morning. My name is Irini Scoribello. That's spelled
Wow.
IRINISCORDI-BELLO.
Here we go.
I am a medical examiner employed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
How long have you been a medical examiner for?
In the state of Massachusetts since December of 2016. In general, I have been a medical examiner since 2008.
Did you attend medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you
Blue
attend medical
bananas?
school?
I completed medical school in New York City at
Babe.
the Mount Sinai School of Medicine, now known as ICANN School of Medicine.
Did you attend a residency?
Yes, I completed my residency in anatomic pathology at the Mount Sinai Hospital.
Is that what you specialized in during your residency?
Thank you.
Yes.
After your residency, did you go right to the medical examiner's office or did you work anywhere else?
After my residency, I completed a one-year fellowship in forensic pathology that was done at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the City of New York. And then I went to work as a medical examiner.
We disagreed on the goal. I don't know.
Is there
how
a
you
certain
won.
type of doctor you are? Do you have a particular?
Yes, I am a forensic pathologist.
What are your duties at the medical examiner's office?
My duties and responsibilities at the medical examiner's office include performing examinations and autopsies to
Yeah, David.
determine the cause and manner of death in cases that fall under our jurisdiction.
How many other doctors work with you at the medical examiner's office?
I think there's close to 20 of us. I don't know the exact number.
The medical examiner's office, are you responsible for all counties in Massachusetts as far as doing examinations and autopsies?
No, I am, my primary location is in Westfield, Massachusetts, where one of our satellite offices is, and we cover Worcester County and the entire western part of the state. There's 3 offices in the state, the one in Westfield, the one in Boston, and the office at the Cape, in Cape Cod.
You mentioned that part of what you do is to try to determine manner and cause of death.
Yes.
Couldn't do it
I
here.
use the word
Couldn't
autopsy
do
generally
it.
without too much detail. Can you describe to the jury what the process is when you're trying to determine the manner and cause of death?
You would like me to explain what an autopsy is?
Please.
An autopsy is a large surgical procedure with 2 main parts. The external examination, which is an examination of the outside of the body, where we document physical characteristics such as hair color, eye color. We document any identifying features such as scars or tattoos, height, weight. And then we also document any signs of disease or any signs of injury on the body. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination, where we make surgical type incisions on the body and we examine the internal organs of the neck, the chest, the abdomen and the pelvis, as well as the head and the brain. part of the autopsy procedure, and this depends on the kind of case we're doing an autopsy on. Might include other studies such as taking evidence, toxicology, which is done on almost every case, and any additional dissections or any additional steps we might feel we have to take. But that's in general what an autopsy is.
Do you ever seek the assistance of any other doctors or professionals that have specialties in your determination in an autopsy about manner and cause of death?
Yes, absolutely. We often, well, like I mentioned before, we perform toxicology on almost all our cases, and those samples are sent to the toxicology state lab. We also have a board certified neuropathologist and cardiac pathologist in our office, and very often we will consult with them in determining cause and manner of death.
Oh, it's coming, Ann.
Are cause of death and manner of death the same or two different things?
They're two completely different things.
Can you explain to us what the difference is between the two of them?
Yes. Cause of death refers to the disease or the injury that initiates a sequence of events that ultimately leads to someone's death. So that disease or that injury can be a natural disease such as atherosclerosis or coronary artery disease, or it can be some sort of injury. The manner of death has to do with the circumstances that led to the death. So there are 5 manners of death that we use in our practice. The most common one is actually natural. Natural means that the person's cause of death, the disease that killed them, was due to natural causes. And that would include heart disease,
What was that?
diabetes, cancer. All those are natural
Trouble.
processes that take place in the body that lead to death. And so the manner of death is natural. If trauma or an injury is involved, then we have to decide then let me back up. If trauma or an injury is involved, then the manner of death is no longer natural. And therefore, it could be that the trauma was inflicted in an accidental manner, in which case the manner becomes accident. If it was inflicted by another person with the intent to cause harm, then the manner becomes a homicide. And if the trauma, and when I say trauma, I should include both physical and chemical trauma. Chemical when it comes to intoxications due to drugs, etc. If the trauma was self-inflicted, then the manner of death is suicide. So we have natural, accident, homicide, suicide, and then the 5th one is what we call undetermined or could not be determined. That is when the circumstances in a case are not entirely known or clear to us, and the information that we have does not support one manner of death over another. In that case, we classify the manner of death as undetermined.
When you are conducting an autopsy and making an
I agree,
analysis and
Ariel.
attempting to reach a conclusion, you said when you looked at in a case, is your case and what you do different than procedure in a prosecution's case?
Can
What?
you repeat the question? I'm not sure I understand.
I can.
Objection,
When
stupidity.
you're making your determinations about cause or manner of death, do you have any limitations?
Okay, so the cause of death is something that is determined by the autopsy. That is my opinion or our office opinion as to the disease or injury that led to that person's death. So that is, I don't have any major limitations unless we're dealing with cases where, the body's decomposed and we're not able to do, all the testing necessary. But in most cases, the cause of death depends on my findings during the autopsy. The manner of death, yes, there are limitations because it's circumstance driven. And so the circumstances might not be known to us at the time of the autopsy. They might not be known to us ever. And therefore, while the cause of death is my medical opinion, the manner of death depends on information I get from other people.
Thanks,
Are you
Kate.
always
Keep us
able to
abreast.
reach
Keep us
a
abreast.
conclusion on manner of death?
No, that's why I said that in cases that we cannot, that manner of death is classified as undetermined.
I want to now ask you about whether or not you examined John O'Keefe.
Yes, I did the autopsy on Mr. O'Keefe.
When you examined Mr. O'Keefe, did you work with a team or by yourself?
No, we always work in a team. The team is made up of the medical examiner and a medical examiner's assistant that helps with the actual performance of the autopsy, especially when we examine the head. And then, of course, we work with the toxicology lab and, in this particular case, our neuropathologist.
The medical examiner's
remember her
office, is that
close her
a
eyes this
division
much
of the Massachusetts State Police?
No,
Is it a division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
no,
Is the medical examiner's office independent?
yes.
When you conduct an autopsy, are
Leave your eyes open.
representatives of law enforcement or district attorney's office able or allowed to attend an autopsy?
Yes, they're usually allowed to attend the autopsy if they wish.
Is that an uncommon practice?
No, it's not uncommon.
Would you remember when your autopsy of Mr. O'Keefe occurred?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on January 31st of 2022.
If you have notes?
Yes, I do.
I think you'd be able to use them, but we'll just want to indicate that you're reading from your notes if that's the case. Thank you.
So you can use your notes, doctor, just.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, TLA.
When you began the autopsy of Mr.
Sorry.
O'Keefe, do you know who, if any, representatives from the Massachusetts State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office were present?
I don't remember their names. I do believe there were 2 individuals, and every person who attends an autopsy has to sign a log, and their names would be logged in our records. I don't remember their names.
What is the role of law enforcement relative to the actual physical autopsy? Do they have any role?
No, they're not part of the autopsy. They don't have a role. Their role is to
fuck up.
observe. Sometimes they will ask questions, and based on my findings, they might, go on and do their investigation.
Does your office photograph things of interest like injuries on the person that you're doing the autopsy on?
Yes, we do.
Is law enforcement allowed to take their own photographs as well?
Yes,
Did you in fact memorialize your findings in this case?
I did.
Are there a number of different ways in which you memorialize your findings?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I took notes, physical notes, pen and paper. There's a report that's issued within 90 days of the completion of the autopsy, and then photographs, digital photographs.
You mentioned a report is due in 90 days. Is that often referred to as an autopsy report?
Yes.
Why 90 days?
That is the standard that is set by the National Association of Medical Examiners. We're part of NAME, and therefore we try to have a finalized report for all our cases within 90 days, because we know that families are waiting for these reports, and therefore we do our best to finish a report within 90 days.
Did you in fact complete a so-called autopsy report in this case?
Yes, I did.
In addition to the autopsy report, well, included in the autopsy report, do you make handwritten notations about locations of injuries?
Yes.
And share with us how's that done? Is there a picture or a graph?
There's a diagram, a body diagram that we use to mark the location of injuries.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes.
Do you generally recognize what these documents are?
Yes, these are my diagrams from Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy,
And could you just very basically describe each one of them?
some of them. Yes, the first one is a body diagram. A lot of things have been whited out, but it's the diagram that I would use to make note of any injuries. The second one is a diagram of the face and the skull. I would also use this diagram to make notes as to any injuries on the face. And the third one is a diagram of the inside of the skull, what we call the base of the skull, as well as different views of the brain itself. Again, I would make notes to point out different.
I mean, really, I think Bob just does not know the universal sign for pause. But I want to
I
comment
wasn't
on.
paying attention to you right there.
Oh, okay, all right.
Sorry.
On Brooklyn's post here. Plus, it breaks up the boringness of Brennan's. I mean, this is, he's got to get this stuff in this way. But so she has some outstanding cases over a year from the date of autopsy and no report yet. Now, I'm just going to assume that's probably a situation where the police are like, okay, well, just wait. Give us time to help give you enough to prove what the hell this is. Like we don't want an undetermined. We don't want a suicide. We don't want a accident. We're going to show you that this is homicide. Is that the sense that you get from these that are outstanding? Is there something sort of a common factor in those that you still have outstanding? Give us more. We'll highlight your comments. All right, that's all.
Injuries.
As you were noting injuries in your autopsy report, these diagrams, they start off blank?
They start off blank and then they're filled out as we go along.
And you fill out all the details you find important in your report?
Correct.
For reference, and to assist us, I have some blank diagrams that I may ask you to point out things on the blank diagram for us.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'd ask permission. I've spoken to defense to use these simply as a chalk.
Sure.
No objection, Your Honor.
Before you begin an autopsy, do you seek any medical records if available?
Yes. When a case is called into our office, depending on the time and the day that it is called in, our intake department, who are the people initially on the phone taking the information, will start asking for both medical records as well as police reports. So in the morning, when we start the autopsy, it's possible that we have some records. Sometimes if a decedent is brought to us from the hospital, there might be some records that come along with the body. But to answer your question, yes, we always ask for medical records, what we call PCP records, which are primary care physician records, any records from a hospital where the decedent may have been, and investigative reports, police reports.
Do you recall whether you had access to John O'Keefe's medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital?
I did have access, yes, in the day, I believe the day of and the following day.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Subject to any later redactions, I would move the Good Samaritan medical records.
shouldn't he have his redactions already done? You know, it's like mid-trial, buddy.
155.
You would think. He's got all his chucks. Got me chucks.
I always
And
have,
then
I always have
redactions.
stuff not finished, though.
This time I would
Can't do
move
it all.
for identification, all photos of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries that could merit in the hospital. This is for
Bloop.
identification.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, wait, there was a
Gentlemen,
little,
if you could put up the diagram, full
What?
body.
there was some, I heard some comments from a defense. Go back, sorry. Oh, there you go. Hold on, right there. What?
I rewound it so we hear the whole comment.
Your Honor, at this time I move all CSSS photos for identification.
What chicken, bud?
I heard nothing, and I can't tell what lawyer spoke.
Alessi. It's definitely Alessi. Couldn't hear what you said, though.
Canoni looked up. She's like, what? Huh?
I was napping.
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could put up the diagram, full body.
Oh, boy. What's he feel like this is super important
You
for?
could enlarge that a little more. Thank you very
I
much.
guess we shall see.
Could you explain this to us?
Yes, this is the diagram that we use during every autopsy. As you can see,
Oh, I thought it was
we
using a blank
note the
one.
name of the decedent. Every case has its own number. In this case, it was 22-1697. And then we take note of, as I mentioned, during the external examination, physical characteristics such as hair, eyes, teeth. And then on this diagram, we would note any scars we see on the body, any tattoos we see on the body, any injuries we see on the body, and any therapeutic interventions. Those would be things that are sometimes done either by emergency medical personnel or at the hospital.
Like that
Everything would be noted on this diagram.
thing in the hand?
Now, if you could take us through, I'm going to ask you, we'll go body part by body part, if that's okay.
I'll take it back. I thought he was
I'm
putting
going to
up
ask
a
you to
blank
begin
one.
with Mr. O'Keefe's face, the front of his face. And if you could,
Yes.
if you could enlarge that, Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. Did you notice any injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's face? And if so, could you, I think there's a pointer available for you, doctor? If you could
Yes.
point out on the diagram what you observed.
So on the diagram, well, first of all, there was medical intervention on Mr. O'Keefe that included an endotracheal tube that had been placed to help him breathe. But once all the intervention, all the medical devices were removed, I observed on his right upper eyelid a 1 centimeter laceration. So as we're looking at the diagram, this is the right side and this is the left side. So on his right eyelid, there was a small laceration. I also observed abrasions on the anterior and the left aspect of the nose. So the nose would be here on the front and the left aspect. Abrasions are scrapes. Lacerations are tears in the skin. I should probably explain that. Then there was some
I can't see her pointer.
bleeding and some swelling of the eyelids of both eyes.
Does that complete your analysis?
For the front of the face, correct, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a photograph of Mr. O'Keefe's face.
Does that photograph depict any of the observations or injuries you made that you just described to the jury?
Yes, it shows the small laceration that I noted during the autopsy on the right eyelid. You can see some of the swelling and some of the bleeding over his eyelids. And that's pretty much all I can see because it's a side view.
Is there an apparatus?
There is what we call an endotracheal tube, as well as a C collar or a C stabilization collar. That's something that would have been placed on him by medical personnel.
All right, this is the evidence I asked for the instruction.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, folks, during the testimony of Dr. Scorti-Bello, photos will be introduced to you. They're photographs of John O'Keefe that Dr. Scorti-Bello from the autopsy. So you'll have them in the jury room with you. I'll put them in an envelope, or I'll ask that they be put in an envelope. So if you don't want to look at them now, you don't have to. At some point, we'd ask that you make sure you look at it. These photos are not pleasant, and you may find that they're graphic. But what's important for you to know is that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not based on pity or sympathy for Mr. O'Keefe, which might be occasioned by these photographs. So consider the photographs only as they draw your attention to a clinical, medical status, or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, or to the nature of the incident itself. So they'll be displayed up on the screen for you as well.
Okay.
The last exhibit is Exhibit 156.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's clearly why Mrs. O'Keefe is not there today, obviously.
Ms. Gillen, could you show the jury? And Doctor, can you point out the injuries you were describing by using the diagram, or when you were using the diagram?
So the laceration, the small laceration that I previously described would be here on the right upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. You can see some discoloration that's bleeding under his eyelid and what I would describe as swelling. The endotracheal tube and the neck collar are also present here. And the other injury, which I noted, was on the front and left side of his nose, which you cannot see here because this is looking at the right side of his face.
Take that down, please. You mentioned that there was something about his eyes that was notable.
Yes, there was bleeding or hemorrhage, as we call it, on the eyelids, as well as swelling.
I'm going to ask you more detail about that later, but was that observation important in your ultimate diagnosis or conclusions? Yes. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thanks, KKB.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is another picture showing Mr. O'Keefe's face. Again, the medical intervention is present, and you can see more clearly now the discoloration on the upper eyelids.
Is this vantage point helpful for your ultimate conclusions and diagnosis?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 157.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show this to the jury.
Yes.
P645, please. Doctor, could you point out what was significant regarding Mr. O'Keefe's eye area?
They shouldn't have had the family.
So
sit in the
I
jury today.
noted
Nope.
that there was discoloration, that's bleeding, that's blood, that's under those eyelids. The eyelids appear puffy, that's what we call edema or swelling, And then also there were 2 abrasions, 2 scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's nose. You can see one here and then the other one on the more front part of his nose.
Okay, could you take that down, please? If we could move down a bit to the chest and stomach area, did you make any observations about this area, Dr. Scortibello?
The observations that I made on the chest were that there was, as I mentioned before, there were defibrillator pads on the body, and there was an abrasion that's very commonly seen in people who have undergone resuscitation. Internally, that abrasion and the whole resuscitation apparatus was associated with some anterior rib fractures, which are also seen in cases of resuscitation, but I didn't make any other notes in terms of trauma on the chest or abdomen.
I'd like to move to the arms and the hands. If we could come down just a little bit. Let's begin with Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands. Did you make any observations regarding Mr. O'Keefe's hand or hands?
Yes. On his upper right arm, I noted that he had a superficial abrasion. So it would have been, you can
we move that down a little bit?
move it
please?
down a little bit. Yeah, thank you. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. Okay, somehow doesn't want to
Sorry
work.
if that's not working well.
It's projecting here, but not on the actual picture.
There may be a second pointer.
I can do it here.
Okay, great.
Yeah. So on the right upper medial arm, that would be the inner side of his arm, there was a superficial abrasion. Again, that's a scrape. Then on his right posterior arm and forearm, so not exactly on this aspect of the arm, but on the back side of the arm, which would be in the back of the diagram, there were multiple abrasions, which I described as ranging from 2 to 3 millimeters and up to 7 centimeters. Then, yeah, if you could move the diagram down, please. Again, there is a back to this diagram. I don't know if you could put that on the screen. There we go. So this is now the right side and this is the left. I noted that there were 2 bruises on the back of his right hand. Also a faint scratch on the back of his left hand. And then moving down to the lower extremities or the legs, if you could please show the front. There was a small abrasion, a small scrape on the side of his right knee.
That'd be from CPR, rib fracture, if that's what you...
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, I believe.
Is that fair and accurate depiction of how his hand appeared when you examined him?
Yes.
What is his evidence, please?
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 158.
With the court's permission, I'd show P647 to the jury.
Okay.
And could you explain, you said there were 2 bruises. Could you point those out for us?
Yes. There's one here and one here.
Did you attempt to assess those, determine whether you could conclude
What about
or
the stuff on the knuckles?
opine on a cause of those?
No, I did not. Well, I take that back. I'm sorry. So this particular one has two small little pinpoint defects in the middle, which we sometimes see when emergency personnel tries to get access to a vein for fluids, for intravenous fluids. So, but I did not put that in my report. I just described it as a contusion.
Is it common to see that type of coloration where medical personnel put intravenous or other types of support into somebody's hand?
Yes, it's very common for the skin to bruise when someone tries to get access to a blood vessel.
The other coloration that is unrelated to those two small points, would you have a description of what those are?
No.
I'd also like to show you exhibit number 1. Exhibit number 1, please. Thank you. You use the word superficial. What does that mean?
Superficial means that the abrasion is on the superficial layers of the skin, usually the epidermis and sometimes the dermis, but there's no penetration of the skin.
When you're assessing to determine whether there's any penetration, do you measure the length of the wound or the abrasion?
Penetration would be measuring the depth. If there was actual penetration, I would have to measure how deep into the skin. For example, when we assess stab wounds, we have to measure the depth of the wound. In this particular case, you can see that these are scrapes or scratches, and there's no exposed underlying fat or muscle. And therefore, to answer your question, I measured their length and gave a range, but I did not measure their depth.
As a routine practice during an autopsy, doctor, if there was penetration or depth, would you, as a routine, measure that?
I would make a note of it.
Are there any such notes in any of your autopsy findings or reports about depth?
No, I did not make a note on the depth of these ones.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to how those superficial abrasions occurred?
I do not.
And I asked you about the hand, which we just saw.
Superficial,
And I asked you
yes.
the same question. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that coloration, aside from the medical intervention, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how the other discoloration happened on Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
I can state to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that that's a bruise, a contusion, but I cannot tell you how it occurred.
And to
Blunt force
summarize
trauma.
finally what we've been through so far regarding the scrape on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye, can you provide an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how that scrape occurred?
No, I cannot.
Are you going to front this whole fighting thing? Let's see.
You mentioned for us that when you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's legs, you observed bruising on his, or a small scratch on his right knee.
Correct.
I don't want to summarize it. Can you describe that
Can we turn
more
the lights on,
specifically?
please?
Thank you.
Yes, I described it as a 0.5 centimeter abrasion on the right lateral knee.
Did you see any marks or abrasions on his left knee?
No, I did not.
Was the mark scratch on Mr. O'Keefe's right knee on the inside or the outside of the knee?
It was on the lateral aspect, which would be the outside.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
No, witnesses should absolutely be prepped.
Right, but the negative connotation is when they're overly prepped and they seem to be prepped
Yes.
to say a specific thing.
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's lower extremities, his legs.
Yeah, there's a difference between prepping your witness and coaching.
And coaching them, right?
So, I mean, frankly, it's ineffective assistance of counsel if you don't prep your witnesses at all. You're just like, hey, trial's tomorrow, and you've never spoken to them. You want to be able
Right,
to
what to expect, how
Right.
to, you know.
You
But-
can even go through it if you've developed your direct examination.
No, you're not supposed to actually go through
Sure, like the preliminary shot. Like, I mean, you're talking about experts. I'm talking about regular witnesses. I'm
Right,
gonna
you're not
ask-
supposed to go over your precise questions and answers. You're supposed to give them generally what you'd be asking about, and like that would be an issue.
Which rule is that? Point me out to that rule. I've never
All
heard
right,
that.
just move on.
I've never heard that.
How is he impaired to the autopsy?
Yes.
All right, we'll take the evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. 159. Thank you.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury 9467.
Yes.
You used the word lateral and you talked about abrasion or a scrape. Could you look at this photograph and could we enlarge it, Ms. Gilman, and could you point out to the jury and explain what it is that you saw?
Yes, you can see the abrasion here with a little bit of adjacent discoloration, but this is what I was describing.
If you could zoom back out, please. And you didn't see any similar type bruising or abrasions on the left knee?
No.
During your autopsy, did you notice any injuries internally to Mr. O'Keefe's rib area?
Yes, I did note that there were rib fractures on the anterior, that would be the front, of his fourth and fifth ribs.
And so would that be his left or right side?
It would be both the right and the left, and it would be the part of the rib that is closer to the sternum.
Is there a number of ribs that had fractures or are they connected as one?
The fourth and the fifth, both on the right and the left, close to the sternum.
Have you, in your experience, seen ribs fractured during first aid or medical intervention?
Very often, yes.
Given your experience and your study of Mr. O'Keefe's body, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those rib fractures were obtained?
I believe those rib fractures were due to resuscitation.
And you have that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I'd like to show you a different diagram, one of the head area. If we could enlarge the bottom right. Thank you. Using that diagram, could you assist us, doctor, and explain to us any observations you made about the back of John O'Keefe's head?
Yes. The main observation was a laceration that is a skin tear on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head to the right of midline. So this would be the midline. The laceration was somewhere here, is what we call the right occipital area. And associated with that, there was an abrasion over it that would have been here. So this was what we call a compound injury, an abraded laceration.
We'll turn in a few moments to your autopsy observations about the inside of Mr. O'Keefe's skull. But first, I want to just show you a photograph relative to what you described to us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. You recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, this is a picture taken at the time of autopsy. This is the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. The hair has been shaved off so that the injury can be clearly photographed, and it's a laceration with an associated abrasion.
Thank you. Your Honor, move this into evidence.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Show that to this gentleman, please. When you examine the laceration, do you measure it?
Yes,
Did you measure it in this case?
I did measure it.
How long was the laceration?
I measured it as 2.5 centimeters, which is close to an inch.
Do you examine a person's body before you begin to intrude? Do you examine the outside of a person's body first, or is there a certain procedure or order?
Yes, the external examination is done first, and the internal examination is done second.
I want to show you that photograph that you just recognized, and I would like you to explain what you see to the jury. Ms. Gilman, with your assistance, thank you.
Whoops.
This is the laceration that I noted, and this is the scrape that's associated with it.
Take that down, please. After you make observations, what are your next steps in an autopsy?
The internal examination, after the external is performed and pictures are taken, then we proceed with the internal examination of both the, as I mentioned before, the torso, the body, as well as the head.
I'd like you to take us through the internal examination. Did you have a chance to look internally behind the laceration you saw on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Yes,
And when you did that, could you describe for us what you saw?
yes. The way we examine the head is we make an incision with a scalpel behind the ear from one side to the other. That allows us to reflect or pull back the scalp, and that will expose the skull underneath. We do this carefully so that we don't disfigure clearly the face. And when we reflected, or when we pulled back the scalp, I noted that there was blood, what we call hemorrhage, under the laceration or associated with the laceration on the back of the right head. And then furthermore, there were skull fractures associated with that laceration, abrasion on the right side of the head.
Were the skull fractures in the same or different area?
The skull fractures were in multiple areas of the skull, what we call the base of the skull. Imagine the base of the skull is sort of a bowl, and the brain sits on top or in the bowl. When the brain is removed, you can have a very good view of the base of the skull. So when the brain was removed and we were able to look at the base of the skull, I noted that there were multiple fractures that appeared to be originating from the area of the laceration, or what would correspond to the area of the laceration.
When you made your examination of the fractures in the skull, did that lead you to your opinion, or was there more you needed to look at before you came to an opinion about the cause of death?
Well, that was part of the findings that led to my opinion. But yes, I removed the brain, and as is our protocol, I saved the brain in a special solution called formalin that allows the brain to become a little harder, so that our neuropathologist in Boston could go ahead and examine it. Because when I did look at the brain, I noted that there were injuries. There was bleeding on top of the brain. And therefore, I saved it. The brain ultimately went to our Boston office, and our neuropathologist, Dr. Stonebridge, examined it and issued a report.
Did you engage in any type of analysis on your own about any injury to Mr. O'Keefe's brain?
I noted the kind of injuries I could see superficially on the brain. And I have looked at the brain after it was fixed and pictures of it, but I did not issue a report on it. The whole point was for our neuropathologist to examine it closely and issue a more detailed report.
I have a few more photos. Would now be an appropriate time for a break, Your Honor?
Yes. So, jurors, why don't we take 15 or 20 minutes, okay?
Will all rise to the jury?
All right. They're going to sidebar, it sounds like. And out. Well, I mean, really, this whole thing is a cross thing. And once we get to cross, it's where this woman's testimony lives and breathes, really. Last time, she was very clear that the injuries were not consistent with the pedestrian strike. They were consistent with a fight. But I don't know why Bob's texting me right now. Oh, wow. He's getting coffee. He needs my order. Well, hopefully they don't go to some. We keep OnlyFans because I can't pause it right now. But this is the morning break. She said 15 to 20 minutes. April Nunya says a friend of mine was hit by a car going 40 miles per hour and had less injuries than John O'Keefe. And had less injuries than John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe's injuries are targeted and very obviously not caused by a car. She was hit by a car and had less injuries than John O'Keefe? How do you have less injuries than John O'Keefe if you get hit by a car? Does she have some bruising? She have some broken bones? She had none of that? I'll keep an eye out on the April on the regular chat. But I don't know what so far the jury is thinking. I don't think anything's really been established one way or another right now with this witness. I just didn't really get the superficial nature of the arm wounds. That she didn't. I'm just waiting because on cross examination they're going to revisit what she said, and then challenge it. So that's where that's why I say that's where this witness lives and breathes. Let's see. Gigi says, oh, where'd I go? Here we go. My boyfriend was clipped by a car at 50 miles per hour, and he didn't have a break, but massive bruising and swollen leg for months. Huh. All right. Emma Louise Critchlow says, I was hit by my own car whilst what? Dicing it? I'm losing something in the UK translation, I think. A car crashes in the back of my car. Oh, okay. Whilst I was at front. All right. So while she was driving her own car, I had a fractured pelvis. My car is an 8-seater flat Scudo, much larger than a Lexus. Anna's telling me how superficial is a medical term of directionality. It just means they are closer to the external than they are the internal. I just felt like, I don't know, those seemed a little more internal than superficial, but I guess if it's got to be a certain depth before it's not superficial. One in 4,560 deleted. Was hit by a car while riding a bike, went flying through the air, and the only injury was to my left knee. Oh, damn, geez. That I'm sure was scary, horrifying. Good thing your baby would have been much better protected than you anyway, but I can imagine how scary that was. But I mean that's different, right? Because there wasn't direct contact with your body. Wow. Pamela Gardner's mom was hit by a car, flew off an overpass, and walked away with a gash on her shin. Holy shit. Well, I don't know. What's all this starting to be like? I guess he could have gotten hit by a car and had no injuries. Whew, I don't know. Surprised by all this. All right, PB's reminding me. As I said on the members live, I was hit 2 different times by cars going the same estimated speed and had major injuries, including a broken pelvis, which never remodeled. Mm, mm, mm. I mean, either way, at the end of the day, it makes no sense how those injuries just in the arm. I mean, if it's just exploding everywhere, how is it just in the arm? You know, it just doesn't still it doesn't just doesn't make sense. Well, Crystal was hit by a car 35 miles an hour, knocked her shoe off. She didn't have any cuts, only bruises, no broken bones. Huh. All right. Yeah. So many people hit and don't not having any broken bones. I mean, I get that superficial is a term of art, but I'd be shocked if those were your injuries and you're alive and that they didn't need stitches. To me, it felt like they, you know, PB and Shelley also had road rash head to toe and shredded clothing. All right. Well, let's see. Let's see. I think we did most of these, but Jace McLeland, thank you for your generosity. Jay Coop, I know we read yours out earlier. Jamie BB, thanks for your generosity. I don't know Duty Ron, but apparently Duty Ron, amazing debunk vid of Yaday evidence. Assuming that's on X or Twitter. There's probably, if Bob was here, maybe he'd know, or a lot of you in the chat might know. Thanks for your generosity. Wrestler's mom. Good morning, y'all. Love y'all. Thank you mucho. Tay Hef, thank you for all you do. Thank you. So, this is what I'm talking about here. The goal is easy. Let's fucking go, y'all. I thought I proposed a whole different goal for the whole a dual number, one that would entitle someone to come on and co-host. And if we didn't reach it, that it turned into a shirt. Bob did a package of stickers. So I don't know if that just meant we got disregarded on my whole. I wanted to do the co-host goal. Blustery Breeze. He wants some more coverage on Huberman. Thinks it's needed. David James agreed with me that she, and that was the biological expert that, found the hair and all that, was on the defense side and doesn't respect the investigation. Aspiring court reporter, thank you for reminding people to leave their DNA on the like button. Love it, love it, love it. And Piccolo, I agree. This cross is gonna be good. Gen X, I thanked you earlier. Thank you. Thank you. 1 in 4,560 deleted. Agrees with Anne. This will be fire. We read out Shannon's message, and we read out April Nunez's message. Oh, thank you. I mean, Brooklyn's right. Could have been hit by any drunk driver tooling around on the road. I mean, could have been hit by a plow. I mean, that was always like a thing people thought initially anyway, that all those scrapes on the arm could be from a plow. We still don't know was that a fake call in? We're going to make this fake call that somebody was a pedestrian hit by a plow call. Or could it have been real? It depends if you're fully like only believe that this was a conspiracy that started in the house, or if you're open to every other possible alternative short of Karen Reed hitting him with the car, because that just does not seem likely. But, you know, I don't think the defense here can argue the possibility, like, all right, well, fine. If you think he was hit by a car, he was hit by someone else. I mean, maybe they can. They can be like, clearly, we believe the evidence very clearly demonstrates that this man was not struck by a car. But if you do believe he was struck by the car, you jurors who are the finders of fact and get to make your decision on what the facts show, then has there been any evidence that it was Karen's car? And then I just think if they think he was hit by a car and her taillight is everywhere, I think they have to stick with the evidence very clearly demonstrates this man was not hit by a vehicle, which I think is true and will be much, very much demonstrated when the defense puts on. And this witness is going to help say she doesn't see any evidence he was hit by a car. Shannon, thank you. Trying to keep up. So thanks. Thankful for your coverage. Well, and we are thankful for you. Pammy, ready for the cross. Yes. Boom. Boom. Me too. I wish we could just fast forward through Brennan and get right to the cross. All right. Christy says a plow is unlikely to leave those kind of marks on an arm. I mean, we're pretty convinced that nobody hit him with a car. Linda, thanks for your generosity. Who is your favorite on Karen Reed's defense team? All right, you guys start spitting out your... Oh, holy shit, you scared the hell out of me. I thought I heard noise coming from behind me. Bob's home. Grazie. Grazia. I don't know if I have a favorite, because that is, as Jacqueline says, a tough one. Pammy, hands down, AJ. Hands down. PB and Shelley, Yannetti, Tina, Alan Jackson. Trisha likes them all for different reasons. Got another AJ in the house. Alessi says, Alessi never sleeps. Says, I've got to choose a favorite. I mean, I think it's between Alan Jackson and Yannetti, maybe. I mean, I love Alessi, but he doesn't really hammer a punch quite like those two guys do, in my opinion. I don't know. I should just have not picked. Thanks a lot, Alessi Never Sleeps, putting me on the spot like that. 1-400. All right, all the deleted texts. Spaghetti Yannetti. Contrary Mary. Alessi. See? Can't pick. It's all of them. Yes, Bree. AJ has the spiciest crosses. Jackson seems in a different league. Like them all, unredacted, but Jackson seems in a different league. Colts, thank you for your generosity. Goals. Just Joe, Yannetti. Weird Debbie can't pick just one. When Bob comes back on, we're gonna have him talk about that buffer zone. He should be coming on any second. Missy Cohen. I love them all. I'm a Yannetti girl. He is from my hometown. My kids went to preschool with his kids. Well, got to stand by Yannetti then. Alessi. Carolyn P. says, Gigi calls him Ninja Bob. That's Alessi. Julie Frew, Alessi for her. Rassler's mom, Alan is my number one favorite. He's a West Coast guy, but I love Alessi too. KKB, Yannetti, hands down. I still don't think I know what happened either. CJ says. Justice Mom 24, Yannetti. Yes, RV ready. It is my understanding that this time around, Karen's defense team is working pro bono, but I'm gonna put an asterisk. I guess I don't really like no for sure, but my understanding of that's been what's been um reported by people who are in the know. Tracy says AJ all day long. All day long. As we can guess from the username Alessi's Cross Punch, says Alessi. Emma, I think AJ is fit. Alessi is a genius. And Nettie makes my heart skip a beat. Well, there you go. And for anyone who doesn't know, although I think the context clue in the response pretty much tells you, Emma in the UK, they say fit. That's like saying they're hot. Here, they'd say a fit bird in the UK, and we'd say a hot chick. So, Holly Ann, Alessi, because he's a nerd like me, but I love AJ. Nice. The other Holly says, last year mine was AJ, but this year Alessi's brilliant nerdy charm gets to me. Babe, people want to hear about the buffer zone. Bori says the Lexus would have significant damage. Lexus rear and right quarter panel crinkle with minimal force. His hands and face were in a fight. Taillight didn't do it. Well, many people agree with you. All right, I'm letting you take over. We win
Okay.
it for the wife. All right. Steve wants to win it for his wife. this time.
There's Meg.
There he is.
What's up, girl?
Wait,
We
where's
gave you,
Meg?
She's right there. Yanetti, 100%.
Oh,
We
all
gave
right. Well,
we gave you a shout out, gave you some love this morning. I don't know if you just hopped on, Meg, but we're happy that you're feeling better.
all right. We'll go from Steve and do the rest of the comments and tell people about the buffer zone. I'll be right back.
Stevie Vaccaro, what's up? Win it for the wife. Just trying to get that sticker package. I like it. Thank you for the generosity, Steve. Tracy, AJ is my fave. He's a damn good lawyer. He's a damn good lawyer. Thank you for your generosity, Tracy. The one and only Meg Vaccaro. Welcome back. Happy to see you. I saw you in chat yesterday. You're late. Glad you're back. Glad you're feeling better. It's important. Health is everything. And thank you for your generosity, Meg. And Yanetti, Hundo on the Yanettis. I love Dave too. Yanetti's the dude from the team that, I'd hang out with in real life. And just shoot the shit. Go to baseball games. He'd drink beer. I'd drink, Waterloo. Probably eat an edible. Some shit like that. April Nunya, AJ all day. Thank you, April Nunya. Appreciate that. John Schoen, 2 pounds English. Alessi, the human computer. That he is. Thank you for your generosity, John. And then John Miller, Bob Alessi. I know John Miller would be loving some Bob Alessi. I love Bob Alessi too. He's just he's a fun lawyer to watch operate because he is always very thoroughly prepared, which makes for good lawyering. The whole team is. I mean, Yanetti, frankly, is really taking a step back in terms of kind of his role. They all have their things that they do. And Alessi, if you can't tell, is going to be handling all the science, all the medical, all those types of experts. That's all Bob. That's who we want handling it. He's going to be great on the directs. I can't wait for the directs of Wolf and Rensler. They're going to be phenomenal. All right, so you guys want to hear about the order, the buffer zone order. All right, I'll keep an eye on that. And then let's see.
I'm going to take over controls. I forgot we're alternating.
I didn't you have control?
Today, no.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can do that. That's cool in the gang. All right, so here's the order, supplemental order regarding the buffer zone. So the court has received the decision of the United States Court of Appeals for the First Circuit in Grant v. Trial to simplify any potential First Amendment issues related to the buffer zone restrictions implemented by prior orders. This court, guided by the Court of Appeals, suggestions set out on page 12 of the decision, issues the following supplemental order regarding said buffer zone. First, for all the reasons cited in support of prior orders and based upon the parameters of the dispute as narrowed and described in the decision, all orders of this court remain in place insofar as they apply to courthouse property. Second, prior orders remain in place as applied to pathways, including public sidewalks and roads through which and at which times trial participants enter and exit the courthouse. Third, noisy protests, including those using amplified sound, honking horns, or loud screaming and yelling that are intended to interfere with the administration of justice or are intended to influence any judge, juror, witness, or court officer in the discharge of his or her duties are prohibited within the buffer zone.
I don't know how we're determining people's intent, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the great mysteries. Fourth, the display of written or graphic materials that are intended to interfere with the administration of justice or are intended to influence any judge, juror, witness, or court officer in the discharge of their duties are prohibited within the buffer zone.
I don't think that this resolves the ambiguity issue. I don't remember what the issue was, but to me, this is still vague.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty vague. I thought there were supposed to be like some real articulated, like defined areas, because I mean, that's kind of what the problem seems to be.
Well, also, you
Like,
just can't say, what was it? Like something that's intended to, how do you know what could be interpreted as trying to influence somebody in their official duties and what
right,
is
well, say
intended?
somebody like is honking their horn because the person in front of them is driving like an asshole and it's in the buffer zone. Like, how do they like they don't know what their intent of the honk was? They're gonna just assume, so they're gonna have hearings on everybody's intent. We're gonna have to haul you in and have a full hearing on what your intent was with that honk, sir.
And how is someone else saying they think that, I mean, even free Karen Reed or Karen Reed is guilty, that's not necessarily intended to, influence the way someone exercises their official duty as much as stating their personal opinion. So,
Yeah, I like what makes this so unusual is the size of that courthouse and kind of the proximity of the courtrooms to the street in terms of being able to hear. It's like had the same kind of crowds, and there were some pretty decent sized crowds for the Richard Allen trial, but most of the people were making it into the courtroom because it was substantially larger, so there weren't necessarily crowds outside. And you had an in custody defendant, right? So like this situation, you've got Karen, coming and leaving courthouse every day. And then, obviously the same with the jury, but it's like if you're talking about like a federal courthouse or say like the Daly Center down in the city, you don't need to worry about buffer zones because you're not hearing shit on the 22nd floor in the Daly Center, if people are out there chanting. So it's like you wouldn't really need a buffer zone. And don't get me wrong, I hate the fucking buffer zone. I think it's ridiculous, honestly, but in terms of, I guess, just kind of clearing out an area, because look, if you're the defense, most of the time you're going to have people chanting to, burn the motherfucker at the stake, and they're referring to the defendant. Like, that's the norm in this country. Karen Reed's case is not the norm, wherein you've got people, a vast majority of people rooting for the defendant. So that's what makes this different. So if it was the inverse, which is the norm, where people are like, hang him, like during trial, we as defense attorneys certainly wouldn't want the jury hearing that.
Right. I was going to say we'd be all for a buffer zone if there was just like swarms of people screaming, convict, put to
That's what I
death
just
this
said. I
animal.
literally just repeated what I said.
Oh, sorry. I had to.
Were you not listening? Because you
No,
literally just
I
said
had to get
exactly
off
what
and deal with something.
that's
The
what
last
Allie
thing I
said.
heard
When
you
Allie's not listening, and I'm like, okay, what did I say? And then she'll repeat the last sentence. I'm like,
gone. I was not here. But the last thing I heard you say before I left was that you're not a fan of the buffer zone. So that's why when I came back on, that's what I said. So I didn't hear anything after that. Sorry.
oh well, you do. It's great minds, great minds think alike. So fifth, oh wait, did I do the display of written or graphic? Yeah. Okay. So fifth, any person whose activity has been restricted by an officer enforcing this order may request review by a judge of the Superior Court, which request shall be heard as expeditiously as possible. So quiet off-site demonstrations on public property in areas and at times that do not interfere with the trial participants' entrance into or exit from the courthouse, and that do not interfere with the orderly administration of justice, and that are not intended to influence any trial participants in the discharge of their duties, are specifically outside the scope of the buffer zone restrictions. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, like I don't know how much was cured with that order. I'm sure she did as little as possible to be able to be.
Oh boy, we're back. All right.
Let's go. Pop it up.
It's coming. It's coming. Hold on.
Throw it up there. Wrestler's mom. $1.99. $2 holla. 5 more. We got this, fam. Thank you, Wrestlers. April Nunya. The like button. Hit it, hit it, hit it. Yeah, that's the only hit it's I want to hear. Is y'all hitting the like button. Let's go. Let's go. Is like 10% of like views like normal, babe, from what you've seen? Like the views to like conversion rate, is it typically around 10%? Like, I don't understand that. I mean, if you're watching the show, you're spending time, you like it, like hit the like button. Seems like if we have 1,000 in chat, we should have like 958 likes. And the 42 that can't stand us.
And those other jerk offs that just
the jerk offs. Hey, what's up, jerk off?
They're side bond. Let's make sure we didn't miss anything. Let me just do a little.
I love when they come back from a long break and go right into a lengthy sidebar. It's awesome.
Or maybe they're not in his sidebar. Maybe they're just not even in there yet. It looks like we went from OnlyFan to that. So
okay, so we didn't miss shit.
We didn't miss shit. Excellent.
Miss K, thank you so much for your generosity. We appreciate you. Aw, Pammy. Love you. Love you long time. Thank you. 100 times over. Deja.
So how did you decide on not doing what I suggested with a dual? And first of all, what is the goal a number of super stickers as opposed to an amount?
So the goal is to get the wheel for a sticker.
I understand
package.
that. But my question is it by number of super stickers or a dollar amount?
No, so I realize you've never set a goal, so you don't seem to have a real concrete understanding how it goes. I can set like levels.
Okay, by dollar amount?
Yes. Well, they do it by color. So the lowest tier is this 199 tier. I wanted to make it so that people that might not have
No, that's
high
fine. My
dollars-
question is, can't the goal be the end dollar amount, no matter which
No,
level?
it cannot.
Oh,
No.
that's stupid.
You can set a number of supers.
I didn't like that idea.
Can't be a number.
That's what I wanted it to be.
Okay, well, tough shit. Doesn't work like that.
All right. Let's see what she's saying. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm gonna loop back here.
Tori, I'm going to give you those. Those were both marked for ID. So
Just
one
ask.
will be coming into evidence and one will be a chalk. So you may need to have them available for the witness.
Oh, look at Lally and Brennan. They're really powwowing.
It's a powwow. Let's talk about things. Hey, what stupid shit are you gonna say next?
I think the case is going pretty well. I'm doing a pretty damn good job, if I say so myself.
Judge, the
Yes.
law is
For now.
They did. They called Scorty Bello. She's on the stand. She is, I'd say, probably 3/4 of the way done with her direct. Mansplain. That was massive mansplaining. But here's the thing. She was asking for the mansplaining. So there's a lot of inquiries about the goal and how it works. And so, I mean, I don't know if that technically is mansplaining if I'm requested to provide the information. I think the very nature of mansplaining is its unsolicited explanation of shit that you already know. That's how I'd define mansplaining. I'm not a fan of mansplaining, but I am.
A mansplainer? Oh,
No,
just kidding.
Mansplainer. I am a man spreader. I like to
Wow.
sit. I do. I man spread. I sit with my legs spread apart. You got to have room for the balls. Got to have room for the balls.
Jeez.
It's true. It's true. I mean, hey, look, we're just facts over here. Know what I mean?
I'm gonna write a letter to YouTube. I want to
Strongly-
dollar amount.
Did I just No, I defined mansplaining,
You
Susan.
just mansplained us some mansplaining. Damn mansplainer. Bob's canceled. Oh, I'm sorry. Canceled's canceled. Can't cancel.
Oh, yeah. I think my definition was perfect. So I'm rejecting all the alternate definitions in chat.
I'm not. Let me see what they're saying.
Brooklyn hers is always pretty
A
good.
woman to define mansplaining. Sorry, babe. That's just the way it works. So
What?
what you think mansplaining might be doesn't matter because you're a man.
Really? Oh, there's probably a lot of truth to that. Probably a lot of truth to that statement. That's right, Jay Beans. It's like not only like I have a lot of ball situation going.
Wow.
I'm sitting on a ball.
Okay, let's bring it.
I
Let's
must
rein it
say
in.
that there is some discomfort during the course of a long day on the ball, to the balls. It's probably a little TMI, but I felt it was necessary. Like if you're ever wondering why I'm shifting a lot, that's why.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Yeah, see, Bob's planning. Sweaty. We're speaking of sweaty Betty's in
David
here.
James' wife got him down pat. She uses
All
the
talk.
I'll get this done. Watch.
All talk with Linda
Babe,
Rickman.
how does this thing here, how does it work? Like if one wanted to fix it. He says, Defense Diaries podcast, my wife enjoys asking me to explain to her how to fix something because she knows I'll actually fix it in front of her if she asks me to explain.
Ah, so she's reverse psychology.
Yeah.
Oh,
Gotcha.
if only there was some way that I knew how to fix this refrigerator that's not been working properly for the last 3 weeks. I could do that. Really? No.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Francis, this is Oracle. Nobody knows.
Yeah, right.
I think that's a
All
big
of a sudden,
mystery.
Allie's prim and proper. Yeah.
Prim and proper. That's me, baby. No,
Dr.
no
Wu, I
words
thought
ever
you
spoken.
described
Yeah.
all the injuries to
What the hell's happening?
the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe, and we had talked
Crank it
about
up.
observations
is.
of both the fractures in his skull and also your observation of Mr. O'Keefe's brain. You mentioned earlier that you use other
There
resources,
you
other
go.
testing.
Thanks, Brennan.
Did you ask for any type of assistance on toxicology analysis for Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is routine, and it is protocol to submit toxicology specimens to the lab for examination.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is the report of toxicology from the State Police Crime Lab for Mr. O'Keefe's autopsy.
Have you seen that document before?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report we saw before?
yes.
All right, introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
History and homicide. I just read it late.
Yeah, isn't it great?
Yeah.
you.
Woo!
I imagine that was a sight to behold. Yay.
In your experience, doctor, are you familiar what the toxicology report and the testing involves?
Thank you, millennial.
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Are you familiar in your experience with what is involved in a toxicology test?
In general terms, yes.
And if you studied Mr. O'Keefe's toxicology report, was that important or part of your analysis in your ultimate conclusions?
It was one piece of evidence that I took into consideration, yes.
In the toxicology testing, is there a search to see if there are any type of drugs or medications in Mr. O'Keefe's blood?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any?
There were no prescription medications. There were no illicit drugs in his system.
In a toxicology, is there also a testing for blood alcohol content?
Yes.
What is the difference between ethanol
Hello,
in
Veronica.
heart blood and ethanol under 1102?
Babe.
In vitreous
Well, baby.
humor.
Yeah.
So we usually submit multiple specimens for toxicology. Some of the specimens are used for screening of classes of different drugs, and then other specimens are used to confirm, the presence and quantify a particular drug. So in this particular case, the lab tested the heart blood, which showed that it had an ethanol level of 0.21 grams per deciliter. And they also tested the vitreous, which is the fluid that sits behind the eyeball.
Nice poking.
And in that specimen, the ethanol was slightly higher at 0.28.
Thank you, doctor. After your autopsy and observations of Mr. O'Keefe's body, inevitably, did you come to a conclusion about the manner and cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Manner and
And I'll
cause?
ask you first about the cause.
Thanks.
To a reasonable degree of medical certainty, did you reach a conclusion about the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death?
Yes, the cause of death was determined to be blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia.
You mentioned two different things, blunt impact and hypothermia. Was
Correct.
there a primary cause of death in your opinion?
The blunt impact injuries of head.
hypothermia, was that sufficient to be a primary cause of death, in your opinion?
In the absence of head trauma, hypothermia is a cause of death, but I'm not able to make that determination in this case because we do have the blunt impact injuries of head.
So if I understand, you are not saying to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that hypothermia was the cause of death?
Not the primary. It contributed, but the primary cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head.
Did you learn what Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was when he was brought to the hospital?
Yes, some of the medical records stated that his body temperature was 80.1, I believe, degrees Fahrenheit.
And what is a normal body temperature?
98.6.
Regarding the blunt force injuries as the cause of death to Mr. O'Keefe, at some point when you were conducting your autopsy, or even at the end when you drew your conclusions, were you able to reach a conclusion as to the manner of Mr. O'Keefe's death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
No, I was not.
Dun, dun, dun.
After you complete your findings, including the manner of death and the cause of death, even if undetermined, are you required by statute, by law, to file a report or a document?
Yes,
And what is that document?
it's the death certificate.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes,
When you file a death certificate, do you include your ultimate conclusions regarding cause and manner of death?
yes. There is a death certificate that is issued immediately after the autopsy. The death certificate is a document that is necessary for the family in order to make funeral arrangements and proceed with their plans. So a death certificate is always issued at the end of the autopsy. If the cause and manner of death are known at that point, they are stated on the death certificate. If they are not, or if we need to do additional studies, then both the cause and the manner are listed as pending. And that death certificate is sufficient for the family to make arrangements. Later, as we get more information, as we get more results from our studies back, we issue an amended death certificate. So that amended death certificate will have a cause and a manner. The amended death certificate, in this case, stated that the cause was blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and the manner was undetermined.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that document?
Yes,
And what is it?
this is the final or amended death certificate for Mr. O'Keefe, stating that the cause of death is blunt impact injuries of head and hypothermia, and that the manner of death could not be determined.
Do you recognize that document is accurate?
Yes.
Your Honor, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Exhibit 162.
After issuing the death certificate and after the 90 days passed, have you done any further study or investigation on this case, doctor?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yes, science. Yes, science. Yes,
What?
science.
I'm not sure that I agree with you 100%
Oh.
on your police work there, Lou. I'm not sure that I agree with you 100% on your police work there, Lou.
I was confused because I pressed that and it played Hey Science, and I thought the buttons were screwed up, but that was just you doing.
Wait, you played Hey Science?
No, I played Fargo.
Yeah.
We have not had the pleasure of meeting, so good morning, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Morning.
With regard to cause of death as opposed to manner of death, is it correct that a forensic pathologist is tasked with determining that cause of death that includes contributing factors, injuries, and circumstances regarding the medical legal death investigation? Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And I'm using the term medical legal. Is that a term that you're familiar with?
Yes.
And is it correct that medical legal means, particularly for medical examiners, that there's a medical aspect to the investigation that you perform, and there's also a legal aspect or a law enforcement aspect to it? Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a little different than what physicians usually do, right? Because isn't it the ordinary course that it's mostly just medical, but medical examiners by statute and law need to have both of those prongs taken into consideration? Do I have that right?
Yes.
So in other words, the forensic pathologist, which you've indicated you are, is tasked with determining the cause of death, which answers the question as to why, in more layman's terms, why did the individual's body stop functioning at a particular time, correct?
Yes.
So more broadly, the cause of death is generally defined as the disease or the injury that resulted in the death of a person.
Correct.
So let's now, if we could please, move to the manner of death.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like to summarize, I know you covered it on direct, but I want to put it in a slightly different context, and hopefully I'll get it right. So medical examiners, as you've stated, are also tasked with, if they can, determining the manner of death or the circumstances under which the death occurred, correct?
Correct.
So manner can and does involve the circumstances under which the death occurred.
What the dog doing?
Yes.
And that causes one to go a little, the medical examiner to go beyond just medical analysis. You take into consideration other factors which we'll get to. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you talked about, and I'm just going to go through them quickly, but if you could just check me on this, the 5 main categories of manner of death. So you talked about natural causes, correct?
Yes.
You talked about accident. You talked about suicide. You talked about homicide. And then the last category, undetermined. Do I have that correct?
Yes, you do.
So what I'd like to do is to focus on the undetermined category. And my understanding is, doctor, that that's where you landed, that's where you concluded with regard to manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
So undetermined is a term that is used and that you use. And does that mean that when the information pointing to one manner is not more compelling than other reasonable possibilities, or the death investigation lacks sufficient information to opine on a manner of death, at the time of death, the certificate is signed? Is that generally correct?
Yes.
So as we've talked about, I'm just trying to follow or just develop some logic and see if this is in agreement with you, that as a medical examiner, you're specifically tasked with conducting that medical legal investigation. And what we've just talked about is a bit of the method of analysis that you go through for that, correct?
I conduct the autopsy and I request information information from the investigative body that is out there investigating the other aspect of the case, not the body itself.
Yes. So is it correct that there's 4 general components to a forensic pathologist death investigation? Is scene investigation one of the components?
It depends on the jurisdiction where you practice. Scene investigation is part of forensic pathology in certain jurisdictions, and it is the responsibility of the district attorney and law enforcement in other jurisdictions. In the state of Massachusetts, we are responsible for the autopsy, and the DA's office and law enforcement are responsible for the scene investigation.
Excellent. So scene investigation in the state of Massachusetts is not within your domain in the office of the medical examiner. That is the domain of the district attorney and law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
How about another aspect, forensic autopsy and laboratory testing? That's within your domain, correct?
Correct.
And how about police reports and witness statements?
That is not under my jurisdiction. That is under the district attorney's office and the police.
Do you consider information, nonetheless, from police reports and witness statements in your analysis?
Yes.
And do you also consider, even though it's not within your jurisdiction in Massachusetts, do you also consider information about scene investigation?
Yes.
So it's correct then that
all this
you
information.
consider, whether it's within your jurisdiction or not, you consider scene investigation and police reports and medical statements, correct?
Yes.
And then forensic autopsy and laboratory testing is right within your jurisdiction, and therefore, of course, you consider that. And then lastly, medical history and hospital records, is it therefore, am I correct that that's something within your jurisdiction and that you consider in performing your forensic pathologist death investigation?
Yes.
So now let's move on to the application of those principles. So in order to conduct a proper medical legal investigation, the medical examiner has to have certain qualities, if you will. Is one of them being well-grounded in general medical knowledge?
Yes.
Is another appropriate training and experience in forensic pathology?
Yes.
In other words, you wouldn't want a specialist, for example, in cardiology without anything more to be conducting a death investigation. Is that correct?
I would not want them to be conducting an autopsy. Correct.
Right. Would you want a neurologist to conduct a death investigation?
Personally, or are you asking me that? No, I don't think every physician has their specialty and their training. And forensic pathologists are trained to perform autopsies, and cardiac surgeons are trained to perform cardiac surgery.
And
Would
neurologists.
you want a neurosurgeon to be conducting
Oh,
a death investigation?
these are great questions.
To be performing an autopsy? No.
So you wouldn't want
That's their other way.
a neurosurgeon to perform an autopsy
No.
because you don't believe they're qualified to do so, correct?
She's so good.
I don't believe they've had the appropriate training to perform an autopsy.
Oh man, beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
God, he set that up like a
Going back
champion.
into the many qualities of a medical examiner and attributes, they also have to have the ability to form opinions based upon all the available information using the scientific method along with sound reasoning. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the term scientific method?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that the scientific method generally is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem?
All right, so this is another classic example of using the state's expert as a defense expert to discredit a future state
And he's
Commonwealth
doing it so beautifully, and the jury doesn't even realize it yet.
Not yet.
That's the
Not
beauty
yet.
of it. That's the
Brennan
beauty.
knows.
Oh,
Oops.
Brennan fucking knows.
Oh yeah.
There's no
Brennan
doubt, no
knows.
doubt about that.
Yep.
And like what makes her amazing, and I loved her in the first trial because she's a straight shooter. There's no hemming and hawing. She just answers the goddamn questions and she answers them truthfully. That's why
Right.
she's incredibly credible. Like she's a great witness for the defense.
All right, let's go.
Is sort of a systematic pursuit of knowledge that involves recognition and definition of a problem. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it also involve the collection of data through observation and experimentation where appropriate?
Correct.
Does the scientific method also include the analysis of data?
Yes.
Does the scientific method also include the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses?
Yes.
And does it also, where possible, include the selection of a final hypothesis after considering other hypotheses?
Correct.
So what we've just discussed is a fair explication, a fair explanation of the scientific method.
Correct.
And the scientific method is part of the autopsy and forensic pathology analysis, correct?
Correct.
Now, applying one concept, that medical legal concept we talked about, just holding for a moment, if you could, the medical and going to the legal, if you will, law enforcement that you said in Massachusetts is not under your jurisdiction, but nonetheless, you consider information arising from it.
Yes.
Are you familiar with a person named Michael Proctor? Is that name familiar to you?
Yes, it is.
And at one time, Michael Proctor was a trooper, correct?
Correct.
And so did former Trooper Proctor inform you of the working law enforcement theory at the time of the investigation of this matter, namely his working theory, a collision of a motor vehicle with a pedestrian? Did he inform you of that?
He informed our office of that. Yes.
He informed your office. And is it fair to say that he informed your office or provided that information to your office in or about February of 2022?
That information, part of that information was provided to our office at the time of the autopsy. One of the pieces of information that had come in, and there were multiple sources calling into our office, providing information, was that this was a possible person struck by a motor vehicle.
And the time of the autopsy, if I have it correctly, was that around the end of January of 2022?
The autopsy was January 31st.
Your Honor, if I could, with your permission, please publish a photograph which Your Honor has and the parties have stipulated, or that's in evidence. And this is the one.
Curious Liz says, it's my favorite time. It's your favorite time. It's supposed to be, it's your favorite time. It's my favorite time. It's Bob Alessi doing closing time.
Exhibit, there's no objections.
Cross time.
Cross time, sorry.
We'll mark
Jeez.
it first and then you
Butchered
can
it.
just-
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Curious Liz.
Exhibit 163.
Are you sure you're almost finished, Mr. Alessi? That's what Ernie thinks Bev's ready to say. Or was
Yeah, Your Honor.
2 minutes
Thank
in.
you.
I'll wrap this up.
Mr. Alessi, can you wrap it up, please?
I'll
Thank
look at it, and when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, you can just look back up and I'll proceed at that time.
Yes, I recognize the picture. Well, I've never seen this picture before, but I know what it's depicting.
Thank you. What is depicted in that picture?
It's a picture of two individuals standing in a morgue setting, which looks very similar to our morgue at the Cape Cod office.
Very good. If you could just hold that for a moment and with the court's permission, could I publish that for the jury?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf?
Mr. Wolf.
And if you could please zoom in on the two individuals in that picture.
Who are those guys there?
Dr. Scorti-Bello, do you recognize any of the individuals in that picture?
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't.
With regard to the person on the right, do you recognize that person?
No, I don't.
And you said you recognized the setting, correct?
Yes,
And you, if I heard you correctly, you said this is the Cape Cod facility?
it appears to be correct.
Right. So you testified earlier, if I recall correctly, that the autopsy was performed at the Cape Cod facility of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
Yes, it was.
And you're normally in, as I recall, the Westfield, in an office that covers Western Massachusetts, it's Westfield.
Correct.
But you were at the Cape Cod facility, as I understand it, because there was a staff shortage and you had to travel down to Cape Cod for this. Is this correct?
Correct.
So you weren't at your normal home base sort of facility. This is a facility that you went to for this autopsy, correct?
For this autopsy and multiple others, yes.
Yes. And you were covering a staff shortage, and that was the reason you went to Cape Cod, correct?
Correct.
And what's depicted in this picture are two individuals. For two individuals to be present, is there a protocol that they had to follow to be present for that, like a sign-in or an authorization?
Yes, there is a sign-in sheet that individuals have to put their name and their shield number and before they can come into the autopsy room.
So they have to put a shield number down, correct?
Whoa.
You mentioned
Laying the
shield.
foundation.
And does that therefore mean that even though you don't know who they are, that they are with law enforcement? Are you able to determine that?
Correct. I believe they were with law enforcement.
So those two individuals were with law enforcement, but you don't know who
I
they
don't-
are.
I don't know who they are specifically and what their actual position was.
But they were with law enforcement.
I believe, if my memory serves me right, there was a person from crime scene investigation and someone from state police.
Thank
But
you.
I'm working on a 2+ year memory.
Fair, that's fair, that's fair. I'm not
that
gonna ask you
finding.
more questions to probe the memory. We can take that down. And, yeah, we are finished with that. If you could hand that to the, thank you.
Oh, did somebody not sign in? Did someone just not leave their badge number?
Now,
Scribble?
we were
Yeah.
speaking about former Trooper Proctor. Do you recall former Trooper Proctor sending you a copy of scene photographs and wanting to schedule a phone call with you so that he could explain the status of his investigation? Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that occurred approximately in March of 2022?
yes, approximately.
Right. And the method of communication of that was that by email, to the best of your recollection?
I requested that our medical legal investigator, we have our own investigators at the office that are responsible for obtaining medical records and sometimes being the liaison between us and law enforcement to get reports. I requested that she contact whoever was in charge of the investigation
In charge.
and set up a meeting, a phone call. So since it had already been a few weeks since the autopsy, I wanted to make sure that if there was any additional information that could be provided to me, I could take it into account because I had 90 days to issue a report and a death certificate on this case.
Now, you've mentioned the 90 days on direct. You just mentioned it now. Is the 90 days a hard and fast rule, or is it just something you aspire to as a matter of good practices?
It's not a hard and fast rule. It's something that as an office, we try to achieve. Again, the reason being that there are family members, next of kin that are waiting for these reports and these death certificates for various reasons. So is it possible to go over the 90 days? Absolutely, if necessary. But we do try to finish our part in those 90 days.
So it's possible to go past the 90 days, but there would, given the considerations you just articulated, there'd have to be a pretty good reason why you want to do that, right?
Correct.
And in this situation, you concluded that you had sufficient information on the medical side and the legal side to come to the conclusions that you needed to come to. Is that fair?
Well, I had sufficient information on the medical side because I did the autopsy and I had those findings. I did not have sufficient information that pointed to one manner of death over another manner of death. And therefore, I stated that the manner of death was undetermined.
Exactly. So the manner of death is undetermined. And I want to, if I could, with you pursue that a little bit in a moment. But when you came to toward the end of that 90-day period, you had information from the law enforcement side on their theory of what had happened, correct?
Correct.
Why?
I'll let that one stand.
I would hope so.
You had performed all of the medical investigation and analysis that you needed to perform. Is that correct?
Yes.
There wasn't something more that you wanted to do on the medical side. You had mentioned, to be fair, you had Dr. Stonebridge involved as well. You had what you needed on that side, correct?
Yes.
And you therefore concluded on the manner of death that there was a not more compelling or more likely than other reasonable possibilities. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in furtherance of that, on April 14th of 2022, you issued a death certificate, correct?
Yes.
And please feel free to check your report of any dates or any other particular as I go through.
Okay. I issued my final report on April 14th, correct. And I would assume that the death certificate was on or around that same day.
Thank you. Now, to back up a little bit with regard to the autopsy, as you stated, it was conducted, I just want to do a little bit of a timeline, on January 31st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And we discussed that the body of Mr. O'Keefe was presented to the Cape Cod location, correct?
Yes.
And you also discussed that you brought Dr. Stonebridge to work with you on this matter, correct?
She didn't physically come to the office. The way Dr. Stonebridge was involved is at the time of autopsy when the brain was removed, having seen that there were injuries, I saved the brain in a special solution, and then the brain was transported to our facility in Boston. That's where Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens. And after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked?
So I just want to say, I think significant here is that these officers were not working with their typical, smaller town ME. Like this is not someone that they worked with all the time, that they had in their pocket, that they could control, that they could put a little pressure on. She's from Boston. She's doing her thing. And they're like, oh shit, this woman's not playing ball.
Well, and another takeaway is that this sets up the text messages coming in talking about how whoever dropped the ball because they weren't able to convince the ME that it was a homicide.
Yeah.
Like, so, I mean, it sets that up perfectly. Like this thing it's a work of art.
Work of art.
After examines the specimens, and after examining the brain, she issued a report.
All right, wait, sorry.
Dr. Stonebridge examines the specimens, and after examining the brain, she issued a report.
Who asked Dr. Stonebridge to become involved in the matter?
I did.
And Dr. Stonebridge is triple board certified, correct?
Correct.
She's a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes.
That means she's achieved board certification in forensic pathology like you?
Why?
Do you know that?
Yeah, I know that.
She's like, I do.
Yes, she's board certified in forensic pathology.
And she is board certified in general pathology, correct?
Yes.
And she's board certified in neuropathology, correct?
Correct.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what neuropathology is?
Neuropathology is a subset or specific additional training in forensic pathology where the person spends a considerable amount of time, usually 1 to 2 years, examining brains and learning all about the diseases of the brain as well as trauma to the brain.
Objection, Your Honor. The defense is using this witness to undermine the prosecution's case. Now the whole jury is going to wonder why the hell we're calling this random neurologist instead of Dr. Stonebrook or whoever. Objection.
Objection. I
You're
hate
fucking me
this.
over.
I hate it.
I hate it.
Now, you asked her to be involved, as you indicated earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you determined that she should be involved because there was a brain injury, correct?
There was trauma to the brain, correct?
Trauma to the brain.
Yes.
Is it a fair characterization that Dr. Stonebridge is sort of the brains of the brain area of autopsy? Is that fair?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Let's move on.
So,
Tell me.
with regard to
I'll move on
Dr.
when I wanna move on.
Stonebridge,
Canoni.
would you agree that she's really uniquely qualified in some ways? Or how would you describe her qualifications, Dr. Stonebridge?
Sustain.
Why? What the
With
hell?
regard to Dr.
Where is it?
Stonebridge, what did she do?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
I don't understand what Judge Canoni thinks that this issue is.
I
No.
don't know.
No,
I don't know
we
either.
want to know what each person did. We want to flesh that out for the jury. They have every right to know. They worked together on this autopsy.
And
What
she
the-
absolutely knows everything about Stonebridge.
Right.
So,
Like the judge, what did he think her answer was going to be? Do you know this? Well, I
you
did.
know that answer? Yes, I do. Yes.
I mean, I
thank
brought
you.
her in, so I figure I know something about her qualifications there.
Yeah, it sounds like a Commonwealth problem. They decided not to call her, not our fucking problem. So,
Right.
go fuck yourself.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Oh, wait. Went too far. Went too far. Let's just see what happened here. Ooh. Karen's got something to say. All right. All right. Let's see who won. Sounds like maybe the Commonwealth, because he seems to be moving on. Thinking, where do I want to go now? I'm not going to get to answer any of these questions.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scorti-Bello, have you, are you aware of an attorney name, or excuse me, a doctor named Alessi Wolf?
No, I'm not.
Now I'd like to move on to another category. Based on the information that was presented to you as part of your examination and analysis, is it correct that you presume that because Mr. O'Keefe's body was found in the snow and his body temperature was 80 degrees, that he died from hypothermia as one of the causes?
Contributing
I
cause. Come
reached
on now.
that conclusion after performing the autopsy and after seeing some
reports,
findings that were consistent with hypothermia, and then combined with the information that was provided to me about Mr. Keefe's body being found in the snow, I came to the conclusion that was one of the
How long did they tell you he was in
things
the
that
snow?
contributed.
Did you consider whether there may have been other reasons as to why his body reached that temperature of 80 degrees? Sort of applying the scientific method and seeing if there were other reasons?
Other than being out in the snow, no, I do not.
Do you know whether there are other alternative reasons how his body could reach the temperature of 80 degrees?
People can become hypothermic for other reasons, such as sepsis. But in this particular case, I didn't have any reason to believe that that was part of the circumstances.
Billy Juno says she reminds him.
You're familiar with the medical phrase differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
And a differential diagnosis is a term that's used by doctors to pursue other potential causes of a medical injury. Is that a fair general statement?
Yes.
So, for example, if somebody is having difficulty breathing, a doctor may say, I think it's the heart is their primary hypothesis, but they may want to differentially diagnose this and look at the lungs. Is that an example of a differential diagnosis let's look at the lungs to see if that may be the problem? Is that a good, fair example?
In the example you're giving, yes.
So applying that concept, and do you believe the concept of, applying that concept to this situation, did you perform a differential diagnosis as to the cause of the death and question whether there was hypothermia as any cause of the death of the decedent? Did you make that analysis?
I looked at the anatomic findings that I had at the time of autopsy, the information that was provided to me based on the circumstances and where the body was found. And I came to the conclusion that there were hypothermic changes in Mr. Keefe's body.
So you just used the phrase hypothermic changes. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes.
Can there be hypothermic changes without a cause of death being hypothermia?
Yes, of course.
So you can have signs in the body of hypothermia, but you can also conclude that a cause of death is not from hypothermia, correct?
If the person is deceased and I am examining the body and there are multiple things that I believe contribute to the death, then I tend to include all of them. Meaning that if this was a drug intoxication and the body also showed signs of hypothermia, I would include both of them on the death certificate, because there is no scientific way of teasing out whether
gotta update
it was just one.
Thanks, Terry.
Or the other, or both. In this particular case, I had
That's on point. Thank you.
processes that were going on. One was the head trauma, and the other one were these hypothermic changes. I put all that together, and again, included or took into account the investigative information of where the body was found, what the temperature was when the body was found, whether the person was still alive or not. And I came to the conclusion that the cause of death was blunt impact injuries of head. And I included the hypothermia because I saw during the autopsy that there were changes consistent with hypothermia.
No, we
So
appreciate
I
it,
want to
Terry.
break that down a little bit, if I could, with you. So you testified on direct, and I think you alluded to it here, that the primary cause of death, use that phraseology on direct, was blunt force injury. Is that correct?
Blunt impact injuries to the head, yes.
Blunt impact injuries to the head. And that's the primary cause, right?
Correct.
And then there's, and I'm not clear on what you refer to on direct as a secondary cause of being death of hypothermia, but you've used a little different phrase in some of your answers, and I want to make sure I got it right. Hypothermic considerations, can you repeat what it was?
It said have hypothermic changes.
Hypothermic changes, and we agree that you can have hypothermic changes without a conclusion of hypothermia, correct?
No, hypothermic changes are what I'm referring to are actual things that I can see in the organs that are consistent with hypothermia. They're anatomic findings.
All right, move
They're
on,
things I
Alessi.
can see with my eyes.
So you can, I'm sorry, did you finish?
And those changes suggest and are consistent with someone being hypothermic.
As you sit here
Move
now,
on. Move on.
with regard to, you use the phraseology consistent with hypothermia, signs of hypothermia. That's what I want to pursue just a little bit.
She's
with
she's
regard to
gonna
further
stick with what she
information.
said.
He pause it real quick. He's broached the subject. I mean, he's got to get in front of it if he's concerned, because you know who's going to be getting into it heavy on redirect. So I mean, he's going to address it. You know what I mean? Like,
I can't tell if they want her to say, because I know they want her to say he was not hypothermic, but then I was wondering, does he want her to say that you can see these signs of hypothermia and that not be a contributing factor? So because it was a contributing factor, that's helpful for the defense. I'm not sure which of the two he's really going for.
I mean, to me, the hypothermia aspect of it doesn't frighten me one way or another, because I mean, John was out in the cold for a long time.
Right. And they're not going to be able to tell the difference.
Under either theory.
Right.
So,
Either
like,
12:30 or 2 o'clock or 2:30, whatever it is, like
whatever.
either. Yeah. They can't tell the difference between that.
Exactly. I'm not afraid of this shit. And Alessi, trust in Bob, babe. Not
All
this
right,
Bob, that Bob.
I trust in both Bobs.
The Bobs. Have
The
a meeting with the Bobs.
All right. I blooped back. Don't worry.
We got started on
because
hypothermia, signs of hypothermia. That's what I want to pursue just a little bit with regard to further information. We got started on this by asking whether you used the concept of differential diagnosis and hypotheses to determine the cause and manner of death. And you said in one of your answers that you relied upon law enforcement information, correct? Is that part of it? It was, you brought that up. You're the one who said you relied upon that, correct?
Yes.
And you've brought that up on your direct testimony and earlier in the cross. Is that correct, that you relied upon the investigation of law enforcement? So now what I'd like to do is to ask you whether, using the concepts of differential diagnosis, scientific method, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have died somewhere other than where the body was found and been moved and placed in the snow? Did you consider that?
Why?
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yeah, we're about to approach.
In a bit.
You can approach in a bit. Move along first. What?
What, if any, alternative diagnoses did you apply to Mr. O'Keefe?
I don't understand your question.
That's because the judge won't let me ask
What
it right.
alternative scenarios did you look at, if any,
consider
for the cause or manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I'll allow that question. What, if any?
He doesn't need to ask open.
At the time of the autopsy, I documented injuries and signs of hypothermia. I was provided with a set of circumstances. And at the end of the investigation, or at the end of, my timeline, I concluded
That's not what he asked you.
on the cause, but I did not conclude, or I did not determine a manner. The manner would be the circumstances you are
asking about. Yep.
Speaking about, whether I considered other
Possibilities.
causes or circumstances.
Right.
That's not how it works. I don't come up with hypothetical scenarios on how those injuries occur. I try to state the injuries, describe the injuries, state the cause of death and why that person died. And then I use all kinds of other investigative information that is provided to me to determine if I have enough to make a determination on the manner.
Wow,
Did
she's
anyone
hemming and hawing here.
provide to you any alternatives as to
Being hit by a motor
the
vehicle.
finding of the body of Mr. O'Keefe in the snow?
Personally, to me, no.
Did you ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next question.
So you talked about the information
fuck is
you
she
had
talking about?
at the time.
That there's not no evidence of that. What she just said is no one gave her any additional information. So I don't know why Judge Cannoni is ad-libbing here what just happened. Let's just go back.
Any alternatives to the injury?
Worse than ad-libbing, she's fact-finding.
Right.
Yes. It's fucking way worse than ad-libbing.
Well, her
Like-
ad-libbing was a fact-finding.
Yeah, which is fucking bullshit.
Okay, let's see.
Ask for any alternatives to the nature and location of the injury or death of Mr. O'Keefe?
I asked for all the information that was available.
All right, it's this question here.
Understood, but my question is, did you ask for any alternatives to the information that was provided to you as regards the location of the injuries? Did anyone provide you any alternatives to where the injuries could have occurred?
No.
So
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that.
No, Judge Cannoni, the evidence is that no one provided her with any alternatives to where the injuries occurred other than in the snow. That is what the testimony was. What the fuck does she mean? There's no evidence of what? Of what? Judge Cannoni? Come the fuck on. All right. Well, let's see what else she's got up her sleeve.
So
I'm going to let the answer stand. So the answer is no, so there's no evidence of that. So next
Including my
So-
fact-finding.
you talked about the information you had at the time. What time is that?
The information at the time was a preliminary police report and verbal communications.
What? thought she said
regarding the circumstances of how Mr. Keefe's body was found.
And when I asked about the time, I'm not calendar time. Was this January, February, March, April of 2022?
The preliminary police report was on the day of the autopsy, and then information, I don't remember exactly how long, but in the weeks following, information was
that's what it seemed like
coming
Brian.
in.
That's sure as fuck what it seems like.
Do you have the ability to amend a death certificate?
Yes, I do.
And you can amend a certificate if
Unbelievable.
you obtain further
Un-fucking believable.
information with regard to the circumstances surrounding the death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In your previous answers, you were talking about the information you had at the time. And I'm concluding that the latest that would be is April of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Have you obtained or been provided with further information, in other words, information after April of 2022 regarding the cause or manner of death?
What do you mean, have I been provided? Has someone physically provided me with a report on different circumstances?
Well, what I'm just talking about is any other information that you have received or considered in terms of the analysis with regard to the cause or manner of death.
Received in what way?
Here's what I'll do. I'll be a little more specific. What I want to do is to get at the head injury of the decedent. Okay.
There you go.
Is it fair to say that the head injury, you called it a traumatic, state what you phrased that as, because I want to use your phraseology.
Blunt impact injuries of the head.
So blunt impact injuries of the head. Is it fair to say that that was a very severe injury?
It was a severe injury, correct?
And would Mr. O'Keefe had been rendered unconscious nearly instantaneously with death following shortly thereafter?
It's very possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that's what would have occurred?
I can't tell you how quickly he would have been rendered unconscious, but at some point after that injury, yes, he would have been rendered unconscious.
Is it possible he could have been rendered unconscious immediately?
So she's answered it this way. I think you need another person for that.
up,
Let's move on
Bev.
from that, Mr. Alessi.
Shut the fuck up.
Where's that sidebar he wanted?
What is she doing? God damn it.
Ugh.
You made your own determination of the cause of death, correct?
Yes, that's my job.
Understood. And
People tried to put
what I want to do is to pursue the basis of your determination. So you used the phrase brain impact injury.
Blunt impact.
A blunt impact injury. Have I got that correct?
Blunt impact injuries of head, yes.
Of head, right. And that's your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Based upon your conclusion, did you make any determination as to whether the decedent would be able to carry out any purposeful movement after that injury?
Define purposeful movement.
Sure. I'm talking about the ability to perhaps manipulate their hands.
I don't know.
Did you make any determination as to whether they would be able to engage in any cognitive functions, meaning processing things and making decisions?
I did not make that determination, no.
like use his phone to unlock his phone after that.
Did you observe any pattern to the injuries to the head of the decedent?
A pattern? I observed that there were injuries to the back of the head as well as other internal injuries to the base of the skull, as well as the brain.
But is there a pattern?
Your Honor, if we could please publish.
Looked a little jagged, I think.
I'm just going to check to make sure they're in. If we could, Your Honor, publish 160 that is in evidence. But before we do, Mr. Wolf, I would like to approach Your Honor and let you know in case there's anything further that needs to be done. Thank you.
I just want to make sure you're not going to bark at me here, Judge.
Is there? Did you show it to Mr.
It's
Barnett?
already been agreed to as in evidence. and it
Okay.
is in evidence.
Oh, it's in evidence?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure if there's any statements that Your Honor wanted to make.
So why don't you come over here? Because why don't you come over a second?
See, one of the skills of being a highly trained attorney is being able to navigate rulings by the judge in terms of your questioning. I mean, every trial lawyer knows that they're going to be objected to on certain questions that they're trying to get in. And that's part that can really only come with experience in terms of being able to navigate through objections where she's sustaining shit from the state or vice versa. You know, you have to be able to navigate around it in order to try to get in that point that you're trying to get in. And whether it be by asking a question that you just want the jury to hear that question, knowing it's going to be objected to, because of that, you can't unring a bell thing, but you want to plant that seed with the jury. But Alessi is very skillful at all of this.
Who handled her cross last time?
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I want to say it was.
With Your Honor's permission, I would like to publish Exhibit 160.
Yes.
Thank you.
It maybe.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, if you could please draw your attention to
moving that
what
mic away from her
is
mouth.
depicted on both screens. Pick whatever screen is most convenient for you. And what I want to do is to go over what is depicted there. And I'd like to start with just some basics. What is that white rectangle that is on the photograph?
This,
Yes.
that's a ruler.
And what's the purpose of the ruler?
To show a scale. When I measure the injury, I use the ruler to document that.
And if you could please draw your further attention to what I will refer to, and you use your own term, but just to start it, the horizontal line that is appears to be a laceration. You know what I'm referring to?
This, yes, this is a laceration.
Right. So it's fair to say that that's a laceration.
Correct.
And just so we get all that's depicted on this, you referred to earlier up above that, the red area. And is that an abrasion?
Yes.
And do you also denote to the left, almost like a J type item going vertically up? Yes, and going up. Do you see that?
Yeah, that I did not note that specifically. I just noted the whole injury as part of the abrasion.
That's my point. So you didn't make a separate note of what appears to be a J, and it might be easier to see it in the screen over there. It's your conclusion, but is it easier to see there?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, and so you didn't make a separate note as to what that was in your report, correct?
No, I did not.
Cool Eddie's out there ranting and bouncing.
Do you consider that an abrasion or something else?
I believe that's still an abrasion.
do you conclude that J is different in any manner from the abrasion that you've noted above the laceration?
I believe it could be part of the whole abrasion, or it could be something different.
Are you
Fair enough.
sure?
Would a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground produce a circular and not a linear abrasion as depicted here on the back of an injured person's head?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Assume
No
a fall backwards on a flat frozen ground. Would such a fall in impact present that type of pattern, or
Don't give it
would
away.
it present a circular pattern, perhaps with something like a starfish in the middle?
I'll allow that. Can you answer that?
I can say that a fall backwards could very well produce that injury.
Are you sure?
My question is more specific, and that is a fall backwards where the person impacts the back of their head on flat frozen ground. Would you expect that type of a laceration from that type of a fall? Not just a general fall backwards, but specifically a fall backwards where the back of the head hits flat frozen ground. Would you expect that?
I could, yes.
And under what circumstances could a laceration like that and an abrasion, all of it together, what circumstances could cause that type from a fall backwards on flat frozen ground?
Well, the laceration is due to the blunt impact, and so is the abrasion. The abrasion is friction. So depending on the type of surface, you mentioned flat frozen ground, it's quite possible to have an injury as the one depicted.
But is it more likely to have this circular thing? Why doesn't he ask that?
There's nothing inconsistent with this injury and a fall on someone's on the back of the head with a
Flat frozen.
blunt surface.
Is there, are you familiar with the phrase pattern recognition in medicine?
Yes.
And isn't pattern recognition something that requires training with regard to being able to recognize certain patterns and determining what could be causing that pattern?
Yes.
And just merely recognizing whether there is a pattern takes certain specialty training, etc.
Correct.
And isn't pattern recognition a principle that you apply in the medical examiner's office?
Yeah, we do.
And so example of pattern recognition could be a knife wound, correct?
Yes.
Could be a gunshot.
Correct.
And there's certain patterns that you see on a decedent that can be consistent with those types of causes of injury, correct?
Correct.
Is one of the more typical
Assuming a fall backwards onto frozen ground and there being on a lawn with grass, would you expect to see any grass at all in the injury site?
It's possible to have grass.
Is it possible to have well, are you familiar with the height and weight of the decedent generally? And if you need to look at your notes, please do so.
Yes. Mr. O'Keefe was approximately 6'1" and 216 pounds.
So assuming a fall backwards and an impact to head on, a ground with grass, a person who's 6'1", there is going to be significant acceleration forces that occur as they're going backwards. Is that correct?
That's fair to say, yes.
And therefore, the more acceleration forces, usually there's a correlation with the force of the impact.
Correct.
And in terms of force of impact and assuming grass on the ground, would you believe it's more probable than not that one would then see some grass on the head?
Sustained.
What?
Given what you testified regarding the height of Mr. O'Keefe, and assuming what I just gave to you as a fall backwards and acceleration and forces, would you expect to see anything else on the back of his head?
You have to be more specific than that.
Right.
Like grass.
Thank you. So would you expect to see
Grass.
Or dirt.
Is it possible, if that was the manner of the fall, that there should be grass on the head? Is that possible?
Sustained.
Is it possible there should
Did you
Come on,
consider
Alessi. What the fuck?
at all in your evaluation let me back up. Do you see any evidence of grass in this depiction?
No, I do not.
Did you recall ever seeing any evidence of grass when you were performing the autopsy?
I did not see evidence of grass.
Did you consider at all in performing your
The lack
autopsy
of grass.
whether or not grass should be present given what was reported to you by law enforcement?
Sustained.
Did you make any considerations at all regarding grass in regard to your autopsy report?
I did not see any grass. No, I did not make any determinations.
And was grass at all even a consideration in your analysis?
I had very limited information as to the exact nature of the surface at the time of autopsy.
Okay.
So the answer is no to that
No.
question.
All right. Well, now.
Thank you.
What about gravel?
Did you have any information regarding the circumstances that you said you look at in trying to determine manner of death as to whether there were any stones or rocks
There you go,
around
babe.
the scene?
That I did not have any information.
So meaning you didn't have any information, you saw no information that there were any stones or rocks by the scene, is that correct?
Sustained in that form.
What?
What, if any, consideration did you make in your assessment of cause and manner of death with regard to stones or rocks?
I did not make any.
With regard to any other potential causes other than ground, did you consider any other possibilities that could cause the type of injuries that are depicted on the screen?
There's a number of possibilities that could cause the injury.
My question is, did you consider, not whether there are, but whether you considered them at the time you were performing the autopsy?
I'm always considering at the time of autopsy what could have caused a certain injury.
I thought you
Did
weren't.
you put in your notes or your autopsy report any of those considerations? Are they documented?
No.
Now, in terms of differential diagnosis that we talked about, did you determine whether there were any other possible explanations for the injuries to the decedent other than what law enforcement presented to you?
I'll
Why?
allow that.
Right.
Internally, I consider all kinds of other explanations. I have to look at the findings and the possible ways that those injuries could have been sustained and decide whether I have enough information
So here you
and whether
consider
I'm
the fight.
satisfied with the information that I have
Couldn't
in
rule
order
out a
to
Sorry, guys.
with the information, whether I have enough information and whether I am satisfied with the information that I have in order to conclude or determine a manner.
Did you make any notes at all about the considerations you were just speaking about, other consideration? Any notes whatsoever
internal.
in any document in your autopsy report?
Not in my autopsy report, no.
Did you make any other notes of those considerations in any document that you created for this case at all?
No, these are considerations that I've had and discussions I've had with colleagues in terms of evaluating these injuries. And
I don't want you to go into what other people said, but I want you to finish your answer.
Right, no, I did not make physical notes of my considerations.
I should have explored this a little bit more.
Your Honor, I'm going into a different category, so I just wanted to alert Your Honor to it.
All right. And it will take more than 10, 15 minutes?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Assuredly.
We'll take the lunch and recess. So we'll see in about 45 minutes.
All right, who did you want to play?
The cross of the last witness by first trial.
I can't even remember who the last witness was.
It was their criminalist. I can't remember her name, though. Somebody will tell us in the chat.
Barnett?
That sounds right.
Yeah. Okay. I find this testimony riveting.
Yeah.
It's so important. So let me ask you, babe. Now, when you have an expert up on the stand, you can absolutely ask them hypotheticals.
Defense has nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
But it's got to be as to facts into evidence or evidence that is reasonably expected to come into evidence. Why do you think that he's just not asking the hypothetical? Would these injuries be consistent with a physical altercation?
Oh, he's about to. There's no way he's skipping
But
that.
he's moving on from the fucking headed thing.
No, but I think he's moving on from that aspect. There's no chance in hell. Although I said that I said that he was going to do that with the hair, come back to how it wasn't even fully affixed to the that the edges were floating above the surface. But there's no way he's not getting back to because she said she couldn't rule out a fight last time. She said that
exactly. I mean, he's got to get, like, you're allowed to get into hypotheticals with an
he's
expert.
about to do all that, no doubt. No doubt.
Okay. All right. So what was Barnett's first name? Anybody?
Maureen Barnett.
Oh,
That's what
thank you.
Tammy a while
Thank
ago.
you.
Oh no, they're saying Harnett, right? Everybody's saying not
Barnett.
Barnett.
Yes, okay.
Pammy wrote Harnett, and I still said Barnett.
And you want cross?
Yep.
Okay. Gotta work. Let's see if there's Lally. The Lalinator.
But I do think he could have done, because clearly he had some information about this circle with something in it, like that whole thing, that he could have been like, well, do you is one of the patterns that you expect to see on a flat surface this circle thing, blah blah blah, whatever. Well, thank you, Deneen Hester. Hey, Bob and Allie. Love watching this second trial with you guys. New subscriber.
Yay! Thank
What
you.
does he get?
Thank you. Spread the word.
No, what does he get?
I think
He'll still get a family hug, right? No?
Deneen's a he?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm half blind.
Oh, no, you're half blind.
Yes, unredacted, a starfish type of wound. I think he could have explored that more, but
Okay. All right. So I got the cross.
they
So
might not.
Jackson is the one who crosses Arnett, in trial 1. So I got that queued up.
All right,
I'll
let's do it.
I'll do it at 1.25
Yep.
so we can get through it as much as possible. Playback speed. Okay. All right. Okay.
Hey, did we ever get a voicemail?
We did not.
Okay.
People be scared. I don't know why y'all scared.
Well, they're only entitled to do it if they, are
I
entitled to
understand
do it.
that, but the people who've met the threshold are being
Yeah.
scared. Don't be scared.
Scared. Don't be scared.
Oh,
Sent
it's
Cash
funny.
App to you, babe. I hope you've been doing Cash Apps and stuff.
Yeah, I've been giving love to the Venmos. Let's see. Let me check the Cashy appies. Oh shit.
Well, we'll do them when we come back then, since there's so many of them. All you out there who Bob has just not thanked.
Well, I got to turn on the notifications for Cash Apps. That's the problem.
All right, let's play this. We'll do it when we come back.
Yep. All right, ready? All right, you guys.
Hi, John Miller. Thank you for being with us. Second week here. Nice.
We love it.
I may have one moment, sorry.
Yes. Oh, we got to update the banner.
Okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I don't have any further questions. Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, it's Alan Jackson, babe, not Yannetti.
I didn't say Yannetti. I said Ajax.
Barnett, you responded to Canton Police Department. A lot of your testimony was about what happened in the Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You were asked if you responded to the Canton Police Department on February 2nd, and most of your testimony was predicated on that date, you going over there and doing some visual observations, as well as some removal of items and some other testing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Was it February 2nd or was it February 1st?
May I check my notes?
I'd appreciate it if you did this.
My apologies. That was my error. It was February 1st.
Okay. So everything that you testified to, you only went once.
Yes, that's correct.
So everything that you testified to having taken place on February 1st, we should assume it was actually on February 2nd, we should assume it was actually February 1st, the one time you were there.
Yes, I was there one time.
Okay. Were you dispatched to the Sallyport? And I apologize, I'm not yelling at you. I'm trying to keep my voice elevated, so just so you know.
Understood.
It's not my normal speaking voice. You were dispatched at the behest of one of the Massachusetts State Troopers, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The Detective Bureau specifically, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Trooper Proctor more specifically, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And Trooper Proctor, you knew at that time to be the lead detective, the person that was in control of the investigation.
May I check my notes who I wrote down as the lead investigator at that
If it
time?
would refresh your recollection, sure. With the court's permission.
Yes.
Yes, I was told on scene that Trooper Proctor was in charge of the investigation.
All right. Now, while you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to just do an overview of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Obviously, that was important given the limited information that you had at that time about a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
So you were looking for anything that would rise to a level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Hence your review and notation of certain scratches on the vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
Which may or may not have anything to do with the incident, but you noted it anyway, correct?
I did not draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from.
Okay, you just took the words right out of my mouth. My next question, the dent that you noted and photographed, you made no conclusion that that occurred as a result of a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
The scratches, and I'm just gonna go through a couple of them. The scratches that you denoted and had photographed, you made no conclusions about that having anything to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
Even the broken taillight. At that point, you made no conclusions or drew no scientific conclusions about that having anything at all to do with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That's correct.
You did, however, look for tissue, human tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the car itself. Did you not?
Yes, I did.
In that review, I think you testified that you saw nothing that suggested the transfer of human tissue to the vehicle, correct?
I did not see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were scratches on one of the extremities of John O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
Were you shown a photograph of those scratches to assist you in your visual review or examination of that vehicle?
Not at that time, no.
To this date, have you seen a photograph of his arm and the injuries to his arm?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, if I may, if you have it, could I display for the jurors and from Ms. Barnett Exhibit 19?
Is this the one that's
The arm
that's covered a bit?
has been
Okay.
crossed.
Yes.
Ms. Barnett, do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 19?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of scratches previously, correct?
Yes, I've seen a photo containing
Okay, and
something
that's
similar.
consistent with the photo that you've seen since your visit to the Sally Port on February 1st, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Was there anything in your, by the way, did you look at all around the vehicle 360 degrees?
Yes, I did.
Did you look toward the top of the vehicle as well as toward the bottom of the vehicle?
I did not examine the roof of the vehicle. I did not examine the roof of the vehicle.
Understood. Did you examine the undercarriage of the vehicle?
I did look at the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And you know what I mean when I say undercarriage?
Yes.
Could you explain for the jurors what you mean when you use the word undercarriage?
The parts that normally you would have to see by, bending over or laying underneath the car to view what's underneath the vehicle.
That would include the frame and the axle and the drive shaft, transmission, things of that nature.
Yes, I'm not confident in all the terminology of the undercarriage, but yes.
Did you see anything that was suggestive of or consistent with the pattern of injury that you see to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
I wouldn't say I'm qualified to make any kind of pattern determination and what would match the injuries on his arm.
So the answer to my question is, as you sit here, you made no observation of anything on the SUV that matched these injuries, correct?
I wouldn't be.
Go ahead and answer that.
I wouldn't be able to testify from that from memory. I don't have a photograph of the undercarriage, nor did I make any kind of conclusions about that at the time.
Okay, understood. And you didn't take any, the swabs and samples that you did take variously on the car all came back negative for human tissue, et cetera.
The testing that I did on scene from the various areas of the undercarriage, which I mentioned before, the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, and the exhaust pipe screened negative for blood.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, can we take this down?
I'm just going to suggest that. Thank you, Your Honor. On February 1st, 2002, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle itself, you also mentioned that you took swabs of what you believe to be blood evidence contained in 6 solo cups, correct?
Yes, I noted those as frozen red-brown stains in red cups.
Were those solo cups in any way labeled among themselves? In other words, solo cup 1, 2, 3, 4.
I don't believe they were, but I don't have a photograph of that, so I'm not 100% sure.
You did not thereafter label those solo cups. If they hadn't been done beforehand, you did not undertake that to label those solo cups, correct?
No, I did not label them.
Did you, how did you take those swabs? Was the swab done in one solo cup, or did you take a swab from all 6, or how did you take those swabs that you ultimately did take?
I took those swabs from one solo cup.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups you were going to take a swab from?
I don't recall exactly how I chose which cup. It was reported to me that those cups came from the same area of red-brown staining, so I assume, you make an assumption that they're all related. It came from what I was told, it came from one area of red-brown stain at the scene.
And you, of course, know as a forensic criminalist that blood stains can contain multiple contributors, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You don't know as you sit here which blood stain found at the scene related to which solo cup in the bag, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, it was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain, but I was not there.
From the same scene or
stain? Excuse me. It was my understanding they were all taken from the same stain.
Okay. If they in fact were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing that as you sit here.
That's correct.
And ultimately, once you did take that swab from that single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of that blood evidence?
I left that with the Canton Police Department.
Was there any of the swab? By the way, I should ask this. I've been saying swabs. Was there one swab taken of that one solo from that one solo cup, or were there multiple swabs taken?
There were 2 swabs taken.
Of those 2 swabs, did you seek to do DNA testing, or was DNA testing done on either one of those or both of them?
DNA testing was not done on those swabs.
So as we sit here now, there's been no DNA confirmation of who that blood relates to, I should say.
There was no testing done on it at all.
And so therefore, we would not know if there were multiple contributors to those stains or that swab that you took from that single solo cup.
That's correct.
Okay. And again, the remainder of all of that solo cup, as well as all the other 5 solo cups, was retained by Canton Police at the Canton Police Department in the control of the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, correct?
I don't know who was in control of it once I returned it to the Canton Police Department.
Who did you return it to at the Canton Police Department? Whom, I should say.
I believe I gave it to a Canton police officer. I don't know which officer that was.
Michael Proctor was at the Sallyport at the time that you were doing your examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he not take control of it himself?
Not that I saw. I don't know who took control of them once I was done with my collection.
You may have, you just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Going back to some of the damage that you did note on the vehicle, that vehicle looked like it had been driven to a certain degree, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I'm not. If you could clarify the question, I'm not sure what you're asking.
Terrible question. Let me try again. That vehicle was not a vehicle that had clearly just come off the showroom floor and had not been in use, based on your examination.
I don't think I am qualified to make that kind of decision.
It looked like there was some normal wear and tear on the car.
Other than the specific items that I pointed out earlier, the dent and the scratches, the exterior was in overall good condition. So I can't say specifically if it was driven. I don't think I can make that conclusion unless you want to rephrase the question.
You didn't have any reason to believe that car was in any other condition than it had been owned and driven by somebody, right? Or could you make that conclusion?
I don't think I can make that conclusion.
So it could have been an absolutely brand new, right off the showroom floor car?
I guess I don't have any understanding of what could have happened to it in the showroom. I'm not sure I understand the line of questioning.
Why don't we move along?
Fair enough. I guess what I'm asking is, did you've done some damage analysis in the past, obviously, this was not your first rodeo, right?
I don't do damage analysis on vehicles.
Okay. Did this car look like it had reasonably normal wear and tear on it? That's my question.
I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
Okay. Ultimately, the right rear taillight housing was removed, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Were you the person, Ms. Hartnett, who actually used the tools to remove that taillight, be it screwdrivers, wrenches, anything else?
No.
Who was that actually did that work?
It was a Canton police officer that had entered the garage, and as I was removing it, he offered to help. He said he knew how to basically take it out of the housing, which at that point, I was not sure how I would do that.
Okay. I'd like to show you an exhibit that you've been shown just a few minutes ago before the lunch break, 187, with the court's permission.
Okay.
Does that look like the same housing that you removed from the SUV, or you saw being removed from the SUV?
Yes, that is the taillight housing that I submitted to the lab from the garage.
Ultimately, there was a swab taken, you mentioned on direct examination, of that taillight somewhere on the housing, correct?
Yes, I took a swab from that taillight.
Where exactly did you take that swab from?
I took it from the outer exposed areas, which would have been on the outer side of the vehicle. So I did not take it from the internal, what would have been the internal portion of the taillight when it was intact.
Can you point with a laser pointer exactly where you swabbed that taillight housing?
Sure. Is there a way that, can you get zoomed in just a little bit so I can differentiate the silver in the front? I'm having a little trouble.
Is that zoomed in enough, or do you need more?
I believe so. I can start. So I took it from the red area here that would have been exposed. And then if we could zoom in a little bit more just on this front area so I can differentiate between the internal structures and the external.
Was it one swab?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you swabbed multiple areas with one swab and then submitted that?
Yes.
So you don't know, as you sit here, where, if any DNA was detected, where that DNA may have come from?
No, that's correct.
Other than the general housing altogether?
Yes. So then just to finish your previous question, I did.
Sorry, I didn't even-
That's okay. It's just I couldn't see it. So this area here, which would have been the external portion of the taillight. So the areas I did not swab were any areas that would have, when the taillight was intact, been protected by the outer plastic housing of the taillight.
Is your testimony, Ms. Hartnett, that what you just pointed to was the exterior portion of the taillight, bottom left?
No, just this piece of plastic here is the exterior, the exterior piece of plastic.
And you swabbed that area as well as other areas on the exterior, like the red upper right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. As you swab that, the DNA test does not differentiate where you swab, just that you swab, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was all one swab, one collection.
Got it. So we can't define whether the DNA was to the upper right, on the outside of the lens, or some other place that you pointed to.
That's correct.
And of course, you're familiar with touch DNA, et cetera, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Touch an item, walk away, sweaty palms, Good likelihood I just left some DNA on this podium, correct?
Yes, you can transfer skin cells by touching an item.
Thank you. We can take that down with the court's permission.
Sure.
You also indicated that you collected glass from the rear bumper of Miss Reed's Lexus, correct?
Yes, I have it as a parent glass, but yes.
As a parent glass, fair enough. You labeled that as item 3-3, and it was 5 pieces of glass labeled A through E, right? A, B, C, D, E. Is that
May I refer to my notes?
with the court's permission?
Yes.
I'm just unfamiliar with the lettering A through E. I don't believe I have that in my notes. If you could refer to the document that you have.
Is it possible that, and this is just ignorance on my part, is it possible that once you submitted that for further testing, somebody else may have labeled those individual pieces A through E? You did not?
That's possible. I did not label them A through E.
Okay, got it. Understood. Thank you for that clarification. As a matter of fact, you labeled it as quantity 1, correct? On an evidence submission form?
In the LIMS system, that's correct. Each item is, that quantity value is only used for specific things. So when I submit something as one item, it doesn't matter how many pieces it actually is. It's just, I'm submitting it as one item.
So in other words, one group.
That's correct.
But so we're clear, and I want to make sure that these numbers are crystal clear. In that group, under 3-3, there were 5 pieces of apparent glass that you recovered, correct?
I don't have the exact number in my notes, and honestly, it's difficult to tell from my picture, so I don't want to say that I saw 5 pieces of glass.
Did you not annotate that somewhere, that you recovered 5 pieces?
Again, I have a photograph of it, but it's difficult to see on this printed page, so I didn't specifically write 5 pieces anywhere.
Okay. Well, okay, then let me see if I can do it this way. Instead of pitching, let's cash. The person that you submitted it to would have annotated exactly what the grouping was that you submitted to try to be accurate.
I'm the one that initially, after the item was sent to fingerprinting, then I examined the item, but I didn't write down exactly how many pieces of glass were present. I just took a photo.
And as you sit here, you don't recall necessarily how many pieces you took off that bumper.
Correct. And the quality of the photo does not allow me to see that at this point.
Okay. Let's take a look at that photo. With the court's permission, this is exhibit 168. Can we show that, display that? And if we could, Mr. Bates, with the court's permission, you can zoom in on the area a little bigger than that. Capture all of the documents. Zooming in at this point, and I would ask you, Ms. Hartnett, do you recognize this photo? It's zoomed a little bit. Do you still recognize it?
Yes, I do.
Is that a photograph that you caused to be taken at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022?
I believe it was February 2nd, right? Or it's February 1st now. We agreed it's February 1st. My apologies.
Okay.
Yes, on February 1st, I did request that photo be taken of the apparent pieces of glass.
Okay. And I know you can't see necessarily every piece. Can you use your laser pointer and point to a piece?
Sure.
Okay, got it. So that's the largest of the pieces, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it's correct that none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper. They weren't dug in, stuck into that hard plastic, correct?
No, I do not have that. I do not have that notation that they were embedded, just they were on the bumper.
As a matter of fact, they were physically perched on top of that hard plastic horizontal bumper, correct?
To my recollection, they were just sitting on the bumper, yes.
Okay. And do you know, just in your experience, and if we could leave this up for just a moment while I ask the next couple of questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you know where Dayton, Massachusetts is?
I know the general area.
How far would you say that is from Canton?
I don't know, maybe a half an hour. I'm not exactly sure.
Do your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dayton and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port before you started your examination?
Yes.
So and you also had been apprised before you began your examination that the incident in question took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew as you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, the vehicle had to have been driven by definition from Canton to Dayton and then towed back from Dayton back to Canton, correct?
I was informed that the car was recovered in Dayton.
And ultimately either driven back or towed back. One of the ways, some way it ended up back in Canton, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if Dayton is, how far would you say Dayton is from Canton?
Again, I'm really guessing. I would say maybe a half an hour.
30 miles?
Potentially. I don't know exactly. I was never in Dayton.
Okay. So according to your notes, the glass pieces that we're looking at on the back of this bumper would have traveled, let's call it for round figures, about 60 miles in a blizzard before you saw it.
I don't know when the glass pieces were ended up on the bumper, so I couldn't say.
And of course, you knew that on February 1st, you knew a few days earlier, on the 29th, there had been a pretty significant snowstorm here in Massachusetts, correct?
Yes, I did have that information.
And that blizzard included high winds, freezing rain, snow, all the good stuff with the blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the exact weather conditions of the blizzard.
But irrespective, after all of that, whatever that was, you saw these 5 pieces just sitting perched on the top of the bumper, not embedded in any way, correct?
That's correct.
And you recovered those with little bitty tweezers, correct?
Yes.
We can take this down with court permission. You testified on direct examination that you also found a hair on that rear panel, the quarter panel of the car, correct?
Yes, at the time of the scene, I noted it was an apparent hair, correct?
And the apparent hair, and I'll try and use that same word, I keep forgetting, you'll correct me. That apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but on a vertical portion of the quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
Did you find the hair, or was that hair pointed out to you by somebody else?
I believe I located the hair.
How exactly was that hair secured to that vertical panel, if you can explain that?
It didn't appear to be secured in any way. It was just on that quarter panel.
Okay, so it wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued?
No.
Wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever. It was just perched on that vertical panel of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
And for you to remove it, and by the way, you found this at the same time that you found that you found the glass pieces as well.
That's correct.
So that hair potentially would have had to make that same 60-mile round trip in the same blizzard.
At the time, I don't know when that hair was deposited on the vehicle.
Right. And it didn't take you much to remove that hair, correct?
I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
It didn't give you any resistance?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I'd like to take a look at that hair if we can. I know you've seen it just a few minutes ago. I want to look at it one more time. With the court's permission, these are exhibits 165 and 173. If we could start with 165 and publish those.
Okay.
Does that look like a close-up view of, actually, is that zoom? Yeah. Can we pull that out? Your Honor, may I do this a different way?
All right.
This is actually, with the court's permission, okay, I'll get to that in a second. I want to try this. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to hand you those very briefly. Could you take a look at those 4 photographs and tell me if you recognize the first 2 to be exhibits 165 and 173? They're not marked on there, but what you earlier looked at.
Okay.
Do those appear to be those 2 exhibits that you earlier saw?
Yes, I don't know what numbers they were, but I do remember seeing these photos earlier.
Fair enough. And then the second 2 photos, do those appear to be zoomed photos of the same 2 photographs?
Yes, they do.
With the court's permission, I would ask that the zoomed photos be marked as next in order.
Is there any objection, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, we're looking at what's previously been marked as 165. Does that appear to be a photo of the hair?
Would it be possible just to zoom in on that,
Absolutely.
the
This is not
sticker?
an eye contact.
And just a little bit, I'm just trying to read the letter on the white marker. Yes, so that, correct.
So that hair looks, as we're looking at it, you will agree, that hair looks like almost like a backward C, correct? In other words, it looks like it's more vertical than flat in that photograph, correct?
I would agree it looks like a C on the side of the car.
If we could go to exhibit 173. And this is the same hair photographed a second time, correct?
If we could, again, just zoom in on that sticker. Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Hartnett, does it look to you like between the first and the second photographs, that hair has moved? No longer an inverted C, but a C.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with that. I see the two ends, which may still be making contact with the vehicle. I can't make that determination based on this photo.
Fair enough. So that was sort of my next question. I'll just dovetail it this way. Did it appear to you that the hair, which is curled, was making contact with the vehicle on the top point and the bottom point?
I would say from this photo, I honestly can't tell if those two ends are coming off the vehicle or touching the vehicle. I just can't make that determination.
But you would agree that that hair was somewhat precariously perched on that vertical quarter panel, correct?
Objection.
I want to sustain the objection. Ask it differently.
We can, Mr. Bates, we'll finish with that. With the court's permission, we can take that down. If you take a look at the zoomed photos that have just been marked as 259 and 260 respectively, can you take a look at those side by side? And when you're finished, I'd like to ask you a question or two about those.
Okay.
Does it look from your perspective, seeing those photos side by side, that the hair appears to have gently moved just a little bit between the two photos?
I just don't think I can make that determination. They're taken from different angles. I just don't know. I can see that they have a curl in both, but I don't know which ends are making contact or if the ends are coming off the vehicle.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. There's one more exhibit I'd like to take a quick look at and ask you a couple of questions about. With the court's permission, exhibit 195, which is a shirt.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you saw this just a few minutes ago on direct examination as well, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You indicated that you took two swabs from the, quote, area around damage, numbers 1 through 9 of the gray sweatshirt, end quote, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, can you describe for the jurors how you took those swabs, and were they of all 9 or a select number of the 9? How did you do that?
I moistened 2 cotton swabs with sterile water, and then I took those 2 swabs. May I use a pointer to just show?
Of course.
And I vigorously swabbed around. I don't know if it's working. There we go. This entire area. So every area of damage, I swabbed around all of it using the same 2 swabs. So it was one collection from all those areas.
One collection on swab 1 and one collection on swab 2. You just repeat the process.
No, I took them exactly at the same time. So I held the 2 swabs together.
Oh.
And as I'm swabbing, I'm rotating the swabs to make sure that all the exterior of the swab is coming into contact with that material in order to collect equal samples, or at least attempt to collect equal samples on each swab.
Okay, we can take that. Thank you. And you indicated that this was the first time that you had done swabbing specifically for the purpose of trying to find either canine DNA or animal.
That's correct.
Had you been trained at the time that you took the swabs, had you been trained or received any training or any teaching about the relationship between keratinized tissue and DNA?
No.
Do you know what keratinized tissue is?
No.
Did you photograph exactly where any of those swabs were taken, or just notate it in your notes?
I notated in my notes that overall photo is the photo that I used to describe the sample that I collected.
And I think it probably goes without saying, you didn't videotape your swabbing technique on that shirt either, correct?
That's correct.
You did include a handwritten note on your report that you found, quote, debris from T-shirt 717 and shirt 718, correct?
I performed a debris collection on each of those items. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
That is what I'm referring to.
Okay.
Okay, so there was a note in your report that you had recovered some debris or you've done some debris collection, correct?
That's correct.
And you indicated in your note that the debris was from shirt 717 and shirt 718. Is that right?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes. With court permission.
Thank you. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and shirt 717 is which shirt?
The orange t-shirt.
And shirt 718 is which shirt?
The long sleeve gray shirt.
All right, so you took, is the right word scrapings?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, you took scrapings from both shirts, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then combined those together and submitted that as the quote unquote debris that was assigned a new item number 7-18.18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So as you sit here, you don't know where the debris came from specifically, other than the two shirts. Could be one, could be the other, could have been a combination of both.
Yes, that's correct.
Did you describe in detail anywhere the actual debris that you found? Little fibers, little hairs, little pieces of green or blue or whatever?
If I was able to pick out a hair or fiber, I would have attempted to do that from the debris collection. The debris collection was just anything that was left on the item that I was not able to pick off.
Okay, and you did not note any debris item that was plastic or plasticine, anything like that, correct?
No, I did not make any kind of observations on the debris itself.
And there was no marker put on any part of the debris that was recovered, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no photograph taken of the debris?
That's correct.
And there was no videotape of the debris collected?
Correct.
Okay. When you received item 717 and item 718, that came in one evidence bag, did it not?
Yes, it did.
Your Honor, may I approach briefly? Yes. If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that. That's a photograph. I'd ask you to review and tell me if you recognize it. Not the photograph, but what's depicted in the photograph.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that?
This is the container that contains it's a photo of the brown paper bag that contains the long sleeve gray shirt as well as the orange t-shirt.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I could ask that be marked as next in order.
Any objections, Mr. Lally?
No, Your
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. This evidence bag notes, let me start over. This evidence bag is in the condition that it was in when you received it, meaning the writing on the back was already there when you received it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it notes that these items of evidence were collected by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the date of collection was January 29, 2022, is that right?
I'd have to relook at that
Of course.
for the date.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, I
May
didn't.
display
So you got an answer.
My
Right, I think-
apologies. The date on there is January 29th, 2022.
So I don't have to walk back and forth. May I,
Yes.
Oh, does that look like what you're looking at? Exhibit 261?
Yes. That's correct.
Thank you. Let's see if I can stand out of the way. You see Trooper Proctor's name on the evidence bag as the person that collected it.
Yes, that's correct.
And it also has a description of what's in the bag, and it shows both the orange t-shirt and the gray sweatshirt collected together and bagged together, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And the date, again, once again, on the upper right is January 29, 2022, correct?
Yes, that's
Okay. You have no way of knowing, as you sit here, the journey that those two items of evidence took before they got to you in your lab, correct?
yes. They're tracked as soon as they're entered into our laboratory system by us.
I didn't hear any of that. I'm so
My apologies. The item would be tracked as soon as it's submitted to our lab by us, by the crime lab.
Thank you. We can take this down, Thank you. The debris that you ultimately got from the shirt or shirts, you don't know if that debris may have been in the bag and the shirts picked up the debris in the bag or otherwise, correct?
Correct.
Because they were housed together,
Yes,
stored together.
that's correct.
Were you aware before you began your analysis on either one of those shirts that those shirts had been found at the bottom of an ambulance, on the floor of an ambulance at one point?
I don't have any knowledge of where the clothing, what condition the clothing in was before I got it.
Okay, and that probably answers my next question, but just for the record, you don't have any knowledge personally as you sit here that either one of the shirts or both of them were floor of a hospital room as well.
I have no information about where the shirts were.
One of the things that you did indicate was, in your direct examination, was how important it is to maintain sanitary conditions with evidence to avoid contamination, correct?
That's correct.
For instance, you wouldn't want to take the swabs that you so carefully utilized to swab an item of evidence and then, oops, drop it on the floor. You would have to discard that item and then start over, correct?
If a swab is dropped on the floor, we don't discard it. We would preserve it, but that would be a note that we would have to put in our file and that, yes, that swab would not be tested any further.
Right, because of the possibility of cross-contamination.
Correct.
And at least according to the evidence bag, those two shirts were in the custody and control of which trooper before you got them?
Trooper Proctor collected the evidence according to the bag.
Thank you. Ultimately, Ms. Hartnett, every single piece of taillight material and clothing that you've described in your testimony today on direct and cross-examination, all of that evidence was presented to you or to the lab at one time in one bundle on March 14th, 2022, correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Which portion was in the lab before March 14th?
The taillight that I collected from the vehicle was submitted prior to that, as well as any other items that I took from the vehicle.
Okay, that was a great answer and my mistake. I knew that and I forgot it. So the taillight housing you took on the first.
Correct.
Okay. Every other item other than the taillight housing itself, which you took personal possession of, all the taillight fragments, all the clothing, orange shirt, gray shirt, jeans, shoes, everything was all submitted in one fell swoop on March 14th, 2022. Is that right?
No.
What else am I incorrect about?
So I just wanted to clear anything that was collected from the vehicle, as well as the swabs from the red Solo cups and the drinking glass that I was presented with at Canton PD was submitted by me on February 1st. The other items, the clothing items, were submitted together. And then there was another submission that had the fingernails and the known blood standards. So there were several submissions. So I'm hesitant to lump it all into one because it did happen on different dates.
Okay, fair enough. Can we agree that the earliest submission, with the exception of the stuff that you actually took with you from the salad bar, the taillight material, whatever swabs you took, I'm sorry, the taillight housing and whatever swabs you took, all of the other material that was submitted to the lab, all of the other evidence, the earliest date anything was submitted was March 14th, 2022.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to take another look at my submission forms just to clarify.
May I approach?
Yes.
I think I have, it's a two-page document. I can show Mr. Lally. Is that a copy of your submission form?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you could familiarize yourself with that for just a quick second.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay. May I approach one more time now? I have one more document I'm going to ask you to take a glance at.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
What is that document, the second document that I just handed you?
This is a printed chain of custody report from our laboratory information management system.
Your Honor, with court permission, I'd like to mark the first document's name again. I want to get it right.
It's the evidence submission form for submission 7.
Evidence submission form for submission 7, 2-page document, if I can have that next in order. And then the
Chain of custody. I apologize.
Is there an objection, Mr. Lally?
Yes to both.
So the objection sustained unless you want to convince me otherwise.
I'll have a mark for ID for
Okay.
the time being. That's fine. If that's okay with the court.
Yes. You've got a lot of your Post-its on the other one. Do you want to take it off?
I was going to actually ask if you could help me with this.
Okay.
Go a lot faster with those Post-its.
The witness, I guess. Go back to the witness with the others, please.
If you could take a look at what's been marked as VV, that's the log. I just want to go through this relatively quickly. With regard to plastic pieces that were submitted, if you look on for instance, page 11, where a tab is,
Yep.
That shows that piece was submitted on March 14th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And there was a piece submitted on March 14th notated on page 12.
What item are you referring to?
It's a plastic piece.
Yes, correct.
Page 13, another plastic piece.
Yes, submitted on March 14th.
And page 14, another plastic piece.
Yes, that's correct.
Page 15, another plastic piece.
Correct.
And page 17.
Sorry. Yes, that's correct.
And then if you turn to the next page, page 18, that's the orange T-shirt. It shows its submission date, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what's that date?
March 14th.
And then on the bottom, very bottom of page 20, going into page 21, there's another item, a gray T-shirt or gray sweatshirt.
Yes, that was also submitted on March 14th.
Okay, thank you. Let me approach.
Yes.
Thank you.
So we need those. They're marked for identification.
I'm not sure if I'm going to use it one more time.
Put them up on the bench and you can grab them.
Of course, ma'am.
Yes.
Ms. Barnett, before you received all of the items that we've talked about and all the items that you testified about, with the exception of the items that you physically took with you from the Sally Port, everything else that you've testified to was submitted to you on March 14th or after, correct?
That's correct.
And all submitted by Trooper Proctor, correct?
I know they were all submitted by the Norfolk County Detective Unit. I don't know the specific officer that necessarily dropped them off at the lab.
Can you answer the question based on the log information that you have and the chain of custody that's in front of you? Can you answer the question whether Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored the taillight lens material and the clothing in the same place or in the same bag before you received it?
I'm sorry, can you just repeat that question one more time?
Based on the log information that you have, in other words, the chain of custody that's in front of you, that you can absolutely look at and determine where things were and who had them, can you tell us whether or not Trooper Proctor or anybody else stored any of the taillight material and the clothing in the same place or even in the same bag?
No, I don't have any information to how the evidence was treated before it was received in the lab.
In fact, that's because there is no chain of custody for that data. I'm sorry, for those items. There's no data for those items predating March 14th, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You don't personally have any chain of custody information about those items we just went over predating March 14th, do you?
I personally do not have any data that would indicate where those items of evidence were prior to them being accepted into the lab.
And one of the reasons why you have such detailed chain of custody protocols is to maintain control over where items go and how they're handled and by whom, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Lally?
Just a couple. Now, the vehicle that you observed, the defendant's vehicle in the Sally Port of the Camp Police Station, that was in generally overall good condition, other than the areas of damage that you noted on the right rear, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you were swabbing, the swabs that you took from the taillight housing that you then later submitted to DNA, that was a taillight housing that you took from the Camden Police Station, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You logged that into the lab?
Yes, I did.
You took those swabbings and then you packaged them and you sent them to the DNA, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And all of those swabbings were taken from the exterior area of that taillight assembly, is that correct?
Yes.
Enter your.
All right, so I'm told you want to see me. I'll see you at sidebar.
Followed by pound.
All right, how was everybody's lunch? Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Man, it is a small courtroom. Oh, Vinny didn't come back after lunch, huh? Where's Vincenzo? Got Matt Johnson there. Did you guys enjoy lunch? What'd you do? What'd you get into? What'd you all do at lunch? Did you guys do some lunching? Some dinnering if you're across the pond? I imagine that Bob Alessi was just furiously going through his binder, preparing all his Bob Alessi magic, his wizardry. Guy is just a delight. Just a delight. I'm excited. I love this testimony. Like, I don't find this testimony even remotely
I have
boring
to say,
until Hank opens his big fat
misremembered.
mouth.
I misremembered much of that cross. I
You
really thought
misremembered.
she like admitted a lot of stuff, like more than she did. It was basically the entire same cross, like almost word for word.
Were you listening to it?
Yeah. Don't
Yes,
forget
science.
to check the cash apps.
Oh, yeah. Well, we have a moment. Well, we have a moment. Whoa.
I thought that she what happened?
Johnny Miller with the $50 Cash App bomb.
Oh, come on, Johnny Miller. Give me a voicemail. Make me happy.
John, don't
Make
be scared.
Allie happy.
Don't be scared. Make Allie happy. Do a
Check the
voicemail.
voicemail. Maybe he left one. He knew he was
He
entitled.
didn't. He did not.
Oh, so
He did
give him
not.
the
But who did? Shannon from Connecticut. Who is an OG. Super, super OG. Like the OG of OGs. Like,
All right, so we'll overlook whether or not she did. I can't remember if she did or did not qualify, but she's done it.
yeah, she qualifies because she's the shit.
Good. You can they're coming back. We'll do it on the afternoon break.
Lawyers are coming in. Let's see.
They were at a sidebar.
Sidebar. Are the jurors in?
I don't think yet. I think they're coming. Yes, Stephanie, she was just as unclear last time. I really thought I remembered it differently.
Jacqueline, I played the science. I played this.
Yes, science.
I played that soundbite.
You are unmuted.
You're unmuted.
Excuse me, please.
Am I frozen?
Yeah, you are. You're frozen, blinking.
Oh, Lord.
There's nothing better than a blinking freeze. She gone. I did, Megan. I had a delightful lunch. Sidebar. Oh, getting a little of that jury box. A little of that jury box. Jurors are
Not
not
too
in there.
close. Come on.
Yeah.
Watch yourself,
Better
cameraman.
tonight, 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern. The one and only Mark Betterow joins Allie and I. Should
Wow,
be a
they got a lot-
fascinating convo.
They got little microphones everywhere.
Yeah, they do. I mean, that makes it could have been anybody saying asshole. Could have been a juror.
So they're not that close to those, are they?
Well, those that we're seeing closest to us are right on the rail of the jury box. So
Holy shit. Are the jurors walking in? I'm so confused.
I mean, we're getting a glimpse. They better get a. They
That
better,
looks-
better pan in. Catch a juror. It's going to be hell to pay.
Shit. Yeah. Hell to pay.
Hell to pay.
Huh. I hope one of the jurors didn't call him an asshole. Might have. And like, listen to him. I'm going to need a sidebar right now.
Sidebar. It's a good question. It's a good question.
Oh, the water, I'm good.
Maybe it was a juror.
I do not know that John D. Petro dude, whatever his name is. I mean, I saw he tweeted on my tweet.
Wait, let's hear who's talking back there.
Oh, hot mic.
I was trying to figure out if we could hear the jurors chit-chatting.
All right, Mr. Alessi, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Scordi-Bello, and welcome back.
Thank you.
I want to move on to a slightly different aspect of the hypothermia discussion. So you've acknowledged previously that hypothermia is a very difficult diagnosis to make, correct?
Oh, he's circling back to this.
And you acknowledge that in your grand jury testimony in this proceeding, correct? Do you recall that?
I do.
And you indicated in that grand jury proceeding, generally that diagnosing hypothermia is based on contextual clues. Is that correct?
On autopsy findings and investigative information, yes.
Right. And the last part, investigative, and that's that legal part, sort of the law enforcement contribution. Is that correct that you're referring to?
Correct.
You diagnosed Mr. O'Keefe with hypothermia based upon certain medical data that you believe you observed in the gastric area and the pancreatic area. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just for, I think most people will get this, to just be clear, gastric is sort of synonymous with the stomach.
Stomach.
And then we know the pancreas is a separate organ. And in your autopsy, you observed for example, the lining of both the stomach and the pancreas. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was the word you used?
Let's start with the stomach. Did you observe the lining of the stomach as part of Mr. O'Keefe as part of the autopsy?
Yes, I observed some hemorrhages in the lining of the stomach.
We'll get to that, right? But I just want to talk about the organs and what aspects of the organs first, and then we'll get to that. And with regard to the pancreas, what aspect of the pancreas did you observe?
I examined both the external surface and the tissues around it, as well as the pancreas itself by making several cuts.
And there was also a histopathology report that was relevant to both the stomach and the pancreas, correct?
Correct.
She's right.
Histopathology,
Spell it, Mr. Alessi.
HISTOPATHOLOGY.
Thank you, Tracy.
So that
You're not almost.
histopath information informed your hypothermia analysis, is that correct?
The histopathology was done to further confirm my finding or my determination of hypothermia.
I wish
So-
this one die.
Do I have it correct? And let's start with the pancreas. That you noted the pancreas was congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. Do I have that correct? And you feel free to look at your report, please.
I will.
And I specifically, if it helps, I'm
Yes.
looking at
Page 4.
the report of autopsy. It's not numbered pages, but it would be 4. And you see liver, gallbladder, and pancreas is 1. And then you go down a couple more and you see digestive system. That's what I'm focusing on.
Okay.
And then, and the next page is the histopathology.
Yes.
All right. Are we sort of oriented in the same location?
Yes.
All right. So let's start with the pancreas. So if you look at the histopathology page, it says endocrine and exocrine pancreatic tissue with vascular congestion and patchy parenchymal, that's PARENCHYMAL, hemorrhage, autolytic changes. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And I want to go at these one at a time, so now I'm going to jump back to the previous page where you discussed the heading liver, gallbladder, and pancreas. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you see the last sentence says the pancreas is congested and diffusely hemorrhagic. You see that?
Yes.
So now what I'd like to do, and is that what you're rooting in, if you will, the analysis of hypothermia?
The determination of hypothermia was made, yes, based on these findings and the circumstances I was provided. Yes.
Right, and thank you. I'm going to get to the circumstances, but it's sort of the medical legal construct that we were talking about. I want to just start first with the medical, if that's okay with you.
Yes.
So then let's now move to the organ of the stomach, a synonym gastric in terms of your report. So let's go to, please, back to the histopathology section. And under that, under pancreas is stomach. And there's a bulleted one sentence that says gastric tissue with vascular congestion and focal mucosal hemorrhage. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
And then let's go back, as we did with the pancreas, for the stomach, go back to the previous page in your report under the heading digestive system. And the second sentence states the gastric mucosa shows focal areas of linear hemorrhages. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
So we've got hemorrhage discussion with the pancreas. We've got hemorrhage discussion with the stomach and the gastric area. Your diagnosis of hypothermia was not based just on gastric and pancreatic hemorrhaging alone, though, was it?
No.
And you did fairly refer to other circumstances just moments ago in your answer, correct?
Correct.
And we're going to get to that. So that means that your diagnosis of hypothermia was also informed by the information we discussed earlier that was provided to you by former Trooper Proctor in his investigation. Is that correct?
Correct.
And one aspect of that information is that he was found, Mr. O'Keefe was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
So let's go to the death notification report. Am I generally correct that you were, I'm sorry,
Rephrase it.
I will. Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recall the death notification report in this matter?
I do recall, the very initial first information
babe?
that comes in. That's
I
the
did.
death notification given to our intake staff.
Do you
Yeah.
recall the
Sounds clear as day.
contents of that death notification report?
Would you like me to summarize? I don't recall I don't have it in front of me, but I can tell you what the gist of it was.
Would it be helpful to you if I showed you a document that might refresh your recollection on what that, a document that may refresh
She
your
said
recollection?
sure. Right.
I
Thank
think you heard her.
I did. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay.
Kathy
Yes.
Simmons during the lunch hour was noting that AJ is passionate for short from his first trial cross.
Yep, just show Mr. Brennan.
And I'm noting right now, Brooklyn is in fact our DD medical examiner.
Yes.
She knows her shit. She knows her shit.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, what I'd like to do, you can read anything you want, but I'm just going to reference to the section that says circumstances of death.
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is read it to yourself, not out loud, and then when you just that section up to here. And once you're done, if you could kindly look up and let me know.
Okay.
Bloop, bloop. Too late.
We don't have any blooping.
Not even a little, huh?
Not a microsecond.
Not a microsecond.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, did that refresh your recollection with regard to the circumstances of death section of the death notification report?
Yes.
And you could please state now what your refreshed recollection is on that topic.
Yes. The initial intake death notification was made by a physician at the hospital. And it stated that we were dealing with a adult male that was found in a snowbank. There
Snowbank.
was note of having been at a party. There was some information as to the decedent was walking to a house. There was reference to some sort of altercation or dispute with
Sustained.
Why?
Jurors disregard that. Move on with this, Mr.
What?
Lacy.
Everything she said was fine until an altercation. That's
Yes,
just
yes.
great. That's wonderful, actually. Let's
In
just leave it at
terms
that.
of
She
the
didn't even get to say
differential
who whipped.
diagnosis concept that we were talking about before.
Probably would have been
Based upon your refreshed recollection of circumstances of death as discussed in the death notification report, based upon that, did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe could have been injured and died somewhere other than the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
I'm going to allow that.
initially, no.
Initially, no. Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Let's
I was
go
like- I was like,
to
wait, who's babe in this story?
Only one babe.
significance, if any, of
Well, I'm
hemorrhaging
talking.
of the two organs we were talking about, the pancreas and the stomach. Is it correct that the hemorrhaging of a pancreas can be caused by many different things?
Yes, it is.
And to be clear, you found evidence of hemorrhaging of the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe in the autopsy, correct?
Correct.
And is it correct before the grand jury, you yourself were evaluating whether the injuries had been sustained in a different environment. Well, let me ask it this way. Do you recall what your testimony was in the grand jury about hemorrhaging of the pancreas and possibilities of injuries being sustained in different environments? Do you recall any testimony on that subject?
Perfect time. We're going to
Right, I'll
sidebar.
see you at 10.
Sidebar. Oh, sounds like it's time for a shot or 10. Who's ready? All right. Hopefully you're all
You
hammered.
might want
now.
to close your window so you're not hearing it twice as soon as I
Oh.
start talking again.
Thank you, babe.
Yeah.
I do, because that feels like probably what it feels like to suffer from some kind of heavy
Yeah.
duty mental illness. Like I've had situations where I have 3 screens going at one time, and it's like, holy shit. This is what it must be like to hear voices.
Why are we getting what's going on here?
What's going on? What's going on? I don't know.
I better
What?
refresh my screen, maybe.
Refresh your screen, maybe. All right, there we go. There we go.
What? Did it again.
What is going on? What's really going on?
Make sure see if yours is doing it, because I could be having
Close
some
it
kind of.
down.
Oh wait, I see my issue. Hold on.
She's got an issue. Located the
Wi-Fi
issue.
was open too.
Wow. Wow. There's nothing better than watching tech wizardry in real time. There you go, kids. Enjoy. Enjoy the silent. Whoop, there she goes. She gone. Wow. She just really dipped. She dipped. I'll put it up and then she'll yell at me when she gets back on that I've already put it back up, so as not to panic the crowd. She'd be like, what the hell, babe? Boop. Doobie doo. What the hell? What was she watching? It's weird. Did something weird happen?
Austin 10 shut their shit down again.
Yeah. The hell? I think they all did.
Well, let me check.
I went to Boston, CBS Boston. Gone. Boston 25.
Wow,
And
Long Crime only has. Oh wait, here we go.
Boston 25 has OnlyFan.
All right, I got it on Long Crime.
What the hell? See, it's not us. That was not Allie's tech wizardry.
No, I thought it was. I was like, wait a minute.
What is this outrageous shit?
All right, let me share.
Yeah, Court TV has allowed some of their anchors to take pretty heavy duty positions, which is unusual. It's unusual because it's polarizing for
All right, make sure we're live here. Yep. And
yeah,
I get
what
this
is going
back.
on with Boston 10?
Oh, somebody already put it on the Long Crime. Okay.
It's my fave. Like they're not even live right now. They're like
They gone.
They fall off the face of the earth, and it's like boop.
So let's see. What are they talking about right now? What I forgot what set us to sidebar. He asked. Well, about our grand jury testimony. Now we got Udo. They're advertising. Making bank off this.
Udo.
Long Crime.
The Udo, the Udo.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. At the grand jury, did you testify as follows?
Won.
If the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
All right. Well,
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can also be caused by blunt force trauma, correct?
Correct.
Hemorrhaging of the pancreas can be caused by CPR, correct? Cardiopulmonary resuscitation?
It's possible.
Do you know what a Lucas machine is?
Yes.
And a Lucas machine is an automated CPR machine, correct?
Correct.
And it's a rather large device, correct? It gets strapped down to the chest of someone. So instead of someone having to exercise, etc., you put on a Lucas machine that goes over the chest and it automatically does the compressions, right?
Correct.
Lucas machines can cause hemorrhaging, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, wasn't a Lucas machine applied to Mr. O'Keefe?
I believe so.
And wasn't the Lucas machine applied from when the first responders came to the scene and he was in the ambulance continually and through when he was in the hospital?
I believe so, yeah.
So, when a Lucas machine is used in resuscitation efforts, you'd actually expect to see some hemorrhaging, wouldn't you?
oh boy.
Where?
Oh.
In
Where?
the stomach? In the pancreas? Would you expect to see it there?
Uh-oh.
Not in the mucosa of the stomach and not as extensive in the pancreas.
Let's talk about and pick the pancreas first. So you would agree that from the use of a Lucas machine, you would expect some degree of hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
Not always.
But it's certainly possible that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging of the pancreas, correct?
It's possible.
And now let's move to, and there was evidence of hemorrhaging in the pancreas of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now let's move to the stomach.
Mm-mm-mm.
Isn't it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Personally, I have not seen it in that context.
But do you rule that out?
I can't rule it out. I can only tell you my experience.
So your personal experience is you don't believe you've seen that, but you can't rule out that a Lucas machine causes hemorrhaging to the stomach. Is that correct?
I don't believe a Lucas machine causes hemorrhage to the mucosa of the stomach.
Right. I'm not yet at the mucosa of the stomach, which is a subset of the stomach, right? You're talking about the gastric rugae.
Talking about the inner lining of the
inner
stomach.
lining, and another name for the inner lining of the stomach is the gastric rugae, R-U-G-A-E, correct?
Yes.
So I'm just talking about the stomach in general, not a subset of the stomach. Is it possible that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging in the stomach?
Not in the stomach, around the stomach, in the soft tissues of the torso.
Okay. So you've said that you're aware that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine, correct?
Yes.
And are you aware of the length of time that Mr. O'Keefe was hooked up to a Lucas machine?
No, I am not.
Do you know how many compressions per minute a Lucas machine causes?
I would have to say close to 60.
Would 100 compressions per minute be a reasonable amount of compressions for a Lucas machine to cause?
Sure.
So assume 37 minutes
Of
of a person hooked up to a Lucas machine, and assume 100 compressions per minute, That would result in 3,700 compressions
Thanks,
from a
Ariel.
Lucas machine, correct?
Correct.
I love it.
Could 3,700 compressions from a Lucas machine explain hemorrhaging in the pancreas?
You could.
Yep.
And that explanation could be why there's hemorrhaging in the pancreas as opposed to hypothermia causing hemorrhaging in the pancreas, correct?
It could.
Possible.
Oh boy.
Did you consider that at all in your autopsy report? The effect of the Lucas machine? Is it written anywhere in your autopsy report?
I do consider changes due to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The rib fractures that were observed were attributed to CPR. Usually we will see some amount of hemorrhage in the soft tissues, but in this context, with the gastric findings, the pancreatic findings, and the information that he was found in the snow with a body temperature of 80 degrees,
I don't think so.
my opinion was that those hemorrhages, along with the gastric hemorrhages and his body temperature, were consistent with hypothermia.
My question was,
Is there another possibility? That's the
does
question.
your report state anywhere the words Lucas machine?
No.
You didn't know about it. You didn't consider it. Didn't she say that?
And you agree that a Lucas machine could cause hemorrhaging to
Come
the
on, you
pancreas,
said
It
that.
can cause hemorrhage in a lot of tissues,
but including the pancreas.
including the pancreas.
What's we got here? Objection. They're
If you
destroying my
see
case.
hemorrhaging of the pancreas and you believe that hemorrhaging is a contributor to hypothermic deaths, wouldn't you also expect to see Wisniewski ulcers?
I did note gastric hemorrhages.
So the court reporter needs to have a spelling of that. Doctor, can you give us the spelling of that?
I'm gonna
Would you like
rephrase
to
my
give it?
question because I didn't like her
If
answer.
you'd like me to, I
Go
prefer to
ahead.
do it. Thank you. W-I-S-C-H-N-E-W-S-K-I.
Oh, she's like, he doesn't know. I know. He needs me to spell. He's like, no, I don't.
So, can you just tell the jurors what Wisniewski spots or Wisniewski ulcers are?
Wisniewski spots are small hemorrhages, small areas of bleeding in the mucosa of the stomach that are thought to be associated with hypothermia, amongst other things. They're believed to be either a reaction to stress due to the hypothermia or some form of what we call reperfusion injury.
She's like, who is this wizard doctor lawyer?
Is it correct that if someone is believed to die, at least in part, from hypothermia, that in 90% of the cases of death from hypothermia, you would find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I do not know the exact number.
We're gonna have someone who does. I think we might gonna have someone who does. Got a lot of names.
Is it that you're not recalling what the percentage is for the percent of cases for death of hypothermia that you would expect to find Wisniewski's ulcers?
I don't.
Do you recall?
Hold on.
Okay.
Move on. The objection sustained. So
Okay.
you're asking it. Yes. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Take it.
I don't know what the answer is. Judge Canoni does. You move on. We got that.
There were no Wisniewski's ulcers present in
She's going to say there
Mr.
was, I think.
O'Keefe. Is that correct?
I believe there were.
See?
Can you point anywhere in your autopsy report where the word Wisniewski appears?
No, it's not
I
in there.
did not call them Wisniewski spots. I called them gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so you didn't use the term Wisniewski and you didn't use the term ulcer, correct? In your report at all?
No, I used gastric hemorrhages under the title of hypothermia.
Do you believe that all hemorrhages in the pancreas are Wisniewski ulcers?
You mean the stomach?
I want to start with the pancreas.
Wisniewski
Doesn't come in the pancreas.
ulcers are the term is used to describe the gastric hemorrhages.
Right, so I wanted to clarify that. So now I want to move to the stomach.
He was gonna. He's like, I knew that. I pretended.
All hemorrhages in the stomach are Wisniewski ulcers.
Not all of them.
Well,
Therefore,
why didn't you distinguish?
There can be Wisniewski ulcers and not be hemorrhaging, correct? Just by logic?
And not be hemorrhaging?
Correct. You can have a Wisniewski ulcer but not have hemorrhaging.
She's like, you compared apples and oranges.
You could, but ulceration would manifest in what we call hemorrhage. The actual appearance of it.
What I'd like to do now is, Mr. Wolf,
I don't know what the hell you guys are
what
talking about.
has been in evidence, what I'd like to do is to, with your Honor's permission, publish some depictions of first the gastric mucosa, and then start with that, Your Honor, publish that.
All right. So this is the one that we have not introduced into evidence openly, but it's sidebar, right?
What I'd like to do is I'll start out with the one that is in evidence, which is the gastric
Easy,
mucosa.
Shoogs.
Okay,
Start with that.
What number?
Pulling organs out.
That's too far even for this channel. We're not pulling any organs out.
Nerd war! We're going to have many nerd battles this trial.
I mean, we saw Alessi have the science wrong when he got, not science, but
Okay, so that was the one I was referring
Tell you
to
later.
that we did at sidebar, not in open court. Okay.
all right. Well, Gary wants to pull it out too. Let's see it. Let's see
And
the
I'd
liver.
like to move into evidence at this time.
All right. All I'll say about this, jurors, is that this may be considered graphic. You satisfied with that, Mr. Alessi?
I'm satisfied with that, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan, you satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
164.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Dr. Scorbello, I'm handing you Exhibit 164 in evidence, and I'm going to also, with the court's permission, have it published on the screen. So whatever one is best for you to look at.
So here's what I'm just going to say, and this is just my own personal opinion. I believe her when she says that she considers those Washkanuski, whatever it's called, and she didn't feel the need to delineate because it's an ulcer in the stomach. Like, I didn't know that this, smart ass lawyer is going to come up here and get all technical with me, but I think it encompasses that in her opinion, what she saw and described without using those exact terms is encompassed in that term. I believe her. Doesn't mean that it's still not a very effective cross because you're poking holes at it. You didn't use it.
Well, I mean, the fear from a juror's perspective is that they're not understanding the significance in terms of he's trying to move off this hypothermia. And, but she said early on that she includes anything and everything if she notices it during the autopsy in terms of potential causation. You know what I'm saying? She's like, if I saw X, Y, or Z, I'm going to include X, Y, or Z and not necessarily delineate which one was the key component in terms of causation. So I'm just worried that at some point the jurors are going to be like, well, why the fuck are they talking about Wisniewski shit? What does this mean? Like, you know, like he's got to tie it back into, he's got to wrap it back into the whole hypothermia thing.
Well, I think he did when he started with it.
I mean,
that's how it came up in the first place.
It's been going on for a hot minute. So, you know, I mean, like,
hope that one scientist guy, whoever's on the jury paying attention to the science.
Yeah. I mean, all I can tell you is Hank's sitting over there like,
yeah, I'm not fucking with any of the medical terminology. I just fuck with the lore, and that's it.
He's gonna be like,
I'm
I don't
not
know all
doing what he does.
I don't know all those words, but do you still have that very same opinion he had when I was talking to you?
That all that stuff that Alessi was saying, you know, do you think that it's really our way? Is that's like all the things that he said? It's just really our way, in the law. The law is behind us, right?
I mean, he's not going to be able to talk about all this shit because he's going to be like me trying to, like, whenever I'm trying to like puke out some kind of medical terminology on the podcast, I have to go. I'm like, how do you pronounce this? And I'm on Google and I'm listening to it. I'm like, oh my God.
All right,
I'm never going to be able to say that.
Never.
All right, let's go.
At the screen, please feel free to look at item 1. Mr. Wolk, if you could publish 164. 164 as well, you describe what 164 is.
This is a picture of the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe after it was removed and opened and the contents were removed. And what you're looking at, this pink red
I think he's
surface is the mucosa. That's the lining of the stomach. And you had used the word rouille before. These are the folds. The stomach has a lot of folds. And what you can see here are small areas that are redder than everything else. That's hemorrhage, that's blood. And these are the gastric hemorrhages that I described.
And they're also
right. So those are what you just showed. There's darker areas. There's just a few of them. That is what you refer to as hemorrhages, correct?
Wisniewski's was correct.
Well, you didn't use Wisniewski's in your report, correct? You referred to them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay.
See, here's the thing. I think he should have had enough sense to realize, just like we did here, that she's clearly saying that those ulcers that I didn't use the term for are exactly the term you used. That's how I interpreted it. That's how I thought about them. That's what they meant to me. I just didn't use that term. And that's why I started to say, I think he's gone a step too far, because I freaking knew her next answer was going to be, those are your ulcers, you know, and he's getting frustrated. Like, but wait a minute, you didn't say that before. She's like, well, I didn't use that term, but I described them as the gastro hemorrhages. And I think that he should have seen that coming and not taken this extra step to point out. He wanted to point out the ulcers to her as ulcers she did not put in her report. She did not consider. She did not recognize. And I think he should have recognized that wasn't going to happen based on her earlier answer. Personally. So, all right, let's go.
She's in your report, correct? You refer to them as hemorrhages.
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do now is to, if I may approach, Your Honor, for the chalk.
It's chalk time. It's time for chalks.
But I guess it could be recognizing them now. She knows that that's what they are.
Permission, may I show Dr. Scorti-Bello the chalk that's marked for identification? Is that?
Yes, and let's see what she answers before we use it for more questions, okay?
Yes. May I hand it to you?
Yes.
Dr. Scorti-Bello, could you please take what's identified as Exhibit M and see if you can identify what that depicts?
Yes, this is a picture of a stomach. Again, the mucosa with hemorrhage.
Worcestershire also. He's gonna keep doing it.
Another fire in Canton.
Yes. Yes.
What are they doing now?
Right this way.
What was the call? Was it a sidebar or what was the deal?
Yes.
I missed it.
Your Honor, can we take a break?
Yes.
Jurors.
Yes.
Oh, the juror needs a break.
Right to the jury.
A juror's like these organ pictures. Not my jam. You're muted, babe. You're muted.
Who asked for the short break again? I missed it even
A
the second
juror.
time. A juror did.
Hey
Oh
there,
no.
Karen
Oh,
Reed, trial
no.
watch.
Oh no.
Oh boy.
Oh my God.
God. I don't want to hear your commercial.
Oh my God.
Offensive, I find it. So one of the jurors asked for a short break?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Let's see if
Yeah,
Boston
because it was
does
like
that.
I was like, whose voice is that? It was a court bailiff saying you said a
Oh,
juror needs a
Boston
short
10's
break.
back. Okay.
Oh, thank God.
All right. They
I don't know
figured out
what
their
they're
shit.
like. I don't know what's happening with them.
And why it happens every day. It's
No,
bizarre.
weird. Like they got to have some producers getting shit canned in there with all their kerfuffles. You know? What's up, Osbrook?
Yeah, we're live.
Dear friend, Mikey Osbrook, the brilliant Michael Osbrook, has graced us with his presence.
Hi, Michael. I was about to go do something.
You were?
Yeah, I'm
I
still
went
going.
down and I grabbed those chili lime chicharrones
Oh.
before you got them. I've decided a new game that I'm going to play that I think people are going to find very disturbing is, can you guess that snack? Like I won't be on screen and I'll just eat different snacks into the mic.
He's
And then
just
you guys
trying to come up with a way to snack while he's doing a live.
and then everybody has to guess what snack I'm eating. Is it a carrot? Am I eating a banana? Is it a chicharrones?
How would they miss a banana?
Did I just bananas are very mouthy. It's a very mouthy fruit.
I'm saying you're gonna hide it while you're eating it.
Am I taking a nice bite of a crisp apple? You know, I mean,
Oh,
it'll be a fun game.
wait. You're saying we hear audio and no video?
Correct.
Disgusting,
People
not
will
happening.
hate it. People will hate it.
It's not happening.
I mean, dude, I crunch one of those chicharrones in the mic. People's ears are going to be bleeding. It's going to be fantastic. Everybody's going to love it.
I didn't even know that was your little joke there. I thought you were talking about like they
Oh,
wouldn't
that's no
see
joke. It's the new game. It's the new DD
Yeah.
game that we're playing. It'll be great. It'll be sticker packages for Ellie's like, I hate it already.
everybody.
It's horrible. Yeah, I mean, there's not many people on the planet that hate
would like
the
that.
sound of chewing more than my wife.
No, that's
I was
true.
telling him the whole story of you sitting in silence working while my dad's eating a bowl of cereal.
Mm-mm.
A lot of
No.
slurping and crunching.
No, I put on my phone, music on my phone when that happened. And then he's like, because Bob called me out like in front of him, it really irritates Allison because I'd get up and walk away or, so then that time when I put on sound, he's like, I'm sorry if I'm bothering you.
I mean, his slurping is legendary, man. I mean,
it is above
the guy can
average.
slurp. Guy
And
can
I don't
really-
like average. I don't like quiet slurping, let alone loud slurping.
Yeah.
It's been since I was a kid, especially the eating of cereal. That's really like, for some reason, what it is.
Yeah, it's it doesn't bother me. It doesn't really bother me. Not much does there's certain like a high-pitched fire alarm makes me want to die.
I'd rather that than listen to somebody.
Yeah, see, for me, it's like it feels like my head's gonna explode. I hate it. Yeah, no, I think people would be passing out if I had my dad eat a bowl of cereal on the live. People
Hey,
would be dropping.
Contrary Mary, nothing's stopping you. I'll pay $50 just to leave a voice. me eating snacks. Hey, we'd have to
See?
play it. We'd have to
Contrary
play it.
Mary knows. She know. Oh, that's a perfect. All right. So hopefully Shannon's still here. I'll take the quick opportunity to give you guys a little
Well, let's make
taste.
sure Shannon is still here.
Shannon, Connecticut Shannon, are you in here? Show yourself, woman. Let us know that
All right,
you.
but any other members that leave them, those get played on member lives, not on our live.
Yeah,
lives.
Shannon's literally.
Shannon's gonna we're
She's
making
been a
exceptions.
fan of the show since the second episode of Gacy. So
Okay.
that she's OG. She's got OG status. Like
OG
she has that OG patch that I sent out to all the OGs. Yeah. I'm like, here's your OG patch. That's all it says is OG. DDOG. Let's see.
He
All
looks
right.
like E-Dog. So I don't know.
All right. She has not answered yet. Yes. You guys have not hit your notifications, I guess. Yeah, like YouTube's hit or miss. You guys really
I'll be right back.
somebody was telling me to use something else for like notifications. Yes, Mark Bredero is joining us at 5:30 Central. So a couple hours, 2.5 hours after we shut it down today on Karen's stream. He'll be here talking Karen, talking testimony. We'll get all his thoughts. I'm kidding. There is no OG. There is no OG patch. I should get one. I should get one made. You could put it on your leather vest. You can wear it around when you're yeah, but Betero is going to be here 5:30. Usually stays for a couple hours. They're great. Oh, come on, Michael. Michael's gift membership expired. That makes me sad. That makes me sad. Oh, she just came up here and pimped the chicharrones. Wow. 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 Come over here and eat it in the mic. Disturb the class. I mean, those things are as crunchy as you can get. There's nothing more crunchy than a chicharrones, also known as a pork rind. I'll tell you what. Here, you can hear it from over. She's like, I'd say 12 feet away. You can still hear the crunching. It's, I mean, I don't know. So every month I get 10 memberships that I get to gift out in increments of 5. So this month I kind of blew my load kind of early instead of like usually I'll do some early and then I'll wait till later in the month. I did all 10 like relatively quickly. So we have to wait till June before I can get some new ones. But it's like, and I think it's totally random. Like Jay had a theory, you know, he had a theory on the whole thing with the gifting. Like, and I don't know. I started to think his theory was whack. Like I forget what his theory was, but over time I kept it in mind when I'd see who was getting gifted stuff.
The more active they were.
Yeah, like the more comments or some shit Michael got gifted one. Maybe that's what you have to do. You have to whine about a gifted membership, not wait, did he? Let's see. So Justin Lorello. Oh, I love it. I think Michael just figured out the system. If you lodge a message in the comments that your sponsorship has ended, then the algorithm like sucks that in, processes it, and the next person that gives it out will then automatically go to the person who has complained of their membership lapsing. So there you go. Figures Osbrook would figure that out.
Oh wow. I better leave some.
Oh, Stinky Cat. Stinky Cat became a sponsor. Welcome. Oh, family hugs. Thank you, Jim. And thank you, Shannon, for gifting out some DD memberships. We always love that. They're my favorite because those build up the fam. I dig it. I dig it a lot. A lot. Throw Jim up there. Jim, you the man. All right, Jim. Serious though. You got to oh, that wasn't Jim Miller. That was just Jim. Just Jim. Jim, that's what I want you to change your handle to. Just Jim, because we have Jim Miller too.
I saved your couple.
Oh no, that's John Miller. Never mind. Disregard. Completely disregard that. These are not the droids you're looking for. What does Obi-Wan do? He does some shit like that. Brooklyn, tell me, what does Obi-Wan do? Brooklyn will not, under any circumstances, watch Star Wars. Huh? No, I haven't seen Shannon. Like, she's not up in here. Or she's listening and can't get to a keyboard to let us know. Yeah. Yeah. It's a puzzling case. It's a puzzling case. Puzzling cases, to me, spell reasonable doubt. Puzzling equals RD, which equals NG. There you go. Yeah, I'm not seeing the Shans in here. I'm not going to play her thing unless she's in here. It's a shame. It's a shame. Let me see. West Georgia. Grin for me's not in here either. He left like 4 slightly intoxicated messages, which were all pretty great. Grin for me, he developed the Feed Bob hashtag, which I'm a big fan of. He understands. He understands my hanger. If I don't eat, I do, in fact, get hangry. It's that's why I'm constantly snacking. So I'm always in high spirits. Oh, Steph, Ani, thank you so much. How delightful. So Matt 87, M87 says, Wisniewski's ulcers would support the defense theory that O'Keefe endured prolonged stress and was alive after injury, consistent with being beaten and left outside, not instantly killed by a vehicle. I guess the question then becomes, though, I mean, I don't know that Hank would ask it because I don't know how it helps his narrative, but he could certainly ask, you know, couldn't a motor vehicle strike also cause those type of internal injuries? You know, but I don't know that that helps him if they're gonna die in the hypothermia hill, you know, which it sounds like they're relying on that pretty heavily in terms of their theory. John. All right. John, pay attention here. One of the mods will throw the link here in the chat for the it's not, you don't have to call. All right. It's a website. It's called SpeakPipe. And when you go in there and you click on the link, it's going to, you'll see a button that says record, and there it is. This is it, Jim. So, or I'm sorry, John. I keep calling you Jim. It's because I know a Jim Miller. I've been knowing a Jim Miller for a long time, so it's a Freudian slip. All right, we're back. Go to that website, click record, leave your message. It gets played. Beautiful.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, Mr. Alessi, you can continue where you left off.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I reapproach the witness?
Yes.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you have in front of you, which has been marked for identification as MN, and you were discussing that. Do you recognize that document since it sort of started over to reorient? You recognize that?
I recognize what it is, yes.
And what is it?
It is a picture of a stomach, of the mucosa of a stomach with multiple hemorrhages.
And
Toilet officially fixed, by the way.
Ooh, sweet.
Exhibit fairly and accurately depict a stomach with what you have referred to as multiple ulcers.
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer that into evidence.
I object to Anthony as a child.
I'll, you know what, if I can use it as a public, a chalk
Yes, you
publication.
can.
Yeah, that's what I'll do, Your Honor. Thank you.
So you can have it displayed.
Thank you. And again, I'll leave this hard copy with the court reporter, and we'll use the.
Oh, so it's not in evidence?
It is not.
It's marked for identification.
Yes, marked for identification, and we are with it.
Yeah, that's for sure, Meg Griff.
Mr. Wolf? Dr. Scorti-Bello, is that the depiction that you were just describing
Point, Picosa.
at your witness stand?
Yes.
And could you please, with the laser pointer, state what you see in this depiction?
So this is a stomach. This is the mucosa, the folds of the stomach. They're not very folded in this particular picture, but you can see these distinct areas that are that have a darker coloration. That's blood. These are hemorrhages.
And to be clear, this is not the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe. This is a medical reference depiction to sort of generic or some other depiction other than Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, correct?
Correct.
If we could, with Your Honor's permission, Mr. Wolk,
Did we
put
discuss
side by
this?
side this chalk with what is in evidence as the
read it.
actual gastric
No, I mean,
mucosa of
we'll talk about it
Mr.
later.
O'Keefe.
The objection sustained.
Or I'm going to go
Is
back.
in
Sorry.
evidence as the actual gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe.
The objection sustained.
Could,
Sidebar.
could we, with Your Honor's permission, publish simply Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes.
gastric mucosa?
Yes.
She wouldn't let him do it side by side. Is that the issue?
Isn't it correct, Dr. Scorti-Bello, that there are much less dark spots in this depiction of the gastric mucosa than there were in the chalk that we just displayed? In other words, that green depiction of what I'll just refer to as a generic
Hypothermia.
stomach. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So you can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Isn't it correct that for
Let's see if he gets what he wants out of this. Let's see.
hypothermia
Thanks,
in the
Meg.
presence of Wisniewski's ulcers or spots, that you have to have a predominance of the stomach covered by the spots for them to be Wisniewski ulcers?
I think there's different levels and different grades.
In hypothermia, particularly death from hypothermia, wouldn't you expect to see a predominance of those ulcers, meaning they take up most of the stomach lining? Isn't that what you would expect to see?
Not always. I have seen that. I have also seen cases with much fewer spots, as you refer to them.
But isn't the majority of the cases that
That's
you have seen where someone has actually died from hypothermia that the ulcers predominate, take up greater than 50% of the stomach?
Yes.
Oh.
And what percentage of the, and I'm trying to avoid putting it up again. So what percentage of the gastric mucosa of Mr. O'Keefe would you estimate is taken up by the ulcers that you have
Sounds
identified?
like less than 50.
I would say somewhere between 10 and
Oof.
15%.
Just 10 and 15%. Thank you. Now, if we could look to the issue of
Oh, drink that
Continuing with
water.
hypothermia.
Oh,
Let's go to frostbite.
he got me.
Gotcha.
Note any evidence of frostbite
Nope.
on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early mornings? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton.
You gotta rewind it. He's away from the mic.
All right, all right. In Canton, New York. Sorry.
No, I did not.
Let's just hear it again.
Note any
Massachusetts.
evidence of
I know, but that's what he said.
Oh,
on the deceased, Mr. O'Keefe.
No, I did not.
Do you know what the weather conditions were in Canton, New York on the early mornings? I'm sorry, I keep saying Canton, New York.
Freudian slip. He's a New York lawyer.
Do you
know
know the weather conditions in Canton, Massachusetts, starting at midnight on January 29th, 2022, going through 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022?
It was very cold. There was a blizzard coming.
They called it a nor'easter, right?
Correct.
And when you say very cold, in addition to very cold, do you recall whether there were gusty winds?
I believe so.
Mhm. He was in a snowbank, for God's sakes.
Do you understand that when there's a very cold temperature in Fahrenheit and you add gusty winds, that is called, when you apply the two together, that's called wind chill, right?
Correct.
And with wind chill, doesn't the phenomenon of wind chill mean that the wind combined with the temperature brings the actual temperature down, and in addition to bringing it down, temperature in a wind chill calculation, it also has a physical effect on the body, correct? Wind chill. Doesn't wind chill also cause
science.
greater
Yes.
effects than if there was no wind?
Correct.
So in medical terms, the wind synergizes with the temperature and exacerbates the effect on it.
Correct.
And with a wind chill, isn't it correct that you would have a greater chance of frostbite than if there was no wind chill effect at all?
Yeah.
Yes.
So you saw no signs.
Thank you very much.
No signs of frostbite on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
At the time of my examination and at the time of autopsy, no, I did not.
Did you see frostbite at any other time with regard to Mr.
Well, I
O'Keefe?
didn't see him early enough.
I only
Same.
examined him at the time of autopsy.
So at the only time you examined him, which is at the time of autopsy, you had zero signs of frostbite, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Squirty Bell, now that you have gone through your this part of your examination here today, would you like to amend in any way
Ooh,
your
risky.
opinions as to whether hypothermia was any cause
Wow.
of the death of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I don't. I still believe that there were hypothermic signs.
Hypothermic signs, correct?
Yes.
Well, would you consider the alternate possibility?
I'd like to move to another topic area, please.
My boy's wicked smart.
You did not
one
include
needs to be
in
re-recorded.
your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you?
No, I did not.
Mic drop. Kate's
In
over.
fact,
Take care now.
there were no injuries consistent with a motor vehicle impact on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustain.
Did
What do you mean,
evaluate it
Outrageous.
all in your autopsy? Did
Judge,
motor vehicle
stay the fuck
impact
out of
on
it.
Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Sustain.
Oh,
Did you evaluate it all in
perfectly
your
legitimate question.
autopsy?
I'm sorry.
Sustain.
I'm talking
Did
over.
you evaluate it all in your autopsy? Whether Mr. O'Keefe had any injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Oh, thanks, Bev.
Yeah.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
There you go,
And
Judge. Don't be an
Elaborate to the
asshole.
jury what you mean by no evidence of an impact site?
Yeah, I mean, there was none.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What?
Why?
What do you mean
Like I'm in
in
crazy.
your answer?
What the fuck is going on?
It's crazy.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I don't know.
Wow.
I can't even think of what that basis would be.
No. No. What you trying to tell the judge? I mean, the jury there, Judge. Yeah.
No evidence of an impact site?
I'm going to sustain that objection.
What do you mean in your answer, no evidence of impact injuries?
I'll allow that.
Yeah.
Same question.
Same question.
What I look for is some sort of bruise, either on the outside of the leg or bleeding on the inside after the skin is reflected in the soft tissues, or any fracture of the bones of the legs.
None of
I
that.
did not observe those things.
That was going to be my
Thank you.
question. You did not observe any of those things, correct?
Correct.
And that's why you could not said it was undetermined. Where's my thank you very much? Trying to find it.
Did
Can't
you
find
know if an ME comes back with an undetermined on
I'd
a
like to turn to,
in New
please,
Orleans, that the cops will not
Thank you very much.
Oh,
investigate
wait,
it?
sorry,
Thank you
sorry,
very much.
sorry.
Oh, you got locked on a loop there.
Go ahead. No, say it again because I didn't hear
I
you.
would say, like, there's jurisdictions in this country where if an ME comes back with undetermined,
They can't charge?
they won't. The cops, New Orleans will not investigate it. The New Orleans PD will not investigate if the ME comes back with undetermined. Like, just they won't do it. And I'm like, well, how are they ever? I'm like, if
But
the
she's a whack job, babe. They don't have to listen to a whack job. Do they have to listen to a whack job?
who's a whack job?
That's what either Proctor or whoever said about her.
Oh, right. right.
She got it all wrong. Whack job.
She's a whack job.
Yeah. No, women don't know shit.
Yeah, it's all right. Roll.
Roll. I backed
That's
it
a
up, so don't
possibility,
worry.
Helen. It's ridiculous, though.
I backed it up. This is where we were.
I'd like to turn to, please.
That's a high note I'm ending on right there. It's got to go to the arm, though.
Yeah, he's gonna do
Case
about
of the decedent
Right,
in
here
your
you go.
analysis that you discussed on direct examination
Oh, boy.
of that area of
Oh, boy.
the decedent. You talked about ecchymosis. You recall that?
Yes.
In medical literature, there's a synonym for ecchymosis. It's sometimes referred to as raccoon eyes. Is that correct? Ecchymosis doesn't cause a laceration to an eyelid, does it?
No.
Nope.
Ecchymosis does not cause a laceration to a nose, does it?
There was an abrasion on the nose, but no, the answer is no.
Correct. So ecchymosis doesn't cause
An abrasion.
a laceration to the nose.
An abrasion to the nose. Come
Correct.
on.
Correct.
She just said that.
Did
Alessi.
your report
Listen.
at all evaluate whether there was any significance of the laceration to the eyelid that you spoke about in your direct testimony?
What do you mean?
Other than just noting that there was a laceration to the eyelid, did your report at all evaluate the potential significance, if any, of that laceration to the eyelid?
I noted it and photographed it, and it was part of
What I consider.
the totality of the blunt impact injuries that I noted
Mhm.
on both the face and the head.
Do you believe that the laceration to the eyelid could be caused by a blunt impact injury?
A laceration, by definition, is a blunt impact injury.
Do you believe the eyelid laceration was caused by a
Motor vehicle.
blunt impact injury from falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Not from falling backwards and hitting one's head, but that area at some point came in contact with a blunt object or surface.
Okay, if I could follow up on that, please. So
That could be a
you
fist.
agree that if a person falls and hits the back of their head, that they cannot sustain an eyelid injury, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And if somebody falls backward and hits their head, they can't sustain from that impact back of the head.
Call it an abrasion.
Laceration to the nose, correct?
Correct.
Just call it an abrasion.
So if we could, Mr. Wolk, and with your honor's permission, publish which is already in evidence, which are depictions. Let's start out with, please, the laceration to the right eyelid. And Dr. Scordi-Bello, is this the laceration to the right eyelid that we've been talking about of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And that injury could not be caused by a fall backwards and one hitting their head, correct?
No.
I'm sorry, we'll just need, and then I'm going to repeat the question. Can you state your answer again? Let me that injury to the right eyelid, that laceration, could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting their head, correct?
Correct.
Bear with me one moment, Your Honor.
Man, that whisper even got picked up. Wow.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Brennan.
I got this really good shit for you to do right now.
Your Honor, I erroneously assumed that that picture was in evidence, and I would like to now properly lay the foundation.
Oh, that's what he told him.
Dr. Scordi-Bello, you see what's in front of you. Can we mark this?
So, Mr. Brennan, are you objecting to that coming into evidence? Okay, so let's just put it in evidence.
165.
Yeah, I can't, Your Honor, or I would. If I could, I would have checked because this shit is killing my case. Just killing it.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good
Dr.
day for
Scordi-Bello,
the
I place before you what is in evidence now is 165. And Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolk publish
Yes.
165? Thank you, Mr. Wolk.
Just saving this for the end. I don't know about his thinking on that.
So, Dr. Scordi-Bello,
Brennan.
that laceration to the right eyelid could not be caused by a fall backwards where someone hits the back of the head, correct?
Correct.
So that injury you've called, what do you label that category? Traumatic, did you use that phraseology?
Blunt
Blunt
impact.
impact. So that's a blunt, in your opinion, that's a blunt impact injury, correct?
Correct.
So is it correct that that injury had to occur in some manner other than falling backwards and hitting one's head?
Yes.
And is that injury consistent or inconsistent with a punch?
I'll allow it.
Yeah, you better.
Could be consistent.
If we could, Mr. Wolk, have the laceration to the nose. I'm sorry, hold off on a moment.
They gotta put it in evidence. Is it consistent with the impact from a motor vehicle? No.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate this going.
Okay, so like we can mark it.
166.
Oh, thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, I have put before you what is in evidence is 166, and Your Honor may, Mr. Wolf, publish.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Scordi-Bello, does that exhibit fairly and accurately depict the laceration to the nose of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, it's an abrasion. I described it as an abrasion, as a scrape.
So you would classify that as a scrape?
Yes.
That scrape could not be caused by someone falling backwards and hitting the back of their head, could it?
Not by a single event, no.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. On your direct testimony, you talked about injuries to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And is it correct that you, in your autopsy report, did not determine the cause of those wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's correct.
With Your Honor's permission, I would like to.
Damn it, I get a message from a client and missed some stuff.
Mr. Brennan.
Mr. Brennan, what? Oh, maybe he's showing him something. I can't believe Bob disappears right at the height of the shit. What the hell's going on? Where you at, Bob? Bob.
Your Honor, Mr. Brennan has agreed to stipulate into evidence these two photographs. May I please have them marked as next evidence?
Hello, dear.
Did you miss all that, or you?
No, I didn't miss it.
Thank you. I missed some of it. I had client.
I tell you, we're looking down. I was on screen a minute
I'm
ago.
going to do the same thing if I may, Dr. Scordi-Bello. I'm going to leave these with you, but I'm also
And the
going to.
coffee hit again.
The O'Keefe's heard this last
Best
time.
allow you to answer
Same
the
shit.
question.
Not all.
Your Honor, may I have Mr. Wolf publish those two? Thank you.
Pad is taking a little appetizer.
Pork scratchings. Oof.
With regard to what is on the screen, am I correct that you noted these injuries and these wounds to Mr. O'Keefe in your autopsy report?
Yes.
And am I correct that you noted that there was a pattern to those wounds?
Correct.
And although you noted there was a pattern to the wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of those pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So it could be animal claws or the bites, right? Is he going to do it? Is he going to go there?
Are those injuries
huh?
consistent with
Josh is here.
A dog bite?
I didn't see him.
Oh, did you hear
Your
that?
answer to the last question, ask something else.
Wait, whoa, what?
Ask another question. Answer to the last.
Wait a minute.
Injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Based on her answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Ask another question, sustain.
Why? All right, I'm going back. Sorry.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
Wait, didn't I?
You didn't go. You didn't go back
To the
far
last
enough.
question. or
How?
Something.
I hit it like 5 times.
I don't know.
To
Must
the
have been a-
wounds, you were not able to determine the cause of
that
those
answer.
pattern wounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
He said consistent with, Your Honor. Not that it's an actual the cause. It's a bullshit.
Are those injuries consistent with a dog bite?
All right, I want to know. We got Josh in here too. Those are 2 different answers, in my opinion.
They 100% are.
He said, "Were you able to make it whatever it was a conclusion or like a finding
Determination. Yeah.
as to what caused it,
Right.
not whether or not it was consistent with multiple possibilities." So that is bullshit. And if he doesn't get what he wants, he should demand a sidebar. Yanetti's good at that. He's like, I'm going to need it now.
It's Alessi.
I know. So he's got to take a lesson from
A page out of
Yannetti.
Yanetti's handbook.
Yes. Thanks. All right, let's hear Judge Cannoni's nonsense.
Is a dog bite?
Based on her answer to the last question, ask something else.
I'm sorry, couldn't hear you.
Ask another question. Sustain.
He doesn't know what the hell she means. Neither do I.
Can you identify any cause of those injuries that would be consistent with what is depicted on the screen? Objection.
So, can you answer that, Doctor?
I cannot.
That was now he just screwed himself out of the question altogether. Thanks a lot, Alessi.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you.
Come, he could have done that better.
What did he
Do
ask?
you recall discussing?
Were you able to make any determinations of things that might be consistent with those injuries? Like the exact same thing that we were trying to say he should be able to explore. He ruled it out in one fell swoop by asking it that way. Could have said there, even though you were unable to draw a conclusion, there's still numerous possibilities of things those are, I don't know, that those are consistent with. Blah, blah,
And
blah.
one of those includes dog bites or scratches.
Yep. All right, let's go. Fuck that up. I think.
Do you recall discussing at all on your direct examination? Well, let me ask it this way. Did you evaluate at all in your autopsy a gray hoodie sweatshirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I did not.
So were you aware that there was clothing associated with Mr. O'Keefe when he came as part of the autopsy?
He did not have any clothing that came to us. The clothing was removed at the hospital and was packaged and I believe submitted as evidence.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe,
DB and Shelley.
No.
I'm going to back it up because he's away from the thing.
So the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, a t-shirt or a hoodie, didn't make its way?
No.
Oh, what?
You were unable to reach a determination as to the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That is correct.
So you have doubts about the manner of death of Mr. O'Keefe, and you consider those doubts reasonable?
Sustain.
Bullshit.
Sustain.
You were not able to reach a determination as to the manner of death
Because there's multiple possibilities.
of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And manner of death, as you've testified, includes the circumstances surrounding death in addition to the medical analysis that you performed.
I'm sustaining it, asked and answered.
Asked and answered. Now he's like, oh shit, I should be using that one more often.
Thank you for answering my
Ah.
questions, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
You're welcome.
All right, could somebody please tell me,
Mr. Alessi, Mr. Brennan?
did I zone out right at the precise time where she said the words? I mean, I heard with the first one, could it be consistent with the fight? Yes. But first time around, there was a lot of talk of these injuries are inconsistent with a motor vehicle accident. It's not what I expect to see for a motor vehicle accident. Yes, these injuries could be consistent with an altercation and a physical fight. Did we get it that clearly this time? Someone please tell me. Okay, that's what I thought. This is what you guys are saying. Well, Brian says, yeah, we did. So I don't know. All right, let's see what Brennan's going to do. I think it's going to be along the lines of none of that changed your opinion. I don't know half of those words, but let's go. They asked her the first time, actually, is this consistent with the motor vehicle accident? She's
Doctor,
like, no,
how
not
many
typically
autopsies have you performed in your professional career?
At this point, more than 1,200.
When the person is brought to you, are they usually clothed?
It depends on the circumstances. If a person comes directly from their residence, they may or may not be clothed. If the person comes from a hospital where they went first for treatment, many times the person is unclothed. They may be wearing a hospital gown, but in most cases, that clothing has already been removed.
If that clothing has already been processed, is it common that it would
Hope he
be
knows
brought
the
to
answer.
you for inspection?
Objection.
It could be.
Is clothing that is not accompanying the person's body commonly brought to you for observation?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move on. Or ask it.
Without leading.
You were asked questions about your opinions relative to spots
That I don't know what they're called.
in the organs of Mr. O'Keefe. And you were asked about part of your statement in the grand jury. When you provide statements, is it important to have the statement in context to understand it?
Yes.
Is it important to have a complete statement rather than just part of a statement?
Why are we asking her this?
Yes.
And when you were asked the question that counsel asked you, do you remember that grand jury testimony you gave?
I remember it was a long time ago.
Okay.
But I do remember most of it.
Do you remember when he read part of your answer? It was in response to a grand juror's question.
Yes.
And he read part to you, right? I understand your question. And my answer is that I don't know, but given the environment, so if the injuries had been sustained in a different environment where the temperature wasn't that low, then there might have been an alternative explanation for those gastric and pancreatic hemorrhages. Do you remember that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The doctor can answer that.
Do you remember Attorney Alessi read you that part of your statement?
Yes.
Do you remember that you had more to that statement that was left off when he confronted you with it?
I'm sure there's more to this.
To complete your statement, you said, but in the whole context, I believe that those are signs of hypothermia and not caused. Do you remember that completion to your statement?
Not caused?
Sustained. You can show her the statement.
Okay.
Not caused. She ended it like that, did she, Brennan?
Ask you to take a look at part of your grand jury testimony. Do you remember Attorney Alessi reading part of your answer back?
Objection, Your Honor.
So I'll strike that. Have the witness look at it. And go,
You asked about your entire answer or just part of it?
Objection, Your Honor.
sustain.
You can read the rest of the answer that you weren't given and it's read to you.
Objection, Your Honor.
So this is phrased as refreshing recollection, so follow it appropriately.
You now remember there was more to your answer?
I already said there was.
Yes.
Could you share with us the rest of your answer?
Without reading it?
Objection, Your Honor.
Without reading it, turn it over, turn the paper over, please.
I can take it, Your Honor.
Ask the appropriate questions to them.
Yeah, Brennan, do you need to go back to law school?
Do you remember the part that was left out?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustain.
Does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement to the grand jury?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
After looking at this, does it refresh your memory to the rest of your statement to the grand jury?
Yes.
And could you share the rest of your statement with the jury, please?
The rest of the statement was that I have to take those findings in the context which was presented to me. So in the case of this particular case, those hemorrhages, in the context of a body found in the snow, I believe they were due to hypothermia.
Right. Not what you wanted there, Brennan.
Is your answer more complete in context?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Says
You
the
were
same
shown
damn
a
thing.
photograph of two individuals that were in the room at the time of autopsy. Do you remember that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And you were asked about certain names.
Correct.
You said that there would be a log identifying names.
It would be a log. Yes.
A log. Do you remember exactly who logged in to that autopsy?
No, I don't remember their names.
May I approach?
Show Mr. Alessi.
He's like, I don't think you produced this shit to me.
Your Honor,
Look for it.
if we need sidebar to explain, we just need a moment to take a look.
I can move on and we'll come back to it, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr.
Right. So they're checking to make sure they were produced this because it sounds like they don't believe that they were.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature was a little under 81 degrees when he was brought to the hospital.
Yes, that's what the hospital records stated.
And again, a normal body temperature is?
98 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
So there was, is it fair to say there was over an 18-degree drop in his body temperature?
Correct.
You shared with us that you generally understood it was a blizzard and cold outside. Do you have any experience on how rapidly a body temperature will drop outside?
The body temperature?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Scope.
Well,
Within the scope.
I think
Let's
it's
see if
within the
she's got
scope.
the basis.
The rate that the body loses heat depends on a number of factors. Depends on conditions, weather conditions. It depends on the original temperature of the body, and the higher the gradient between the body temperature and the environmental temperature, the faster the drop.
There you
will
go.
occur.
And it was like
You were asked if
77,
there's
I
any
think,
signs of frostbite. There was no
right before.
type of freezer burns or anything on Mr. O'Keefe's body, was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
Freezer
Was
burns.
there any type of burns on his body that would suggest that he was put in some type of machine or environment where there was cooling? mechanical
Nobody said
cooling?
that.
What?
It's ridiculous.
He's implying that he
You
was
were shown
stuck in a
a
deep
photograph
freeze.
of chalk
No.
that had
No.
spots on them.
No. This mother effer, he's trying to imply that the defense is trying to imply that he was stuck in a freezer.
Right. A deep freeze. That's
Yeah, they deep freezed him. The defense has never suggested such a preposterous thing. And that's what he's trying to do. That's what he's trying to do. Wow. I mean, the judge needs to say like something more. Like, I'm going to strike that. Do not consider that. That is absurd. I mean,
Absurd.
she wouldn't say all that. But all right, let's hear frickin' Hank be an asshole.
You were shown a photograph, a chalk that had spots on them. Do you know where that photograph came from?
I do not.
Do you know who that was from, what person that was from?
No, I do not know the context of
It was like
that picture.
Do you have any information on the circumstances which led to that condition?
Yes.
I do not.
Do you have any information about
Medically.
what caused the condition that you saw on that chalk?
I have seen similar pictures
Yeah.
in textbooks
Yeah.
depicting gastric hemorrhages or Wisniewski spots.
There you go, Brennan. So just be a moron. Yeah, she knows that's a textbook example
You
of
were
the Schiffer
asked
spots.
about your role as a medical examiner,
Worcester.
and there were a number of questions about your assessment from a legal perspective.
Yes.
No,
You mentioned that you had information from a police report. How many police reports were you given?
There was a preliminary police report, I believe, the day of the autopsy, and communications with law enforcement in the days and weeks following.
May I approach?
Yes.
She's gonna screw you on this, Brennan, trying to act like she didn't know all this other stuff. She's gonna admit that they told her all this other stuff. So go ahead, walk yourself right into it.
Didn't she already admit that?
Well, I'll tell you, I was a little bit like, why aren't they pressing for how much exactly she knew? Like, you knew that witnesses said, you know, he had been in the snow for this long, that he never made it in the house, that the car was parked right there. Like, I was expecting to hear them ask that kind of stuff, and they didn't. So maybe he's about to walk himself into it.
I think maybe it hurt
Yes.
Alessi a little bit when she couldn't identify the
This
two guys that were in
is
the room.
And then what? Well, he's about to do it for them. So somebody else can identify them. Anybody who knows them can identify them.
100%. I mean, the log sheet can identify him theoretically.
Yes.
What is it?
This is a police report on this particular case.
Is that a police report from your file?
Yes.
And that police report, is that a police report that you considered?
Amongst other information, yes.
How many lines is that police report?
Amongst other information, Hank, keep pushing. Keep pushing.
11.
Oh, so you didn't know shit.
This was initiated on January 29th. It says at 1941.
I have this marked for identification, all right?
Well, she knew shit, but she knew what the Commonwealth wanted her to know.
No, what I'm trying to say is that he's trying to establish she didn't know shit, but she keeps saying amongst other information. So that's why I'm like, keep pushing, Brennan. Keep trying to make it sound like she didn't know shit.
Well, we know she knew what the cops wanted her to know.
Well, I know, but he's trying to make it seem like she knew 11 lines worth of shit.
May I approach her?
Yes.
Second document, is that another document in your file?
Yes.
And is that another report that you considered?
Yes.
How many lines is that report?
5.
I'd move to have this marked for identification, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Civic RR for identification.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I'm going to go back to the questions I asked you about logging in and refreshing your memory.
Mhm.
So they did have it.
I'm not going to actually read it aloud. I'm just going to ask you to look at it. Does it refresh your memory on the people who attended the autopsy?
Yes.
And who were they?
I believe one person was Mr. Keefe and the other one was Mr. Corner.
What?
Oh, now that's the two people that were in the room.
That's who those were?
Yeah, Keith, and who did she say the other person was?
Connor.
Are you part of the criminal investigation team?
No, I am not.
Did you go to the scene and evaluate any evidence?
No, I did not.
Said she
Did
got
you do
crime
any of
scene
your own
information.
detective work or investigation in this case?
No, I did not.
All right,
You were asked
Alessi.
questions about your role as the medical examiner in your medical evaluation of Mr. O'Keefe's body. You were also asked whether you considered any part of the legal aspect. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were never, oh, let me ask you. You submitted the death certificate on April 14th.
Correct.
Wait, where'd it
I
go?
want to talk about some of the things that
What?
you may
Did
or may
Brennan
not
just
have
walk
known
himself
about
into that
or
shit?
considered at the time you wrote your death certificate or filed your death certificate.
Because I thought that was Proctor in the picture, wasn't
Were
it?
you informed or were you aware
Anyone? Anyone?
that before you filed your death certificate, there was information in the investigation that police spoke to a first responder by the name of Timothy Nuttall, who reported that the defendant
I'm going to allow it.
said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Were you aware of that
I became aware of it at some point.
See?
during your
Yeah.
90-day window?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Were you aware
Brennan.
that there was another first responder by the name of McLaughlin who provided information that the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him,
Yeah,
I hit him,
I
I
knew
hit
it.
him?
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by
How is this
the
helping you?
defendant, well, to a Miss
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you were aware of all of the shit that we're trying to tell this jury proves guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You were aware of all that, Miss
And
Medical
still
Examiner.
came back with undetermined.
What the fuck's Brennan doing?
I don't
I
know, but
kept saying
thank you.
keep pushing it. Now he's trying to pretend like he meant to do that.
Thank
No
you.
chance in hell he meant to do that.
Thanks, Hank.
Thank you, Hank. Thank
Thanks,
you
Hank.
very much. Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you for the gift.
Blooping back, blooping back, blooping back.
Yes.
Were you aware of statements made by the defendant, to Miss McCabe that she said, may have I hit him? Did I hit him?
Objection, may we approach, please? Briefly.
Okay.
It's super helpful to you. I don't know why he's complaining.
I don't either.
Are we the only ones that see how moronic Brennan's being right now? Look, they're like, dude, this is great. But
Helen's like, hey, man,
Wonderful.
let him get that shit in, bro.
yeah, keep it going.
Like, this is super helpful. Come on, Bob. Quit reading the binder.
Bloop,
Yeah, that's
bloop, 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 bloop.
Is
How did
not
you get so
coming
much
in
time?
for the truth of evidence that was let in previously.
We got a lot
This
of
is
time.
not
What
coming
do
in
we
for
do?
the truth of what's in the statements. It's coming in so
Yeah, we get
in
it.
state of mind at the time of her report.
They're
Thank
like,
you.
just say that because we don't mind this shit.
At the time of your death certificate that you filed,
Did you know I found
you
all the
informed
tail light?
that a Jennifer McCabe had reported that the defendant said, did I hit him or could I have hit him multiple times?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it.
I don't believe I knew about Miss McCabe.
That one doesn't
Did
matter.
you
That was did I?
learn that Ms. McCabe reported later that the defendant, while speaking to first responders, reported that she had hit him? Did you know that?
That, yeah, I was aware of that information later on.
wow.
Woo! See, they told me all the time she said I hit him. What they forgot to tell me, Brennan, thanks for pointing that out. What they didn't tell me is that she said, could I or did I?
I mean, none of that matters. If you're Alessi, you're asking one question, and it's in spite of
Right.
all that information that you had of Karen Reed claiming that either she hit him or I did hit him or could I have hit, and in spite of all that, you still came back with undetermined.
Right. Right. And I'm pretty sure
You
not,
saw no
I was
evidence that there was a motor vehicle pedestrian strike.
it was irritating the shit out of me that he didn't ask because he asked a question. Like you're given information about what was found at the crime scene. Like she said, yeah. And I was like, why isn't he saying You knew that there were taillight found. You knew that they said that. I was wondering why the defense didn't do this. So yes, Hank, thank you for this gift.
What a gift.
Were you aware of the investigation regarding alcohol consumption?
Yep, I knew that too.
Yes.
Were you aware that the police or Massachusetts State Police spoke to other witnesses about their observations that night?
About their,
Observations?
yes.
Were you aware of an interview by Trooper Buchanan with firefighter Daniel Whitley on February 7, 2022?
I don't remember.
Were you aware that Mr. Whitley told the police that the defendant had expressed that she had gotten into an argument?
Yep. Oh yeah, I knew that
The
part.
defendant that night?
Yep.
That was part of the information I was given, yes.
Keep
Were you
going,
aware
Brennan.
of a report from first responder Anthony Flamate about statements made by the defendant to him?
I don't recall that particular first responder, no.
Ask her if she knew about the taillight. Just ask her.
Were you aware of statements provided by Kerry Roberts to the police that the defendant had called her, citing Kerry, John is dead?
Yeah, I was given that information.
Questions of did I hit
Are
him?
we
Were you
being
aware of
thick
that?
here?
Wait, yes.
Okay. That
Were you
one.
aware
Are we way off on this, or
No.
of information that
We are not off. I don't care what anyone else is saying. This is the stupidest thing I could ever see.
this is
troopers
like
had
the
an
gift that
opportunity
keeps
to
on
go
giving?
and speak to
Oh God, I gotta rewind it.
of information that
Oh boy.
troopers had an opportunity to go and speak to the defendant?
Yes.
I knew that. I knew
Were
all
you
that.
aware of the statements that she made to the troopers?
Not in detail.
Were you aware that when they spoke to her on January 29th, she informed that she had a broken taillight on her vehicle but did not
Yes.
know how it happened?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
Just say yes, please.
Yes, I was provided with that information.
Were you provided the information that she had never observed John enter the residence?
I believe that was part of the original information, yes.
Oh God. Brennan.
Were you aware that she informed relative to the broken right taillight, she didn't know how it happened?
Yes, I was.
Dude, if that's not the one question that they ask on Reed,
His only play here can be that he's trying to discredit his own witness.
own witness.
That's,
It's
I mean, that's
insanity.
his only play here. That she is indeed a whack job.
Right.
Like, okay, man. I mean, I've never seen this.
This is this is
Unbelievable.
hands down, as of this moment, the best evidence that has come in for the defense. And I would be on the
Unbelievable.
jury saying not guilty. But if somehow, some way, Alessi's only question or next question isn't, despite all that, you came back with undetermined. I mean, at this point, Brennan might ask it. It seems like he's heading that way.
I'd be floored if he didn't.
I know he's lining it up.
If you're right, if you're gonna discredit her, go all the way. Go all the way, Hank.
He forgot which side of the table he's on.
Wow.
He's completely lost the fucking plot.
Wow.
But
Unbelievable.
again, if he doesn't, and then the defense somehow doesn't, then I take back all the good things I've said about this defense. And Karen Reed needs a fucking refund. So let's see.
We're doing it all pro bono.
Well,
Second go around.
Okay.
Were you aware that members of the Massachusetts State Police obtained John O'Keefe's phone and did a forensic data analysis on it?
Yeah.
I was not aware of that until much, much later.
After you filed your report?
Correct.
Were you aware of location data that was obtained from John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of
All right, now we got a
healthcare
second
data
question.
on John O'Keefe's phone before you filed the death certificate?
No, I was not.
So now, obviously, our second question is, and I think it's a safe one, but you never know. Would you have changed your knowing all the things you didn't know, the 3 things you didn't know? Would that have caused you to change your answer to determined? You know,
Were you aware of battery temperature data on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Were you aware of voice messages left on John O'Keefe's
Yes.
phone from the defendant before you filed your death certificate?
Yes.
No, I was not.
Oh,
Were you aware of text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe before you filed your death certificate?
No.
Were you aware of statements from the defendant to various media outlets before you filed your death certificate?
No, I was not.
Did anybody ever come to you after you filed your death certificate and ask you to change it?
No.
kind
Did
of.
anybody ever provide you any of this additional information you weren't aware of at the time, ask you to evaluate it, and then reconsider your finding?
Objection.
No.
Objection. They didn't have it at the time. Objection. Bullshit. Did you know? Did they tell you all the shit we didn't
You were
know?
asked some questions about impact injuries. In your experience, are most pedestrian collisions where there's injuries to the lower legs, either frontal or rear impacts?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that because I'll allow that.
Most pedestrian fatalities that we see are with impact with the front of the vehicle.
When you gave the perspective that you looked for impact injuries, was that with consideration of your experience that most collisions are frontal impact injuries?
No, I knew this was a rear,
Most collisions involve frontal impact, yes.
but that's not what she thought.
How about cases where you've had an opportunity
Better
to
ask that
observe
too.
people who sustained injuries from being clipped, not hit, but just being clipped? Is your opinion any different in your experience?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
How about a side swipe
Objection.
injury? Is that different relative to your expectations to lower extremity injuries?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
A bruise on the knee, is that consistent with a side swipe impact?
Could be.
Not this one.
Did you do any type of
not even a bruise.
biomechanical analysis of any alleged collision in this case?
No, I did not.
No, I know
You
2
asked
guys
to.
that did though.
I'm not qualified to do that.
And so when you talk about injuries from a collision, are you in part speculating about what could happen to somebody?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained in that form.
He's
Are you
impeaching
giving
his
an-
own
a
fucking
direct
witness.
opinion in this case
Totally.
about how the injuries were caused?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You were asked questions about a nose laceration,
Oh,
Yes.
please.
and you offered that was not consistent with falling backwards on the head alone.
Correct.
You were asked if that was consistent with a punch.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
That's not the testimony. That's your objection.
That is, Your Honor. There's not a question.
Did you provide an opinion that it could be consistent with a punch?
I did provide that opinion.
Could it be consistent with broken glass?
No.
It's possible.
Could it be consistent with sharp shards from broken plastic?
Possible.
Could it be consistent with first aid?
No.
I'm sorry, what was
Could
it?
it be consistent with first aid treatment?
Unlikely.
Anything is possible.
Do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the laceration on the nose happened?
Blunt
I do not have
trauma.
firsthand knowledge.
Did you know at the time you filed your death certificate that there was plastic pieces of
Yes.
shellite found near Mr. O'Keefe's body around 5:45 p.m. on January 29th, 2022?
I do believe some of that information was
Yes.
was communicated to
Is
us.
that
Yes.
the way you want to end? Ah.
All right, Mr. Alessi.
I just have one question, Your Honor.
2,
Thank you, Your Honor.
maybe 3. I forgot now.
Make it compound. Squeeze it all into one.
Dr. Scordy-Bello, this Attorney Brennan just asked you questions about alcohol consumption. You had the opportunity to evaluate the medical records of Mr.
Brennan,
O'Keefe,
I mean,
correct?
Alessi.
Correct.
Don't put me to sleep before you ask this question.
Had,
Damn it.
in terms of the medical records, information with regard to the medications that Mr. O'Keefe had taken. Is that correct?
I believe I reviewed those records at some point prior to issuing my report. Yes.
Do you recall the list of medications that were in the medical records that Mr. O'Keefe was on?
I do not recall.
If I were to show you a document, might that refresh your recollection as to the list of medications?
It's outside.
I'm going to allow it. Is in connection with alcohol too, you said, right?
Correct, Your
Go right
Honor.
ahead.
All right, but why not start with that strong point, or at least end with it?
End with it. End on a high note. Always end on a high note.
People in the chat are
Dr.
giving spoilers. What the fuck?
Wait.
Apparently he doesn't ask it.
Dr. Scordy-Bello,
No.
I am providing you with a document. Up at the top it says John O'Keefe, and I would like to draw your attention to
Oh,
medication.
God.
And to expedite it, I am going to focus on the 4th item on that list. Can you state what that medication
Okay,
is?
good. For Kristen
Fourth
has a-
item is omeprazole.
Does that refresh your recollection as to one of the medications Mr. O'Keefe was on?
Yes.
And that medication is,
It's an antacid.
right, and so omeprazole is the trade name of omeprazole Pepsid?
I believe so.
And Pepsid is a proton pump inhibitor?
Correct.
And a proton pump inhibitor stops the proton pump in the stomach from releasing acid, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to that in just a moment, but do you also recall testifying at the grand jury with regard to alcohol consumption and potential alcohol consumption of Mr. O'Keefe?
I do remember testifying. Yes.
And do you recall what your testimony was with regard to alcohol consumption and small ulcers in the stomach potentially associated with alcohol consumption?
Alcohol consumption, I don't recall my exact words at grand jury, but alcohol consumption can lead to gastric ulcers.
And alcohol
What, did he forget this
consumption
the first
can
time
lead to
around?
gastric ulcers. And what medications
How did you forget
can
this?
treat gastric ulcers?
Well, they don't treat them, they prevent them, but that would be a proton pump inhibitor such as omeprazole.
Right. So, isn't it correct, therefore, that the ulcers that are observed in the stomach of Mr. O'Keefe that we talked about, the gastric mucosa, could have come from ulceration due to alcohol consumption,
It's possible.
as
Wow.
opposed to hypothermia, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Attorney Brennan
Oh, here we
asked
go.
you questions moments ago, and actually several of them,
Yes, here we
of
go.
which included the words, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And isn't it correct that you had that information before you issued your final findings in this matter in April of 2022?
Yes, I did.
So,
come on,
even though you had all that information,
here it comes.
You still were unable to conclude the manner of death of Mr. Correct?
Correct.
Oh!
Thank you, Dr. Scordi-Bello.
Oh, that's how
Doctor,
it's
you are
done,
awesome.
kids.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Your
very
Honor.
much. I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Mr. Brennan, did you I still think he could have done it a little better. He could
It
have
was
added the.
beautiful.
It
Don't
was,
be
but he
a-
could have
don't be
added
an
the
armchair
pieces and the this
quarterback.
and the that and the.
That was beautiful.
That's the only one he gave a shit about because that's,
That
he-
was it.
she's calling him Mr. Brennan. Did you mean to tank your entire case there? Is that what you meant to
And
do?
note.
The county's paying you, Brennan. What the fuck are you doing?
And
Look at them. Look at these over. They're scratching their own heads. They're like, what the fuck just happened? Who is this guy in the middle? A Fed?
Note.
Who's this guy in the middle? Babe, who's this guy?
Honey, I was
Anybody.
singing.
I know, but-
That was my ending on a high note song that I just made up spontaneously. Who? I don't know. I don't give a shit. That guy.
He was like, uh-oh.
Don't know. Don't care.
He's got this little emblem. Look, these guys are all sitting there like, did that guy just ruin the entire fucking case? Because
Did that fucking doctor just submarine the entire case?
did hey, Mr. Brennan, Canone's like, Mr. Brennan, do you know you're not supposed to impeach your own witness here? Like, what the fuck?
Oh wow, that was something else.
That's now I know who's gonna be asking for a refund. The county refund.
Yeah. Oh man, that was
Well,
something
I got plenty
else.
of blooping, but I just.
I mean, look, because like we know he's putting this neurosurgeon or whoever it is.
That is it for today.
Like,
I'm told
he
that we are
completely leaned in to try to discredit his own witness, and it's fucking insane. She's the medical examiner.
All right, so Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you.
Here we go.
I'll
That
hear
was
you,
great.
Mr. Alessi.
Oh,
Thank you, Your Honor.
so beautiful. I can't believe it.
In light of that testimony, we
I would like
take a
to
motion
raise
to
with Your
dismiss.
Honor is the timing and nature and significance of the information that the defense has received from the firm Aperture. And Your Honor may recall there are two individuals on the witness list that we understand are to testify in this matter. First is Dr. Judson Welcher, and the second is Shannon Burgess.
And are they testifying in reverse order, though, than what you said?
My understanding is, Your Honor, yes. that
Okay.
My understanding, Mr. Brennan has the best information, is that it's
Mr.
proposed
Brennan's
that
still
Mr.
trying to
Burgess testifies
get the
first
shit
and
out of his
Dr.
pants.
Welcher testifies thereafter.
Okay.
So the Commonwealth has established in reports right up until May, not established, they have stated in the reports of Aperture, particularly the slide presentation of Dr. Welcher, a trigger called 1162.2 that they have associated in the report of Dr. Welcher with a specific time. And that specific time that they have associated with that trigger is
Wrong.
12/31/38 to 12/31/43. And we have been assuming that information, and this is from best memory, but I believe it's slide 137
It's
or
from his
so,
best memory.
where the this statement is in the slide. And so we have proceeded with our defense. We have proceeded with the work that has been assigned to ARCA based upon that time period.
And now they're changing it.
On May 8th,
Wait,
not too
wait,
long ago,
wait,
Your
please
Honor.
tell me. But Your Honor, they've had to move that time up yet again because they don't know how she connected to the Wi-Fi. It started at 12:45. It started at 12:45, then changed to 12:31. Let's see.
Time shift.
Time shift.
On May 8th,
On May 8th.
not too long ago, Your Honor, we received an amended report
Oh, Brennan.
of Shannon Burgess
Oh.
that pushes that time period.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna get
It's exactly 7 minutes, maybe 8 or 9.
So
Or
after
next to
Karen's
Wi-Fi.
back
although it was
on the
dated May
Wi-Fi.
8th, we received it actually on May 11th.
Okay, thank you.
And in that report, Mr. Burgess states that he is making an amendment.
Absolutely
And he
not.
is now stating that that infotainment trigger of 1162.2 is further back in time, and it is past 12:31:43.
Do you have the time?
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor.
There's no fucking chance in hell she's
It
letting
is
them change that time.
12:32:16.
Wait, sorry.
And, Your Honor,
Sorry.
I'm going to get the exact time, Your Honor.
She'll say some shit like that's ripe for cross.
12:32:16. And Your
Okay.
Honor may recall that the seconds, literally seconds matter in the analysis of many factors. I won't go into them other than to say I went through and developed testimony with regard to the cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct.
Oh.
Suffice it to say that
I'm sorry. It takes them to right before John O'Keefe was using his phone.
Right.
God damn. Okay. All right. Sorry. They needed to correct it, not because now there's no chance, even more of a no chance in hell Karen Reed got to John O'Keefe's house at 12:36 or I can't remember 37, but because John O'Keefe actually navigated his phone at that point in time. Okay. All right.
Examination of Mr. Whiffen. He had a timeline. He talked about much human volitional conduct. Suffice it to say that that information is literally by seconds determinative in some ways of various analysis. So we basically commissioned, if you will, ARCA to be looking at matters based upon the infotainment trigger 1162.2 of 12:31:38 to 12:31:43. As of May 11th, we received information that has changed that. Now, Your Honor, that is a Rule 14 violation, among other issues, but I wanted to start there. It's a Rule 14 violation. It's obviously, as I stated, an amendment of a report of a significant matter. And also, with regard to the defense's ability to
that's what it
provide
is.
a defense, we have to be able to
got to get it past the steps. Got to get them past the steps.
evaluate that information in terms of our entire defense. And it's just not limited to ARCA. It's our entire defense. The other data point I want to get to, so the effect it's had, we still haven't even been able to evaluate entirely that. And I believe, Your Honor, based upon the information that I have, that this may have been a calculated matter by the Commonwealth, but even assuming it's not calculated, the effect is pronounced. So what I want to do, Your Honor, is to look at what the reason Mr. Burgess has given, which leads me to be very concerned about a calculation and a strategy calculation here. Mr. Burgess states in his own words that the reason why he is changed, that time is being changed, is to, quote, align the trigger with Mr. Whiffen's analysis.
Baby
And
O'Keefe's
Mr.
phone.
Whiffin's analysis is based upon the
Look at your text.
extraction data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone. And I believe it's undisputed that the extraction from Mr. O'Keefe's phone occurred years ago. And the data from that has been extant, it's been available years ago. So to me, Your Honor, that basis can't be a proper basis at particularly this stage where we are approaching the end of the trial, just literally days before the testimony of Aperture. And we are in a very, very almost impossible, challenging situation. So, Your Honor, there are obviously, Your Honor knows the situation here. Our first request is that the May 8th report that we received on May 11th be not allowed, that it be not considered at all. As Your Honor knows, I don't like to use hyperbolic words, but the word has been used for us, against us, ambush, ambush, ambush. If there's ever an example of an ambush, this is it.
Yeah.
And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation.
That she had
Your
grave
Honor
concerns.
have the remedy be that.
No. What we want you to have, Judge Canoni, is grave fucking concerns.
Grave.
Hear them.
Grave
I want
fucking
you to
concerns.
say them. I want you to mean it. Have some, any concern actually would be, acceptable at this point. But
All right, Teja, don't be lost. It's pretty simple. The Commonwealth just tendered a report 4 days ago that was drafted on the 8th by their Aperture experts that has changed their timeline to match Ian
the
Whiffin's
timeline of when Karen's car struck John O'Keefe, the triggering event of the info data. Go ahead.
so that it matches up with the last known volitional movements on John's phone, namely he opened it up with his face.
Or he took those steps. Somebody else said it could
Whatever
be the
steps, fate,
Right.
whatever.
Whatever.
But they moved it to match that time perfectly, and they just tendered it over to the defense.
But I don't see how their expert's going to be able to get on the stand and testify that something occurred at 12:31. If in theory, just talking theory, he now believes it happened at 12:32.
Well, my fear is that Bev's going to just turn around and say, well, Mr. Alessi, you can simply flamethrow them with the fact that they did exactly what you're claiming that they did, in that they changed their timeline at the 11th hour after Whiffen had testified. I mean, I'm afraid she's going to say it's ripe for cross-examination, but I mean, we'll see where I can't wait to hear.
Still better have some
bullshit.
concerns. Right.
She should definitely have grave concerns.
And so, Your Honor, our request is that Your Honor find a Rule 14 violation, that Your Honor have the remedy be that the violation remedy be that this is not allowed, and that the Commonwealth proceed with its the information of Aperture that has been extant before the May 8th date of the report. Thank you.
All right. Do you have another option if that's not something that?
Right. She's like, we need a backup. But Kaylee's point, is it Kaylee, or am I saying that right? But it is appropriate. I feel like the judge needs to say, you know what, assholes, it's clear no one knows how this man died, when this man died. You don't know a goddamn thing. You can't have a trial and mid-trial change your entire timeline of the case.
Well, she's not going to do that because she pushed this thing to, she would not move off that goddamn trial date. She was acting like the world was going to end if the trial didn't start on that April 1st date. I mean, that was her shit.
Yeah, you better confer with your team about this backup plan she's asking for.
backup plan.
Yeah. She's like, well, if I'm not going to do that,
I
what else
heard
do you
her.
want? A continuance is the only, I don't know,
I was scoffing at it.
a mistrial.
Do you have another option if that's not something that we do, right? Because the Commonwealth moved to exclude ACA or have them go by their old report, right?
Right, and Your Honor, I'm going to answer
A
your
lot
question,
different.
but with just
So
a
much
quick
different.
point that this is really much different than ARCA because two reasons. We are the defense, and ARCA is
Remember
a
that?
rebuttal to the prosecution's case. That is much different than a prosecution changing its theory of the case at this time.
I understand that. I'm just asking if you
Right.
have
So-
another
so-
option.
It's not what I am saying that I am proffering. I think the only remedy here is exclusion and a Rule 14 violation.
And you're not waiving that.
I'm not waiving that.
No, I'm not asking you to.
Your Honor.
Okay, a continuance for how long?
I could have a better answer perhaps to that question tomorrow. I haven't, given what's been going on, I haven't even had a
Right.
chance to talk to ARCA at
All
all.
right, so tomorrow morning, let me know that. All right,
What do you have to say for yourself, Hank?
Ask for dismissal.
In Your Honor,
Ask. Just say no. Ask.
I will do that, of
The
course.
record.
And I will also say, without getting into an elaboration of it, we have to look at all the witnesses that we called. I'll give you an example. Mr. Whiffen, I had my whole cross-examination, not whole, but a significant part of my cross-examination of Mr. Whiffen based upon going through human volitional conduct off that phone that was after that 1162 trigger. And a lot of our defense in theory is based upon that's been in existence now for several months. And again, I go to the bottom line that the proffered reason in Mr. Burgess's report is to align with the data on Mr. O'Keefe's phone, and then that's been around for a long time. So that's my answer to Your Honor's question.
right, thank you.
Yeah, anytime I say
Brennan.
mistrial, it's got to be with prejudice or
Your Honor, this disclosure
worthless.
is not a Rule 14 violation. The Commonwealth, just like the defense is entitled, continues to work on their case and study their case as time goes on. This
Where's your
issue,
concern?
The relevance of this issue has been clear throughout the case, including my opening statement. And the issue is that clocks are different. There is a clock in a Lexus that runs on a different time than that of an iPhone. If you recall in my opening statement, I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance.
I just, you know what? Bull fucking shit. They have a right to prepare a defense.
But
They just
honey,
had that
clocks
written
are
out.
different.
Clocks are different. I don't. Oh Lord.
But
I want some fucking grave concern.
clocks are different.
Any concern, a level of concern about the fairness of these proceedings, the fairness to the defendant to prepare a defense. And he's right. He can't fix this with the continuance because of all the witnesses have already been questioned.
I talked about the fact that there are variances between those clocks. So instead of a moment that coincides happening at the precise second, sometimes there's a variance of time between the two. So the Lexus clock could be at a variance with an iPhone.
How
but the
you
events
figure
still
that
could
out?
happen at the same time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided.
I mean, that's something that they need to point out as well. We need to be able to test this time theory. Is it reliable? Is it credible? Is it bullshit? How did they calculate it? And now we have to have experts calculate that as well. Well, all right, I'm sorry. I got to let it play. I just can't control myself.
Time, given the clocks have different times. The defense provided a report by a person by the name of Mr. DeSorga, a noted expert witness who they've listed as a witness they may potentially call. Mr. DeSorga wrote a report, and in the report, he suggested, based on his analysis, that Mr. O'Keefe's phone always ran late. That means if the texting data, the black box data from the car,
Was that true?
Event at 12:32:38.
That's something.
12:31:38, and Mr. O'Keefe's last movements were for 12:32:16, last user interaction 12:32:09, there is a variance between those times. We asked our expert to review their expert's report to see if he was accurate, that the variance means that these times would never align. And that's what he did. He studied the data, he studied the ways, he studied the Lexus black box relative to the time. Doesn't change anything, doesn't change the data
The
whatsoever.
fuck are you talking about? Changes everything.
What he learned from his opinion is that Mr. DeSorbo was wrong. He used information from different phones, not recognizing the items that these timelines came from, and that his time estimates are wrong. So then he looked at the time of the event of the ignition on and off, and he compared that to the Waze data. And when he did, he found that he could identify what the actual differential was. Instead of guessing that it was within the 30-second window, it was somewhere around 21 to 25 seconds. And that 7 minutes before the collision, Mr. O'Keefe's phone was 21 to 29 seconds ahead, which means you subtract that time, which puts it in the same variance that we've been arguing from the beginning, that the collision occurred at the same moments when Mr. O'Keefe last had user interaction, and that reconciles with the data. It does not change the text screen data or the black box information on the car whatsoever. It does not change ARCA's analysis whatsoever. We received this report on May 8th. I was surprised to receive it. I welcomed it. We turned it over
Welcomed it.
on May 8th. It was
No.
put away. It's been a week now. The defense has had this information.
11th, they
And
said.
so this is not an attempt to align.
A week.
anything. While it may
15th
reconcile
pinhead.
and identify that variance more closely, it doesn't
Well, that would be
change
if it was the
any
8th.
data whatsoever.
All right. Sorry.
This is not.
But they didn't get it till the 11th.
While
Right.
it may reconcile or identify that variance more closely, it doesn't change any data whatsoever. And so this is not a Rule 14 violation. The effort was in response to disclosures that we believe were wrong by the defense expert, and it is clarified and it is favorable for us. And so we should be able to use it.
Did you intend to use it in your case in chief or only if this witness disorder? I don't remember reading that name, so I don't know how to pronounce
In
it.
my case in chief, because we now have this available data. As I said, this wasn't ambush, isn't something that we sat on. It was in response. Fortunately, we received their expert report, which caused us to focus more closely. And now that we've identified that variance, rather than having an open variance of 30 seconds, we should not be precluded from favorable information that has been provoked by a report by the defense.
Okay. Yes.
I'll do it quickly.
Okay.
Attorney Brennan has provided a lot of information, and he has accurately provided information, but he's got the time completely wrong and the significance respectfully completely wrong. I'm going to hit his 4 categories quickly. He said, he referenced Mr. DeSorbo, who is a defense witness. Two points about Mr. DeSorbo. First, Mr. DeSorbo provided his expert report within the reciprocal discovery deadline.
Okay.
And he provided that report months ago.
Okay.
So if, as I heard Attorney Brennan, he's saying the reason why we're getting something on May 8th is because Mr. Burgess supposedly is responding to that. That was months ago.
Okay.
The more apt point is, or an even more apt point is, Mr. DeSorbo was responding to the information of Aperture. It wasn't like Mr. DeSorbo was coming up. He was rebutting as defendants do.
That's so different.
And it's Mr. DeSogra, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. Again, D-I-S-O-G-R-A. So that's an important point.
Sure is.
With regard to Mr. DeSogra. Now I want to go to Attorney Brennan's comment about clocks are different.
Clocks are
I agree
different.
with Attorney Brennan on that. The shortcoming for
Ooh,
Attorney
he's
Brennan's
laughing.
argument, however, is that the clocks are different concept has been in existence in this case for over 6 months. I can give you by memory Mr. Whiffin's report of December of 2024, where his report went into the different clocks and what their significance was. So that is almost 6 months ago, at least 5 months ago, the issue of different clocks has been in existence in this case. So therefore, the issue of different clocks dates back to then. But even more fatal for the Commonwealth's argument is that Mr. Burgess himself issued his report and talked about the difference in clocks. He already knew it. He already had it.
Did he testify to that last time? Did he testify?
Aperture was not
called.
part of the
What's
first.
wrong with her?
All right, I thought
What case
Burgess
is she
was. No,
following?
No, neither.
Okay.
No one from Aperture was.
yeah, I knew
Your Honor.
Aperture was, and I thought he may have been something. The name just sounded.
Neither
familiar.
Burgess nor Welcher were
Okay.
part of the first trial, but they were retained. Aperture was retained, I believe, in October of 2024.
Okay.
And at best for the Commonwealth, Aperture had, and Mr. Burgess and Dr. Welcher had Mr. Whiffin's report that talked about the clock differences. So the clock differences cannot be, as the Commonwealth is proffering, some sort of new information that caused Aperture to provide a new report. This variance that Attorney Brennan talked about, it's called the clock drift. A more layperson's term is a variance of time.
Clock drift.
Mr. Burgess, in his original report months ago, has a whole section on clock drift. That's not a new concept for him.
Yeah, I just
He's
changed
just
it.
changing the drift.
Okay. So what I'd like to do, because I want to address the other issue and I don't want to keep people here too long. Can you wrap it up, Mr. Alessi, or is that?
In 60 seconds.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jesus,
So,
Bev, isn't this serious
Your
enough
Honor,
for you?
The
Poor
last
people.
point I wanted to make, and I think I heard Attorney Brennan correctly.
I gotta get out of here. I'm ready to go.
Who are people?
Her. She's the people.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the court staff. She might have someone on her staff that's like, no, I got
415.
to my kid or something. All right.
Every government
The
employee.
last point I wanted to
Senate
make,
works
and I
until
think I heard
4:30.
Attorney Brennan correctly, is he said he was surprised that he got this report dated May 8th. That's what I heard.
I welcomed
So
it.
if the Commonwealth is surprised that they got it, that should mean, to me, Your Honor, be an outstanding fetching reason to not allow it because they're surprised to get it. And I can lastly say this, Your Honor, there's nobody that's more surprised to getting this than the defendant when we got it on May 11th.
Okay. Thank you. The other issue about calling your expert on rebuttal, Mr. Brennan, based on the late disclosure of the ARCA materials. What's your argument on that?
I won't iterate the entire past, but Your Honor has found discovery violations. Your Honor has found.
This guy. This fucking guy.
I want to phrase this properly.
Just flick those glasses right off his face.
What improper.
Sorry, going back.
That the, I want to phrase this properly.
Yeah.
Efforts of the defense.
Deference.
Were improper. And inevitably, we've now received an extraordinary amount of discovery on the most important issue in this case, well beyond the discovery deadlines, without any excuse. And the court, understandably, has overruled government suggestion and has stated that it is going to allow the defense to proffer two expert witnesses in a very complicated field, in an issue that is the heart of this case.
Yeah.
We're going to allow them to testify.
The time
despite
is.
the fact that we have not had adequate time to review, and to prepare, and to address it. The Commonwealth has the burden of proof. The Commonwealth has an obligation to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And this isn't simply late disclosure of some evidence. This is a massive amount of evidence of the most critical issue. And so we provided this information to Dr. Wexler. As you know, he was away. He did not get a report until maybe May 7th. He a chance to look at it until May 9th. An extraordinary amount of work, effort, and expense has gone into preparing our case for the jury.
Like paying me.
He is still
Fuck
in the
it.
process of reviewing the materials. There are entirely new subject areas within this information, well beyond the simple 4 opinions that they gave at the beginning. There are studies, there are demonstrations, there are experiments. This requires not only review, but an analysis, testing, vetting, and then comparing testimony.
It's all Bev's fault.
Claims made by the defense experts. Not to get into a battle of disparagement, but our expert has found extraordinary issues in his first reviews of material. And some of those concerns lead him to need, in his opinion, to actually conduct his own tests to demonstrate the failures.
It's
of
too
the ARPA
fucking
witnesses.
late.
That's going to take time. You've heard from the ARPA witnesses themselves. With the amount of data they received, they estimated they needed 5 weeks. And they were given 5 weeks despite all the discovery deadline violations. They were given 5 weeks. We did not get the report until May 7th. And so we believe we are entitled to have our expert review all the materials, do his testing, provide opinions. None of that is going to happen anytime soon because he still has not finished reviewing all the materials. There's many, many gigabytes. He is in a difficult schedule. He is away tomorrow, Saturday. We were going to try to begin to prep at the end of the weekend. There is no way he's going to be able to testify anytime soon and have all of this validation and vetting and testing.
So what is it exactly you're proposing?
What are you
What we
asking
would like to
for?
do is have him testify about what he has prepared, that he's had adequate time to prepare. If either of these ARPA witnesses testify and they introduce new opinions, new testing, new demonstrations,
Which you know they are.
he should be able to continue reviewing the materials, actively engage his own testing now. So by the time the defense case is over, he will be prepared to come back and address the new issues, not the older.
Fine, then the defense gets SIR rebuttal.
But to address any new issues that were provided in violation of discovery orders. And so that he can then address the jury on those specific new issues. I see no other way of this expert fairly being provided and presented to the jury. The unfair prejudice cannot be cured in any other way. We ask that he be able to continue his review, offer rebuttal opinions on anything that is new and not to encroach on anything that's been previously provided.
Can Burgess testify after Welcher?
No, because Dr. Welcher relies on Shannon Burgess.
Yeah, like his time
It makes
change.
no sense. I thought about it. It makes no sense to the jury, his presentation, unless Shannon Burgess has an opportunity to provide background information.
Right.
This whole
Mr. Alessi, I'll hear you on this.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I think and I understand that it's very well understand the time of the day, so I'm going to do this hopefully efficiently. When we're talking about ARPA and the information of ARPA, it's very important analytically to put them in their 2 proper buckets.
We're rebutting them.
The first bucket is the information and opinions of ARPA that have been in existence since February of 2024.
Yeah, let's focus on the beyond. Let's focus on.
Okay, good, because my pithy conclusion is there should be no prejudice on that.
And I don't think the Commonwealth's even suggesting that. So
we're focusing just on the quote new information bucket. Your Honor, it's very important to understand that what ARCA is doing is in response to the testing of Aperture. ARCA did not come up with new approaches. We, again, to state the obvious, are the defense. We get to rebut what the prosecution has put forward. And so what ARCA has done with the new information, new testing, is simply to rebut what Aperture has done. So I do not understand the length of time or the lift, if you will, that's being proffered for Aperture. Now with regard to the time period, Your Honor has already determined what the appropriate approach is for the new information from ARCA. When Dr. Rentschler was on the stand, and with Dr. What you said, when can you get me the information? And they said, I think it was May 6th or May 7th, whatever, and they met the deadline.
She's got to
They
give them
did it.
her rebuttal. Period.
We proceeded along with the trial with that information. We complied with that request to continually try to claim that there should be ongoing remedies of something that's already been decided. I do not understand.
So I did leave open. I did leave it open to address.
You did leave open the time, but Your Honor didn't leave open that you were going to continue to address this matter as if the defense is making perpetual violations. There was a determination made, and then the question was the remedy. So I'm just addressing the Commonwealth, positing that somehow there's continuing violations. My final 2 points. What Mr. Brennan is seeking is improper.
Yes.
What it's seeking is the most extraordinary situation, which is have Aperture come before the jury,
making up a whole new shit,
testify to certain things, have ARCA have to come on, and then have Aperture come back and essentially have almost a rebuttal to a rebuttal as of right.
Then you get
I do not understand that process. I do not understand that proposal. It inverts the order of proof. It prejudices the defendant because it almost ipso facto gives a double rebuttal, surrebuttal to the defense. I believe, Your Honor, the final point is if Your Honor is inclined to give Aperture more time, and I haven't even heard a deadline yet for Dr. Welcher. It's still open. What I would recommend, Your Honor, is that we follow the proper order of proof. We determine when Aperture can conclude its review of the ARCA work, and that there be a reflection that keeps the order, namely that the prosecution comes in with Aperture, Dr. Welcher, and Mr. Burgess, and then the defense, as part of its case in chief, puts on ARCA, and we make the determination as to what happens there. Otherwise, what we're happening is here, it's almost a self-serving matter where the Commonwealth is getting to put on certain witnesses here from our witnesses and then have an automatic rebuttal. And Your Honor, I just think that's improper and prejudicial. There's another, and importantly, it's a burden shifting to the defense.
All right, so I have a question for you, Mr. Alessi. Are you still thinking that if the defense puts on a defense that will take roughly a week and a half for that to take place?
That is our best estimate still, Your Honor.
And not holding you to this because obviously you have no burden. If ARCA is part of that defense, when in that week and a half time frame would that be?
We haven't made a final decision, Your Honor, but we're pretty close that it would be toward the end.
Okay. All right. I needed all this information now, so I appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
You'd have to, if she lets the prosecution do that, she needs to give the defense her rebuttal, which would be they get to call after them.
Yeah, but that's still not curing exactly what
not.
Alessi was talking about
No,
because of the way that it plays out. Like a surrebuttal isn't the issue. It's the order in which the information's being dispelled to the jury, or I don't know. I think she's got to bar that shit, like the new information. It's crazy.
which new information? The time or them responding to ARCA?
No, Aperture's new shit. Their May 8th report. They got to stick with. I mean, because like he said, I mean, Whiffen has already testified. He's already crafted a cross-examination as to times that were purportedly set in stone for the Commonwealth. And now, after that testimony, like, there's no way to cure that. Like, what do you do? How do you go back? Because all they did is move the timeline to match Whiffen's, and Hank's fucking argument. His clocks are different.
Come on now, dog.
I mean,
come on, man.
All right, so
we got to save all this angst for.
Oh, Mark is
Better
ready. Mark has been messaging. He is more. He's like, Mark's messaged me, said, "What an insane day. We'll have fun tonight."
Yeah. So we're just gonna let everybody stew on this shit, and we will stop ranting for now.
Yeah.
And
we'll
see
rant with
y'all
Mark.
in what, 3 hours?
2 hours
2
on
hours.
the nose. 2 hours. So it's 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern. Be here.
Can't say
Where
be there or be square.
Yeah, I can't say be here or have no fear or I don't know, but just be here. And if you guys don't know how to do it, set your notifications. If you're on a computer, you simply just go to our page, our channel, and if you select the live, underneath it, you'll see there's a notification. If you hit notify me, you'll get a notification when we go live. On the phone, I don't know exactly how you do it. I imagine it's pretty similar. You select the live, hit notify me. We've put it up. It's up on Twitter with the link. It's also in our community page. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be like, couldn't
As
have
Manny
a more
says,
perfect day.
use your right clock. Make sure your clock is your right clock. Because
I can't. I mean, clocks are different. You know, I mean, what am I going to do? So I'm super excited. We couldn't have asked for a better day to have Mark on. So I'm sure
Glad to
he's
have
gonna
you,
be on
Rhonda.
fire. So you guys were incredibly generous today, and that
Tammy's ready to
means-
drink because it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
All right, look, we're gonna do the wheel real quick. We're gonna do the wheel
Oh,
for a
Seattle,
glorious
settle
sticker.
in. We've got a ton of asked and answered coming up. That was back when she said it was asked and answered, I think.
All
so.
right, so we're gonna do the wheel of awesomeness. Bum 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 bum. We got 46 contestants. This includes everybody who Cash Apped, everybody who Venmoed, obviously everybody who supered, everybody who gifted memberships. You're all on.
And if you did
It's-
over the $4.99, you're on there twice.
Nope, once.
Yes.
Nope.
No, Tracy.
Nope. Nope.
Oh,
Sorry, I overrode
that's
that.
what I said. Oh,
I overrode it. Otherwise, it would have been like,
don't get me a strike, Mandy.
it's a sticker package. So you're gonna get these guys. You're gonna get these magnets. If you can see these, you're gonna get these super dope holographics. You're gonna get a pin, and these just came fresh. And they're all really nice stickers. They're not cheap.
All right, spin the thing.
All right, you guys ready? Can you guys see the wheel? All right, here we go. Round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows.
We're about to know.
Oh!
Wait. Ah,
Marissa, our future bride, got
doodled,
eked out by a nose by Kathy Simmons.
Kathy
Congratulations,
Simmons. Come on
Who's-
down.
Doesn't always give her. All right, Kathy, you've got to go ahead. Cut the music, please.
It's not me,
Please,
Mandy.
please, so I could just get this out. All right, could you throw the email up?
A true,
that
true.
We need an address.
Prime
We need an
podcast.
address. If I still owe you stickers, I have not forgotten. Yes, Afton, Megan, I know you owe. Send me your emails again. I promise I'm going to go out and I'm going to
Make
mail
sure
them
you
this
guys all get
time.
'em. I was already like, why'd he just promise to do
I'm
something?
going to this time. I'm really going to do it. All right. So mods, thank you so much.
Thank you. Mandy,
Especially for
Tracy,
doing
thank
your
you.
Mandy and Tracy, you're the best. We love you guys. All right, you guys, 5:30,
2
6:30
hours.
Eastern. We'll see you in a couple because without y'all, I'm just an old man.
Ranting at no one.
Boop.